race. He can be on the podium in that race, he can win race 2. And ultimately, that's the biggest surprise you can have right now, because Bulega isn't such a great form. Don't get me wrong, Nico starts as your favourite. If he goes out and he wins all 3 races, leads every lap, has the fastest lap in all of them, you're not going to be surprised either. But I think Lecone is riding really well, and he's fired up for it. There's only so many times a rider can be happy finishing second, and Iker's at that moment now where he knows that it's great to be on the podium after all the tough years on the Honda, but you get used to it very quickly, and then you want to give yourself a chance to win a race. And when you look back over Iker's career, in his Grand Prix career, he never won a race. He's never won a Superbike race. This is his chance to win a World Championship race.
In the Super Bowl race, should I say, or for the grid, what does Iker really need to do to get the better of Bulega?
He needs to make a good start. He needs to be up inside those top 3 positions from the very start of the race, and then maybe he gets a chance to be able to go with Bulega. Ultimately, lap 1 he needs to be into P2 behind Nico.
No, replay then the SEX on Bulega's bike here.
It's interesting to see what the tyre choice will be for teams as well, because we have seen some riders go out and use the Q tyre for a longer run. Sam Lowe said that yesterday, and trying to see if you could use it for the Super Bowl race. When we get the information on the grid for the Super Bowl race, the first thing you're going to check is who's out there on a Q tyre.
So then, warm up done and dusted here in Hungary. It's go time in just about an hour and a half's time. Bulega, Sam Lowe's your top 3 here. Speaking about Iker there, he has put himself into second, 3/10 slower than Bulega's time in this session, but only 3 riders into the 138 in this session. They are your top 3 of Bulega. Alex Rose. Then that Bulega's final lap of the session was his quickest, that 138.2. Showing no signs of slowing down. He's your current champion for Bulega. He looks to make it 15 in a row. So just making his way back into pit lane. Get his little coffee, little snack, and a bit of a rest before we get back to the very serious business today of the Super Bowl race at race 2. Confirmation then of final results from the warm-up here on Sunday. It's Bulega, Lecone and Sam Lowe. It's Bulega's 138.2, the quickest. Top 3 young riders into the 138. Montella, Alex Lowe's, Axel Bassani, I should say. Top 6 then it's Sura, Baldassari, Locatelli and Gerloff completing the top 10. Summaries then, 5 laps for Bulega, all in the 138. That 138.2 coming on his final effort, 5 laps as well. His quickest effort coming his final lap. Then Sam Lowe's also with 5 laps at 8.7. His best effort. That's it then for the World Superbike warm-up session here in Hungary. Plenty more action to come, starting with Super Bowl race. 11:10. Coverage gets underway about 15 minutes before then. Tune in.
Brazilian world champion. He won the World Supersport 300 series a couple of years ago. Also was on the podium this year in World Supersport. So if ever you need a poster boy, if we can say that, in terms of riders progressing through the ranks, Aldi Mahendra would be one. Alessandro Di Persio, Araya Gasca, both in the top four. Di Persio winning last year, both moving up to World Sport Bike. Iker Garcia, the first ever champion, now racing in the Junior GP Championship in Stock 600. Mario Sales, a rider that we don't see on the grid this year, and from a personal point of view, especially for the British fans, I know we'll be a little bit disappointed, and oh goodness me, there has been some incident here on the warm-up lap. We don't quite understand what has happened there, but there's obviously been a coming together on the warm-up lap, and that is going to cause a bit of a delay here as the riders come onto the back straight, and that is the number 5 and the number 10. So the number 5 is Chris Clark, and the number 10 is Francisco Pires. So not sure what has happened. We're looking at the same pictures as you. As soon as we get an update, we will let you know. But an incident on the warm-up lap. And as I said, what I was talking about there was some of the riders that have moved on. Other riders too that have moved on. If we look at Cameron Swain, the Australian, he now racing in WSB. Dennis Bergamini riding for the new Italian Ducati V2 Championship, which will be a support race for us later in the year in Misano. So some names then that you will be familiar with. And Mario Sales, as I was saying, not just a race winner in this category, also a winner for the last 2 years of the Two Wheels for Life charity concert at Donington Park, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in Aragon. That's the championship then as it stands. Boccanegra leading the championship from Mendes, Binder, Pastore and Clark. The incident, as I said, involved riders number 5 and 10, and I think we may be getting a bit of a delay here. You can see some of the officials moving in. Big crowd here in the grandstands. There was a big crowd here yesterday as well, down in the paddock, and yeah, we are going to have a delayed start here, which is never nice for the riders. All that preparation, of course, that goes into building up for the start, and then we have a bit of a delay. Whilst we have a little bit of a delay, let me give you some more information that you might find interesting as we move on in this championship. As I said, there have been 20 riders since 2021 that have taken a pole position. Charlie Mendes from the Dominican Republic. Again, if you were listening to the broadcast yesterday, Charlie does a lot of training, or has done a lot of training on mini bikes in the Dominican Republic. Other riders, certainly the Brazilian riders, of which we have several. Eamon Boccanegra, Peter Santana, who had a very good debut ride yesterday. Did Santana finished inside the top 10 for the first time. Whilst we have a bit of time, let's give you a quick recap, albeit without pictures, of what happened yesterday. It was a pretty good start. Everybody made it safely through the first couple of corners. There was a little bit of a breakaway in the first couple of laps, and then that group, as we've seen so many times in this championship, concertinaed back together. We ended up having an 8 or 9 rider group. It was an 18-wheeler. Crowd here loving it, and I'm sure the tens of thousands of people watching on the Yamaha YouTube channel enjoyed it as well. There were a couple of incidents on track, a couple of riders collecting each other, which is so easy to do here at this Balaton Park circuit. It's one of the most technical tracks. It's probably got the slowest average speed that we go to, but it doesn't detract from the racing. So a couple of the front runners, Kento Turner, one of the riders that went down, Kakeru Okanuki, who had a couple of podiums last year as well. He also hit the deck. Everybody, all riders were okay. Which is always good news. As you can see, the start delayed. Again, if you are thinking of coming to a future round of the World Superbike Championship, the Yamaha R3 Blue Crew Series runs alongside 6 events. Great addition to the championship, and you will often see riders from Superbike and Supersport watching on as they look at the stars of the future, starting their journey on the SBK roadway. Yesterday then, if we run through the top 15, as I've said, it was Eamon Boccanegra from Charlie Mendes, and first time podium for the Swiss rider Alessandro Binder. Emanuele Pastore, the Italian, finished in 4th place. We get a look there at the rider that will start from pole position. 1:58.8, Angelo Motola. What can he do? Motola last year did race in the series. Motola finished in 12th place last year with 57 points. There is Boccanegra, top 6 overall last year with 123 points. He scored 25 already this season, so 98 more, and he'll beat what he did last year. Last year's champion, though, Di Persio, was pretty impressive. He ended the season with 255 points. It looks as though now we are going to be getting ready for a restart. I think this race is going to be reduced. And it has indeed. So the race is reduced to 9 laps. It will be a 9-lap race, slightly shorter. All of the riders then getting an extra warm-up lap. Looks like the British rider Greg Marshall making his debut in the series. There is Nathan Betancourt. As I said, he became the 2nd American to score points. Young Greg Marshall. 2 British riders in the series this year, and of course Fenton Seabright, several times a winner in this championship. Lucky Fenton actually not to win the championship a few years ago. He's moved on, so both Charlie Huntingford and Greg Marshall looking to make a name for themselves. Keep your eyes on too for the young Dutch rider Indy Schunselaar, riding under number 21. He was another rider that unfortunately went down in yesterday's race. Perfectly okay. He was in the points here last year, 15th place in race number 2 for Indy Schunselaar. Keep your eyes out too for Daniel Krabacher, the young Austrian. Starting a little bit further back on the grid than he would like, but he too has been a point scorer in the past. Does a lot of training with Loris Veneman, multiple race winner in World Supersport 300, and of course this year in World Sport. Temperature creeping up, it's up to almost 30 degrees now. Track temperature, as the riders up around turn 11 and into the 2nd of the chicanes. There's 4 chicanes here around the circuit, from turn 5, 6 and 7. That is quite a fast chicane. The corners flow from one to the other. And you get into these very stop-start sections. And that really does make for good racing. It keeps them moving together. It's very, very unlikely that we're going to see somebody pulling away. If you are enjoying our broadcast, we'll be broadcasting every single race. You can follow everything too, not just on WorldSBK, but also on the official Yamaha channels and social media. As a reminder of the championship, we will not see Chris Clark in this race. And unfortunately for the American, he's going to have to come back swinging at the next round of the championship, which takes place at Motorland Aragon. Right then, here we go for the 2nd time of asking. The Subaru safety car, driven by Livio De Stefanis, moves into position. All-electric Solterra. Flag marshal in a moment will move to the side of the circuit, and for the 2nd time of asking in 2026, the 21 riders that we have left for the start of this race will be racing. It's race number 2 of the Yamaha R3 Blue Crew World Cup, and this time we got a good start. There was a jump start yesterday. Hopefully we get a clean start. Fastest lap yesterday, last year was Okanuki, as they come down into turn 1, a little bit tight, a little bit of squeezing. But as yesterday, I think we're all going to safely make it through the first corner, and we do. Good job, boys, as we come through turn 2 into turn 3. And now this snake of riders as they head through turn 3, down through turn 4, and onto the back straight we will go in a second. The whole pack then all together, and it is Charlie Mendes who has taken the lead. From the championship leader Boccanegra, Motola from pole position has been shuffled back into 3rd, but it's a strong start from the Italian. It's also a strong start from Emanuele Pastore, who has also made a good start, and so too Okada, Hinata Okada in 10th position on the grid earlier in the weekend, but he's had a good start and has moved up into P5. Binder, who was on pole position yesterday, goes through the first split. There you see the back 2 riders not taking part. Already then they're fanning out on the inside. Pastore taking a look, and again, you've got to be so committed through those first couple of chicanes. You don't want to make a mistake. You cannot win the race in the first couple of corners, but you can lose it. The same could be said for the championship. Points make prizes. It's not always the fastest rider that wins the championship. It is the rider that is most consistently fast. I've said that so many times throughout my broadcasting career. Through the second chicane we go. There is a nice little look at the 21 of Okada. One of 5 Japanese riders in this race. Head down in towards the final chicane. We saw lots of drama here yesterday in Supersport. There's a lovely little move then at that chicane from Pastore. That was a carbon copy yesterday of what we saw from Valentin de Bees and Alberto Arenas on Jan Onchu. So taking notes from some of the riders in the bigger classes. One of the riders at the back there running wide. I think that was Bertie that just ran across the green. Limits, of course, only apply if you touch the green. They again go down 3 abreast into turn 1. Everybody just easing their way into the race. Of course, it is now only a 9-lap race. Everybody on identical machines. Mottler, I've got to say, this is a strong start from the young Italian, just 16 years of age. Started strongly in a couple of races last year. He did have a bit of a reputation of just being in the wrong place at the wrong time, but he's in the right place at the right time now. Mottler makes a move for the lead, and he takes it. Great job. Angelo Mottler then leads a race in 2026 for the very first time. This will give the youngster a lot of confidence. His 2 teammates were very, very strong yesterday. Mottler finished in 9th position, so a solid 9th position, solid 7 points on the board for Mottler. Just checking my notes there, getting confused with Santana that finished in 10th. So Mottler riding very, very well. Last year, of course, he said at some of the races, didn't know the track. He got a little bit overwhelmed and just said he needed to reset. He's had a couple of months over the winter to do that. He's come back very strong. To see our timing graphics moving around. I always feel sorry for the poor guy or girl in the TV compound, especially in the R3 Blue Crew World Cup, because the positions change often quicker than we can even say the names. And all of the guys doing a great job at WorldSBK TV, as it's now Pastore. So we have 2 Italians. In the middle is the rider from the Dominican Republic. Where's the championship leader, Boccanegra? Well, he has now been shuffled back behind the number 18, and that is Ryuichi Takahira. And Takahira, he finished in 7th place yesterday. So good start for the Japanese rider. Keep your eyes on the number 3 as well. There he is with the black helmet. Just takes a look on the inside as Mendes now goes through into the lead. And this whole group has now bunched itself back together again. It's a leading group of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 riders in this leading group, covered by 1.7 seconds at the end of lap number 2. To lap number 3 we go then. Nobody making a break. It's exactly as I thought it would be. There are a couple of circuits on the calendar that we go to where it is possible to make a break, but at the moment, everybody still together. You can see they're even back towards 15th and 16th position. They're only about 3 seconds, in fact 3.3 seconds from this leading group. So all 21 riders that started this race are still on 2 wheels. It's a pretty respectful race at the moment. If you are new to this category of racing, expect the fireworks to go off when there's a couple of laps to go. 3, 4 abreast now into turn 8 and 9 through turn 10. Everybody riding line astern up into 4th place now. Goes the number 3 of Turner. Turner last year finished 9th in the championship. 2 podiums for him, the first coming in Misano, the last coming in Estoril. And Turner was unlucky yesterday to be caught up in that incident. It took him and his compatriot out. Fastest lap of the race is Marx, and that is the number 9, the Brazilian, Leonardo Marx. And he too was having a really good run yesterday until it all kind of went wrong, and he was another rider that just found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. The leading 15 riders are covered by 1.7 seconds. And then just behind the number 21 of Okada. That is Santana and Daniel Krabaccia. The Austrian rider has now moved up into 15th, and he's just ahead of Indy Shunsalan. There's a lovely little look there on the inside from Takahira. The rider there riding now in only his second race. The very distinctive yellow helmet made a bid for victory yesterday, and it just got a little bit out of shape in the final chicane. He went in very, very deep, managed to keep it on two wheels, so there was no penalty, but that shuffled him back into 7th position. The number 18 I am talking about. Barely see it. He's crouched down behind the fairing as the 55 now of Pastore. It's Italy versus Japan versus Dominican Republic versus Switzerland, and there's another change at the front. And for the first time this season, it is Turner's turn to lead here at Balaton Park. See that leading group now just starting to stretch. The top 13 now have pulled a little bit of an advantage. Changes a little bit further back for 18th, 19th, 20th. There are fights up and down this field, as I said, with 11 returning riders. You have 12 rookies, all have their own story to tell. And one of the things I will be doing during our live broadcast through the year, as we did a little bit yesterday, talking about Nathan Betancourt and Charlie Huntingford, I'm going to try to pick a couple of riders, a couple of the new riders at each of the races, and just give a little bit of a spotlight to them so that the people watching can actually look at some of the new names. All of these riders successful in their native countries. The Blue Crew initiative is active all around the world. Thanks to Yamaha for putting this program together. It's a real stepping stone, as we've said already, with the likes of Aldi Mahendra moving up into the World Supersport Championship. It was actually in Cremona a couple of weeks ago for the official launch of the 2026 season. Stefano Manzi was out on circuit, and I tell you what, some of the faster riders in this championship, they were giving the elbows to Stefano Manzi. He looked a little bit worried during the training sessions. Oh, and down in the back of the picture, that's the first incident. As we start talking about the chaos at the opening round, and is that Okada again? I think it is. That could be the 21 of Hinata Okada, who possibly has gone down for the second race in 2 days. I think it was. Let's just have a little bit of a look. It was indeed, and it was the number 8 as well, and that is Rintaro Takamoto. So Takamoto out and Marquez out as well. So that is 3 riders on the floor. That really now has split the group. It's now a leading group of 9. That is always the problem, not just in this category when you've got these groups together. One little mistake on the brakes, because they're so tightly packed, you can often see incidents where riders go down. Riders are okay. A little bit further back there, look at this battle for 15th position. It's a great fight off camera between Greg Marshall, Huntingford, Betancourt and Guimarães. So 4 riders there fighting it out over the final point. And nice to see that battle at some point in the race. 5 laps remaining then. We're on the halfway lap. 3 riders out, but it is Emanuele Pastore that still leads this race. Charlie Mendez, the number 6, I have to say, so impressed with this young teenager from the Dominican Republic. A good couple of races last year. Scored his first podium in race 1 in Estoril. He was a regular point scorer. Like a lot of these riders in year 1, the key is all about learning. Think about the long games for these riders, just 14 and 15 years of age. Look at the careers of the likes of Jonathan Ray, for example, who is, of course, edging towards 40 years of age, and he still had a great career. Valentino Rossi, certainly, as far as some of the greats go. We've got another rider on the floor. Oh, and that's Charlie Huntingford. What a shame for the young British rider in the points yesterday, and a small mistake. He crashes out with just 4 laps remaining, but he can for sure move on to the next round with some confidence and with his head held high. Point in your debut race is nothing too shabby at all. He will have learned a lot from that. Right then, down the back straight we go again. 3 abreast, 4 abreast, 5 abreast, and it's the same behind them as well. Is that Gomez? It is. So Mauro Gomez, the Spanish flag then on the back of the number 7's leathers. He has now absolutely joined this fight. Looks as though Marks from Brazil has rejoined. He's 33 seconds behind this group. Said, points make prizes. 15 riders will score points in this race. 25 points for the win, 20 for second, 16 for third, 11 and 10, and then all the way down to 1 championship point. Still, Pastore is leading. Very different race this. If you were watching yesterday, we saw lots of overtakes, riders moving forward and backwards. Everybody seemingly content to follow line astern here, which just makes me think that we're going to be in for one hell of a final lap, folks. You are just joining us, wherever you're joining us from around the world. And there is the proof that Leo Marks has rejoined. So we've seen so many times championships won in the past by just half a point. I do remember back in France, I think it was Magny-Cours, Tom Sykes losing the world champion to Max Biaggi by half a point. So good effort that from Marks as we now focus on this leading group with just 3 laps remaining. It's still a leading group of 10. On the inside is the number 85, the rider from Switzerland. That's going to get very tight into turn 1, and Mottola gives him room. Got to say, there's some very respectful racing going on here as Binder goes back to the lead. A few people saying to me yesterday, is he related to Brad Binder? No, he's not. They are completely different nationalities, just with the same surname. But I tell you what, Binder must be the name, because this Binder in particular is certainly very, very quick, as is Mendes. And you can see here the parity of the bikes as they now go 4 abreast. Slipstream coming into effect, and there's going to be another move there from Mottola, and Mottola moves from 4th back into 2nd. This is, it's called a chicane, but it's not really a chicane. It's more of a 3 or 4 sweeping corners, and all of a sudden Binder, that was in the lead, is shuffled back into 4th place. The leading 4 now with a 2 or 3 bike length advantage. That's going to be eroded on the brakes. Mottola now goes back into the lead. Binder goes back into 3rd place. And as we get the next shot, I'm sure they're all going to be back together, and they are. It's just the nature of the circuit. Round the final corner, or rather round turn 11, that's where we would have the long lap loop. Thankfully, no jump starts today, no long lap penalties. So all of the riders following the rules. I have to say, I've commentated on a lot of races, especially in the entry-level classes. This is a very respectful race from all of these riders. They can all be commended for their racecraft. We've seen some very nice moves. We've seen some great defensive riding, and it's Mottola who just has this new air of confidence around him. I spoke to him on Thursday when we were filming some things for the social media channels, so do go online and look at that, WorldSBK.com, and of course Yamaha Racing Official on Instagram. Make sure you're following them for all the latest from this amazing championship. As again we come down, then the legs are flapping from the 23. Boccanegra is trying to pass 2 of them on the inside. He had to think better of that, and Boccanegra only, I think, moves up 1 position into 3rd position. He's now trying to go around the outside. Well, that is not going to work, and it doesn't. So Boccanegra slots back into 4th position. Is he a little bit compromised then through turn 4? No, he just closes the door on Binder. A lap and a half remaining. Pastore, Mottola, Mendes, Boccanegra, Binder, and Germano. Salvatore Germano doing a great job here. Haven't really mentioned him in the broadcast. He finished in all but 2 of the races last year as Boccanegra again thinks about making a move on the inside. Mendes takes the lead but runs a bit wide, and Mottola, talking about confidence, just swings the Yamaha R3 back across the front of his rival, and retakes the lead. I told you it was building. We saw it yesterday. I think we're going to start seeing a bit of rubbing. Rubbing is racing after all as they come down into the braking zone, and Pastore is so tight on the inside, and he gets squeezed, and somehow Germano makes his way through. Salvatore Germano, whose best result was 6th position in race number 1 at Donington Park. What a difference a year makes, as down the back straight we go then with 1.5 laps remaining. Any one of 10 riders can still win this 2nd race of the season. And there's the Spanish flag. It's just well, some of these riders don't have wing mirrors because they've been looking straight back into the bespectacled face of Mauro Gomez. Gomez, who raced in the Spanish Championship for the Arco Racing team last year in Supersport 300. He's not been really featuring in this race. Quite happy, quite content to sit there in 9th or 10th position, and the cameraman now absolutely correctly picking him up. This is a great final part of the race then from Mauro Gomez as we come across the line. 10 riders in it, only 3 of them can be on the podium. Here we go then, the final lap, Le Dernier Tour, Le Schlitzerunde. Here we go then into turn 1. There's going to be a move from Boccanegra. He can't make it through. Everybody, oh, and down goes one of the riders in the leading group, and that was Salvatore. Oh, it wasn't, it was Pastore. It was Pastore, Emanuele Pastore, who was fighting for the podium yesterday. A double 6th place 12 months ago, and unfortunately for Pastore, he is on the floor. So then, there were 10, now there are 9, as we come down the back straight once again. Mendes looking to win. It would be a first win for the Dominican Republic. This would be a sensational result, but again, look at that. Cool as a cucumber, smooth like a knife through butter. Mottola retakes the lead, and he was 5th a couple of moments ago. You don't want to be leading down the back straight, Mottola. It doesn't matter if he gets overtaken, he goes defensive. There's going to be a move here. Here comes Boccanegra, the winner from yesterday. That's going to get very, very tight. Into the penultimate chicane we go, and somehow they all manage to stay on 2 wheels. Brilliant racing. Boccanegra again looking for a way through, and he manages to force his way through at turn 11. But Mottola now with a small advantage. Don't think it's enough. What Mottola needs now is the fighting behind, and Mendes, and that is Boccanegra trying to go around the outside now. Through the chicane we go. There's only a couple of corners remaining. It's going to come down to the final corner, folks. Hold your breath. Mottola is looking for what would be a career first podium. He's going to get swallowed up. You can see the handlebar there, the brake guard has been shuffled. Oh, and that was tight. Hold your breath. I almost fell off the chair on the stage. It's getting that exciting into the final corner. It's been a brilliant final lap, though, for Charlie Mendes, but Mottola on the slipstream towards the line. It's going to be a photo finish. Oh, and I'm not sure I can call that. I think it was Charlie Mendes that got the victory. I think Mottola has taken a first ever podium finish. We're going to wait for the confirmation of that as the riders continue to fight for the final couple of points. A lovely little celebratory wheelie there from Charlie Mendes, who has been one of the fastest riders throughout this weekend. Let's just wait and see. I'm sure it was Mottola finishing in 2nd position, the Italian getting his first ever World Cup results. Certainly in terms of podium, he's had some good results before. It is confirmed then, Charlie Mendes wins, and for the first time, as far as I'm aware, the Dominican Republic has a winner in the Yamaha R3 Blue Crew. Absolutely superb stuff. Well done to Charlie Mendes, well done to Mottola, and Eamon Boccanegra finished on the podium, so a win and a 3rd place for him. That's a double podium for BGR Spurts. Binder, who finished in 3rd place yesterday, finishes in 4th. Then it was Germano following behind Germano. That's his best result as well, so well done to him. Gomez in the top 6, another solid result for him. That's a double top 6 for the Spaniard. Akihira, Turner, Okanuki gets his first point. Santana, Kravacha, Berti, Schuntelaar, Pastore, and Greg Marshall becomes a British rider with a point, scores his first World Cup point in race number 2. So well done there to Schuntelaar, to Pastore, and to Marshall. Here's a replay then towards the line. This is how close it was. Oh, 22/100ths of a second and less than 1/10 of a second covering the top 3. Absolutely brilliant racing. Mendes then will celebrate, and rightly so. Charlie Mendes has come back this year with so much confidence. As I said, he was fastest in free practice, took the pole position. He was happy, albeit a little bit disappointed yesterday, to only finish in 2nd. I say only finish in 2nd. I'm not sure I would even score a point, but he has done a great job this week, and a double podium for him. Boccanegra as well, a win in the 3rd. Then Mendes, by my calculations, will take the lead in the championship by 4 points. Binder will be, I think, third in the championship as well. So great weekend for a few names, a couple of new names as well, which is always very, very nice to see. Right then, the riders make their way down into the pit lane. Then this feature that we have in the World Superbike Championship, the top 3 riders will be signalled to go along the pit lane, as Charlie is now. He will then turn right, go down the victory lane, the Motul victory lane here, with the applause of the crowd. And I can see from my vantage point here on the Paddock Show stage, huge crowd, and then this unique feature, high-fiving all of the fans. What an amazing feeling that must be for Charlie Mendes. And he gives a nice little rev of the bike there as he makes his way into the Parc Fermé. Once the top 3 riders are down here, as we can now see Boccanegra arriving, Angelo Motola also, I'm sure, will be very, very happy indeed with that result. We will get an interview from the race winner. The riders will then move across to the Paddock Show. And of course, that is where our podiums happen. We'll celebrate down here as we have a look then at results. Mendes gets the win from Motola and Boccanegra. Binder, Germano, Gomez, Nakahira, Turner and Boccanucci. Santana, Kravaker, Berti, Chancellor, Astori, and the final World Cup point goes to Britain's Greg Marshall. A couple of riders on the floor there. We send our best wishes to Clark and Pires and wish them a speedy recovery for the next race of the championship. And you can see there just what it means. Jakob Schmerz, the gentleman there with the sunglasses and the beard, former front runner in the 250 World Championship, former pole man in World Superbike. And he's running 3 riders this year. Chris Clark, who unfortunately crashed in that race. Binder, who finished 4th, and Angelo Motola, who gets his first result on the podium in 2nd position. The presentations will be made by Michael Blash, who is now standing alongside me in my vantage point, and I'm sure he enjoyed that race as well. Michael Blash, the senior advisor for the Yamaha Motor Racing Europe. Seeing there, looks as though that was Charlie just getting a little bit excited. Let's hear from him now then, your race winner for race 2, Charlie Mendes.
It was a difficult race.
Charlie Mendes, first win in the R3 World Cup and a first win for the Dominican Republic. How was that?
It was a difficult race because I tried to break the group, but the group still like all the group. And in the last lap, I managed to get the win, and I get it. And I want also thank my team, my mechanic, and my family.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. The first World Cup win from a rider from the Dominican Republic, and this is how he did it. Motola was a little bit exposed there. There was always going to be a move. Motola tried to hang it out. There was no way through. Motola, though, aggressive, laid it over the front of Boccanegra. Binder almost runs into the back of the leading 3. But in the end, it was a perfectly timed manoeuvre to win by 22 one-thousandths of a second. And you can see them both looking at each other on that slow-mo as they come across the line. And then was the realization, the moment dawned, that Charlie Mendes is a World Cup winner. I tell you what, you could even wheelie an R3. That's impressive, isn't it? Fair play. Oh, and he showboats as well. That is brilliant. Absolutely superb. Nice little wheelie there from the winner. As you can see then, the riders now being moved through the back of the Parc Fermé. They get weighed, and then of course they make their way to the podium. As it says on the backdrop there, pure motorsport. Everything we do in the World Superbike paddock is designed for the fans. There's a look at these incredible Yamaha R3 machines. Actually got to ride one of these in the US a couple of years ago in Pittsburgh, and they are very, very nice machines to ride. I certainly wasn't riding them as fast as these youngsters, but it was a lot of fun. Right then, we wait for the riders for the second time of asking, and here we go then. In 3rd place, Eamon Boccanegra. He now comes up onto the podium. Big smiles from him, championship leader. 2nd place to Angelo Motola. First time for the very likeable Italian on the podium. And taking his first race win and the first for the Dominican Republic, Charlie Mendes makes his way onto the podium, and a very nice, appreciative crowd here, basking in the Balaton Park sunshine. As I said, Yamaha Motor Europe Road Racing Senior Advisor Michael Blash will now begin the presentations, and he'll present firstly to Eamon Bocanegra from Brazil in third place. Or there'll be a few words exchanged there between Michael and Eamon, and poses for a picture as well. Yeah, nice words. And we'll have the second presentation made for the first time in his career to Angelo Motola. And, Angelo, I'm sure, will be very, very happy indeed with this result, and rightly so. His first, I'm sure, of many. Congratulations. And taking the 25 points and the race winners trophy, the Dominican Republic, Charlie Mendes. What a sensational weekend for this young man. Pole position, a podium yesterday, and he gets his first ever victory in the Yamaha R3 Blue Crew World Cup. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to show our respect to the national anthem of the race winner, the national anthem of the Dominican Republic. Congratulations to the top three. And we'll, of course, now the top three will usually come together on the top step for the official photograph as the podium concludes here in Balaton Park. What a fantastic race. The riders then just picking up the helmets. Tell you what, this is one for the record books, isn't it, for those three riders? Absolutely brilliant racing. Eamon Bocanegra, your championship leader, Angelo Motola in second place, and Charlie Mendes taking the race win. Crowd down here very appreciative. Of course, from here we move on to Aragon. Let's have a look then at the results. Confirmed again, Mendes, Motola, Bocanegra. Gomez gets a double top six, Turner in 8th position, and Kakeru Okanuki in 9th place. We've already seen there, Rogero Berti gets his first points, as does Greg Marshall. Our final two finishers, Guimarães and Nathan Betancourt. Good job to all of the finishers. A few riders, of course, will look to bounce back at the next round in a couple of years. In terms of the championship, the first two races looks like this. My maths weren't too bad. It's a 4-point lead then for Charlie Mendes ahead of Eamon Bocanegra. Binder moves up into third place in the championship. Well, folks, I hope you've enjoyed our broadcast. That is it from me, Michael Hill, as we'll leave you with the other riders that have scored points. We'll see you in Motorland Aragon for round number 2. Well, the sun is shining once again at Balaton Park. My name is Michael Hill, and welcome to the opening round, race number 2 of the 2026 Yamaha R3 Blue Crew World Cup. You can see the temperature, track temperature already 28 degrees. It's almost 20 degrees local temperature here at this amazing facility that was built back in 2023. It was used for the first time for motorcycle racing last year, both for World Superbike and for MotoGP. It was also used for a couple of races in the 2025 R3 Blue Crew World Cup. That was a championship that was ultimately won by Alessandro De Persio, who finished second in last year's opening race before winning race number 2. Yesterday we had the opening round of the 2026 season, and the riders, all 23 of them, make
largest lake in Central Europe, Lake Balaton is a popular summer tourist destination thanks to its crystal clear waters and sandy beaches. It's also become the easternmost outpost for the Motul FIM Superbike World Championship since the construction of the Balaton Park circuit and the return of the Motul Hungarian round last year. Inaugurated in 2023, the Balaton Park circuit is the most modern venue we visit, but also the most technical. Its longest straight measures just 665 metres, and there are 17 corners across its 4-kilometre distance, making it demanding on brakes and front tyre. The main overtaking hotspot here is the longest braking zone, some 5.6 seconds into turn 1, where Iker Lekwona made his passes on Oliveira, Montella and Sura for second yesterday. On the opening lap in particular, keep an eye on turn 2 as well. A mammoth 23 crashes across all classes there last season. And turn 5, the heaviest braking zone on the track. Riders shedding 200 kph in just 200 metres. Turns 9 and 10 among a series of chicanes that give the circuit its tight and twisty characteristics. An average speed of just 149 kilometres per hour for Nicolo Bulliger's fastest lap yesterday. With the SCX tyre in play for the first time, a new record by a 0.4 of a second margin, and the qualifying tyre will be available in the Super Bowl race to immediately beat it. Saturday's results here at the Balaton Park circuit were very much conditioned by Superpole, with a whole host of cancelled laps for track limits and yellow flags, and the two riders expected to challenge Nicolo Bulliger, qualifying out of position. Sam Lowes lining up P6 yesterday, and Iker Lekwona in P8. Both provided much of the action, Lekwona gaining 6 places to extend his run of consecutive runner-up finishes, while Lowes climbed from 18th to 9th after serving a double long lap penalty for a jump start. And there were riders further back making progress too. Alvaro Bautista and Alex Lowes both making 4 places. Xavi Vierque recovering 6 spots after his worst Superpole of the season. Now the Tissot Superpole race offers them a chance to improve their grid position for race 2 and hopefully give us a fitting climax to the weekend. Alex Raby and Steve English here at the Motul Hungarian round. And Steve, as much as it was entertaining to see those riders coming through, it's hard to shake the feeling that we could have had a better podium battle with a slightly different grid, and Sunday here at the Balaton Park circuit offers us that chance.
Certainly does, and the key thing in the Super Bowl race is the top 9 positions. That sets your grid positions for race 2. Race 2 is the real chance for someone like Iker Lekwona to put pressure on Nicolo Bulliger. To do it in this 10-lap Super Bowl race, he needs to make a great start. He needs to be up in the top 2 positions and challenging his teammate from lap 1.
Yes, and likely needs the likes of Lorenzo Baldassari, Yauri Montella to leapfrog Bulliger into turn 1, just to put some bikes in front of Bulliger and constrict his pace while Lekwona and, to a lesser extent, Sam Lowes get through as well.
Yeah, I think that when you look at Lekwona from that third row, the second row of the grid, he should be okay in this race. Sam from the third row could be a little gun shy after the jump start yesterday, so it'll be interesting to see how he plays into this race. But they've got the pace to be right there at the top 3. They've been the fastest riders across the weekend, even in yesterday's race coming through the field. Their pace was good, so it's going to be key to see what happens.
2 changes to the grid for this Superpole race. Iker Lekwona, with his 3-place penalty now served, is back up to 5th, and that demotes Andrea Locatelli. Sam Lowes down to the 3rd row of the grid in P7, and Alberto Sura to 8th. Further back, Remy Gardner is restored to P14. But otherwise, as you were, the 4th consecutive all Ducati front row of the season. Nicolo Bulliger topping Superpole by a mammoth 0.6 of a second margin. 14 consecutive victories, and he's won all but the first in that streak from pole.
Yeah, really, it's been so impressive, and for Bulliger, it's been a year of almost full domination. But he's riding so well. This is a track that shouldn't suit his style, but he makes it work, and he shows just how good of a rider he is, and that's ultimately why Ducati know that he's their #1 guy, and that's why on Tuesday he'll be testing the MotoGP bike. They've got a lot of faith in him, and he's been able to deliver every step of the way so far this season. But this is a real test for him today in Hungary, because the one thing for him is he knows that Lekwona has the pace and the confidence here to go with him, but this will be where Bulliger gets really badly tested, and obviously we'll see him go bar to bar with Top Rack in recent years, so we know that he's able to pick off those race victories when it comes down to the last lap battle. Now's a chance for Lekwona to prove his worth.
Yeah, and frankly, Bulliger's been able to do it with comfort in race 1 because of those Super Bowl performances from Ike Lekwona and Sam Lowe's. It was a bit of a messy session all round, and Bulliger able to take the pole position and had fights between himself and his nearest rivals. Led from lights to flag yesterday. And although his advantage was gradually reduced, it was 4.5 seconds, ultimately 2.5 seconds at the flag. He was clearly managing his pace. He set the fastest lap by 1.5 tenths of a second. Nicolo Bulliger, 30 race victories from his 82 starts, 14 in succession, is now 74 points clear in the championship standings.
Yeah, and for Bulliger, it's all about maintaining that run of form. Obviously, broke the record for consecutive wins in WorldSBK. Now he wants that record for most wins in a row to start the season. And Nico is riding so well. When you look at him here at Balaton, this is a track where he's not able to use his normal style of flowing from corner to corner. Here it's much more stop-start. He's still able to make that bike work. It shows how adaptable the Ducati is, but it also shows just how good of a rider that Nicola Bulliger is.
Yes, he was saying yesterday that he has to think a lot more around this place than he does at the other venues to make sure that he's adapting his style to the Balaton Park circuit, obviously aided by the fact that he didn't have too much pressure from behind. By Sunday afternoon here, it could be a different story.
Yeah, really could. And look, in WorldSBK, we've been able to see time and again how quickly things can turn. Bulliger is the rider to beat, but look at those records for most consecutive wins. Both times top ranked up to 13, we thought it was inevitable that he would continue winning, and it was almost impossible to see how something would stop him winning. But something always stops a rider winning eventually, and for Bulliger, he's just trying to delay that inevitable for as long as he can.
Yes, Bautista in 2019, it was crashes for top-ranked Razgat Fioglu, it was his injury in Magny-Cours, and then Nicolo Bulliger himself. And we wait to find out who it will be that ends Nicolo Bulliger's winning run. In the meanwhile, we'll take you through the grid in full. Alongside Nicolo Bulliger, it's Lorenzo Baldassari. Saturday of 2 halves for him, put in his best Super Pole to date, but had already dropped to 9th by the end of the opening lap and then crashed out at high speed on lap 2 around turn 8. Lucky to escape with only bruising to his right elbow and knee. Only 1 scoring ride in 3 Super Pole races, picking up his first points of the weekend, his target here. Yari Montella has put together 4 scoring rides for the first time in WorldSBK, and that's crucial because he had 15 crashes in 2025. He's wasted over 50 points this season with 3 crashes in Phillip Island and Portimao. He was the top independent rider yesterday, 4th place after losing out in a battle with Oliveira, while the pair passed Alberto Sora.
Yeah, 5 top 6 finishes this year for Yari, so when he's on, but unfortunately for him, there has still been the crashes. That's what he needs to iron out.
Miguel Oliveira, starting P4, has had only 1 scoring ride in 3 Super Pole races. That was a rostrum finish at the Portuguese round. 4 podiums now in 4 rounds, all of them behind a factory Ducati 1-2. 10 seconds the margin to top spot yesterday, so he's unlikely to move forward here. The target to add to that podium tally. That is going to be a tough task though, with the likes of Montella and Sam Lowe's, his main opposition. Ike Lekwona starts from P5. Didn't agree with that 3-place penalty for slow riding in Super Pole, but he made light of it in race 1. Number 7 taking just 7 laps to emerge in second, where he's now finished in the last 7 races in a row. 3 places higher on the grid this morning. Minimum target to gain another 3 places ahead of race 2. Andrea Locatelli completes the 2nd row of the grid. Had an entertaining start to race 1, defending his position, banging bars into turn 1. Strong enough in braking zones to keep the pack behind him, but ultimately lost out to Lowe's and Bautista and faded with rear grip issues later on. 5 consecutive top 10 finishes now to his name after a stuttering start to 2020.
Yeah, important for Lockett to find that form again, because we know how quick he can be and the contender that he can be.
Sam Lowe's Saturday at the Hungarian round promised much more than it delivered for him after such a successful weekend in Assen. The only rider to challenge the factory Ducatis with 2 laps led there. Super Pole didn't go to plan, his worst qualifying effort actually since Most last year, and a double long lap penalty left him battling through from 18th to 9th. He defends 3rd in the standings, his advantage reduced from 13 points to 4 over Miguel Oliveira. Alberto Sura put in the best result of his 10 Superbike starts so far with an 8th place finish in race 1. Ran in the podium places until lap 8 when he began to fade. Hasn't yet scored in the Super Pole race format. In fact, before yesterday's effort, he'd only scored 2 points in the last 6 races, but took his opportunity with both hands. Impressive display from Sura.
Yeah, it was. He made a great start, and that's what you have to do, because in WorldSBK now, it's all about track position. If you can make the start and be at the front of the field, how you fall down the field is always a little bit higher than how you could rise up through the field. So Sura was able to show a good start yesterday. He could maintain that track position for a long time. Ultimately, he ended up coming away with an 8th place finish, but top 10 for him is the target, so his job done.
Alvaro Bautista completes the third row of the grid, made his 250th Superbike start yesterday. He's had podiums in more than half of them, but just one this season so far, a third place in race 2 of the Australian round. Bautista's hopes for today rest on moving up the order here, but he was only 7th after 10 laps yesterday. Didn't set his personal best until lap 18, so his expectations probably modest this morning.
Yeah, I think that'll be a fair assessment for him as well, but we'll see what Alvaro is able to do in the Super Bowl race, all about being where you're able to come away with that top 5 finish for him.
Alex Lowe's top 5 finisher in the last 3 Super Pole races, and that's the target for him here. Was the only rider who made it into the top 9 from outside of the front 3 rows of the grid yesterday. Was 7th by the end of lap 1 in race 1. He was 5th by lap 11, only to lose out late on to Alvaro Bautista following a race-long scrap between the pair. And over 10 laps, Lowe's will fancy his chances of mixing it with those independent Ducatis. Taz Mackenzie here, P11, spent 14 laps on the exhaust of Xavi Vierque yesterday, and ultimately that proved his undoing. The pack behind had caught the pair with 3 laps to go, and Mackenzie dropped from 10th to 12th. Made his debut with MGM here a year ago. Scored 36 points from 15 races on the Ducati, and he's now scored 36 points from just the first 10 races this season. There's no doubt that the Ducati is the bike to be on. We've got an all-Ducati third row, we've got an all-Ducati front row. Nicolo Bullica leads Baldassari and Montella away in the Tissot Superpole race at this Hungarian rounds. First 10 races completed. Nicolo Bullica has led every lap in 7 of them, headed for just 10 laps in total so far. Yesterday he broke new ground with his 14th consecutive victory. Today he chases the best ever start to a season and a chance to enter the top 10 all-time winners list in WorldSBK. Ducati have their first win at the Balaton Park circuit, and they did it yesterday with 4 of the top 5 finishers, 6 of the top 10. The only challenge to Bullica will come from within his own stable and likely from within his own team. In race 1, Iker Lecuona posted 10 laps faster than Bullica as he tried to make back lost ground. And now 3 places higher on the grid here, can Lecuona become only the second different winner of 2026? Tissot Superpole race at the Motul Hungarian round with Alex Raby and Steve English. And Steve, whether this morning is just a race to set ourselves up for a climax this afternoon, or whether we get a real fight for first here, might well depend on the first few hundred metres. Lecuona needs to make progress fast, and possibly for Bullica to falter in order to gain track position.
Iker needs to be up inside the top 5, inside the top 3 positions on the run through turn 1, and he can be right up on Bullica's tail on the run up towards turn 5 then. And if he can do that, he can beat Bullica. If he has to bridge a gap, it becomes very difficult for him. But just seeing on the riders there, looks like everyone out there on the X rear tyre, no one taking that gamble on the Q tyre, so everyone's out there on the same combinations front and rear. That plays a little bit more to Bullica's strengths rather than some of the other riders maybe trying to spring a bit of a surprise. But ultimately, tyre life here with the Q tyre is too much of a stress for that 10-lap race.
Are we a little bit surprised about that though, because there's someone further back who might have thought they had a chance at least to get track position in those early laps, because the Q tyre is worth a significant chunk of time, and we did see riders earlier on in the weekend give it a go, so theoretically we know it should be possible.
I would have thought for some riders further down the order it's worth it, because if you're Xavi Vierque, let's say on the Yamaha, you're starting on the 6th row of the grid, what's the chances that you're able to come through and finish inside the top 9, all things being equal in that position? It's very unlikely in these conditions in this track, but ultimately you still need a tyre at the end of the race to be able to battle, so I can understand why no one's gone for that risk, but maybe there was a bit of a reward to get track position in the early stages, but it was just too big of a risk.
Yes, and maybe someone who's lighter on their tyre life as well, you know, an Alvaro Bautista or someone like that who could potentially have thought about giving it a go. But here we are. It means we've got equal conditions across the board as we make our way to the line for the Tissot Superpole race. Championship standings with Nicolo Bullica leading Iker Lecuona by 74. Sam Lowe's 122 back. His fight is for bronze. He leads Miguel Oliveira by 4 points. That advantage was 13 points before Sam Lowe's jumped the start yesterday. Pro Bautista moving up into 6th ahead of Axel Bassani in race 1 yesterday afternoon. That's the point situation. Nicolo Bullica brings with him a 14-race winning run into the 2nd day of racing here at the Balaton Park circuits. Green flag at the back of the grids. Tissot Superpole race at the 2026 Motul Hungarian round goes lights out. And it's a decent start there from Jari Montella from P3 to pull alongside Lorenzo Baldassari in the run to the first. And big moment though for Montella, and he's going to have to go straight on at turn 1. Meanwhile, Oliveira's moved across the path of Bulliger, and that sent him backwards. Baldassari will lead. Good start from Locatelli. Bulliger trying to push his way back through. Ika Lecuona making a great start as well. And Lecuona now up into second position. So that's exactly what the neutrals would have hoped for. Nicolo Bulliger finds himself in what Nico's 7th position on this opening lap. We ride on board. He's looking back to Alvaro Bautista. Bautista trying to make his move now for that 7th place. And Bulliger's off the racing line, and Bulliger's off the circuit altogether. Oh, and we've got a collision pack as well, involving Oliveira, involving Andrea Locatelli. The rest of the field moving off the circuit in avoidance. Drama on the opening lap here in the Tissot Super Bowl race.
Let's see how quickly they can get that cleared up as well, because that
Red
could be a
flag.
saving grace for Nicolo Bulliger.
Wow, Nicolo Bulliger's the gods favouring him there in the Tissot Super Bowl race as we bring a stoppage. And just as Ika Lecuona had moved up into second place and Bulliger was down in 7th, it had all gone wrong for him in the first couple of kilometres here this morning. But a saving grace for Nicolo Bulliger. He will get a second start here.
And then for Sam, just he's had contact with the riders through there, but for all the riders, such a messy opening couple of corners, and then once Bulliger gets dropped down the field, everyone knows they've got a chance of a win, a chance of a really good result. So then you ride a little bit more aggressively at times as well, or you try and force something, and you can end up with more incidents. But the first half of this lap, we have seen plenty of races here that it's easy to have an incident with each other, but we'd see Oliveira's bike has been removed, and Bennett's just offering some assistance there to, it will be Miguel, because we saw Locatelli was the other rider involved, and he's already ridden out from that accident.
Yes, unfortunately for Miguel Oliveira. Well, what a dramatic start. We'll have to pick that one apart again, but it was 6 full corners of chaos, and maybe if there's going to be an incident, you'd expect it to be in the Super Bowl race. Everyone wants track position, particularly around this Balaton Park circuit, where it's a little bit more tricky to make overtaking manoeuvres. There is Andrea Locatelli making his way back, so he's certainly going to take his part in the restart. The doubt at the moment is over Miguel Oliveira. But Steve, early stages, Jari Montella getting out of shape. That's what triggered all of the action, because it sent Nicolo Bulliger backwards. Bulliger then trying to recover, running wide and off the circuit, losing another hatful of positions before the contact and the crash for Oliveira and Locatelli.
Yeah, and I think there's another rider involved in it as well that might have hit Locatelli from behind, and then he hit into Oliveira. Have to wait and see a replay of that, but I think Miguel was taken by surprise on it, and that's probably why he's knocked down pretty hard, so hopefully Miguel's okay after that one.
It's bad news for particularly Ika Lecuona, but also Lorenzo Baldassari, who was leading at the time of the stoppage. I can tell you that the restart will take place over 8 laps. We're waiting for confirmation of a start time, but no surprises there. Obviously, there's going to be a slight delay before we get back up and running, and we were partway through lap 1 at the time of that stoppage anyway. So we will be down to 8 laps when we do get back underway.
Yeah, and just the way that the track is laid out, you can see for Jari Montella, and this is something that Montella does off the start anyway. He's always a little bit looser than some of the other riders, always just tries to make up a lot of places on the brakes into turn 1. He ran in hot into turn 1 and then sets off that chain reaction in the opening sector. When Nicolo Bulliger gets pushed out so wide, then everyone else has their opportunities. I think down into 5, I think when we see the replay, we'll probably see that Oliveira, Locatelli go in hot, and then I think it looked like Alex Lowe behind them, he would have been able to come through, and then I think that's where he would have had the contact with Sam Lowe's. And then obviously for Locatelli, he goes down, Oliveira goes down as well.
Really unfortunate from a neutral's perspective, isn't it? Because we had what we wanted really, which was Nicolo Bulliger under pressure, and it was going to be a tough test for him to try and make up those positions. Instead, we get a stoppage and a second chance for Bulliger to again line up from pole.
Yeah, Bulliger, in all likelihood, wasn't going to win that race because he's ran off at turn 5 then as well, and he just has so many riders come through. Lecuona has made a good start, got himself up to the front. So it's definitely one of those. Instantly, once we saw the incident, you thought, like, this can be red flagged, and that's going to be the saving grace for Bulliger. He'll get another opportunity to try and go again into turn 1 and do a better job in that opening lap.
Yes, Bulliger certainly with an angel on his shoulder this morning. The clean-up operation is well and truly underway, just clearing the gravel, and then we'll be back up and running.
The riders, but they've saved a couple of laps there, and it might be the option for it. And you can see there for BMW and for Miguel Oliveira, a few worried faces down there. I think Oliveira hit himself pretty hard on the way down, and good to be able to see that he's on the stretcher, he's into the ambulance straight away. He'll go to the medical centre for a check, and hopefully for Miguel he's okay, because we saw yesterday just how good he is around here and what he can do for BMW. Ultimately, it's going to be on the 4th row of the grid at best if he races this afternoon, and that's going to be a big challenge for him.
Latest information is that pit lane will open in 6 minutes, so it will be the quick start procedure as usual in these circumstances. So 1 minute for the riders to get out on track, and then we'll be going racing over an 8-lap distance. Obviously, the big winner of that stoppage is Nicolo Bulliger, and Ika Lekwona now will feel that he's got to do the hard work all over again. But honestly, everyone knows what the tactic is now: try and rough up Nicolo Bulliger, because yes, Bulliger was unsettled at the first turn, loses positions, but the second mistake looked like it was of his own, and that would have been the stress of seeing everyone escape away.
Yeah, exactly, and it's easy for that to happen as well, and just to feel that bit of extra stress in the moment. So certainly for Bulliger, that gives him the reminder of what you have to do as well.
The incident, County is under investigation. No surprise about that. The stewards will want to look closely at exactly what happened. Meanwhile, we're counting down to a restart. This is Danilo Petrucci, teammate, of course, to Miguel Oliveira. It's Oliveira who certainly had the upper hand in Portugal. It was Petrucci who was the stronger of the two in Assen last time out, and Oliveira certainly the stronger in race 1 yesterday, but now it's Petrucci who'll be doing the scoring if he can get up into those top 9 spots in this Superpole race for BMW.
Yeah, the FAM stewards obviously have the chance to see a replay of that. On first glance, it just looked like one of those first lap racing incidents into a tight corner. One rider runs wide, and then everyone's trying to just scramble around for positions. Obviously, it's unfortunate for BMW, it's unfortunate for Miguel Oliveira, but that's the reality of racing around a track like this, is that everything can come back on itself through the likes of turn 5 with it being such a tight corner, and more often than not, 2, 3, 4 bikes into one doesn't go no matter where we are.
Yes, and that is the drama of the Tissot Super Bowl race. In the first season we had it, it was really wild, wasn't it? The riders generally have got used to what it entails by this point.
It's the jeopardy of the Super Bowl race as well, and you can see for BMW they've got their second bike out and ready, so obviously for them, if Oliveira is able to get back to the pit box, they want him in the race, so that's a good sign for Miguel.
Yeah, fingers crossed, because the one thing that we didn't want to see was a rider being stretchered away. So fingers crossed that it is indeed good news for Miguel Oliveira. It looks like being good news here for Andrea Locatelli. We've got 4 minutes to go, and Locatelli able to ride back to the pits.
So you can see there Oliveira's ran in a little bit hot. There's contact there for Locatelli with, might have been Alex, but you can see into this that basically Oliveira gets a run on the Ducati, carries speed, and then himself and Locatelli run out wide. The contact with Sam there, Sam's holding that tighter line, but Locatelli comes up on him a little bit, so that can ultimately be what happens in an incident like this. You can see how wide Locatelli is, and then he comes back across to try and get into a position to get into the left-hander. He hasn't done anything wrong per se, but you know, you're trying to take an avoiding action for Oliveira's bike, and then you come back in on top of another bike, and you have an incident like that. So they'll get his bike repaired pretty quickly. You can see that they were just changing the fairing for the wings and all that kind of stuff. Locatelli would have gone back into the back of the pits and got himself into a new set of leathers, because after that incident his airbag would have gone off, and he would have just been comfortable now for the race. So that's why he would have gotten himself out of the garage at one stage. But 3 minutes until the race starts, he should be fine for it. You'd imagine that the bike isn't that bad damage, but judging by what we could see in the Yamaha box.
No argument to make that Locatelli's turning back across the racing line, having missed the apex there, and the steward, is that what the stewards are looking at?
That would be what the stewards are looking at.
End racing incident though, surely.
I think so. Like ultimately, if well, Sam we saw knock off his left wrist, so he's taken a bit of a knock from that. So he probably won't be happy with that. The BDS team won't be happy with it. But that's the reality of that type of corner on lap 1, and everyone's gone in a little bit hot because Buda was making his mistake in the opening lap, and they know there's a chance to win the race. So that can be the inevitability of the opening lap as well.
And actually, although it was Montella that got out of shape and unsettled Bulliger into turn 1, it was Oliveira who swept across his path and ran him out wide. And then it was Oliveira again going in deep on Locatelli. So maybe a bit of a scrappy first lap from Oliveira, I would suggest.
Yeah, I think ultimately Montella goes in so deep into turn one as well and completely out of shape, so that's a factor into that corner. But it's also where that can happen into turn one here. We've seen it time and again. Last year was turn two was probably the key moment of the race, but for Jari Montella, we know that he's always going to try and push the riders into the first corner. He knows that he can't win the race, but he gets completely out of shape on the run in. Once the bike comes back on the ground, he's trying to then pull it back in towards the corner, so Oliveira tries to avoid him as well. So it's just one of those situations where everyone kind of, no one's at fault, because that's the reality of racing into turn one. But into turn one, the reason that there's that concertina is because Jari Montella's gone in deep, he's made a mistake, and he's had to try and recover from it.
Yeah, I guess my point is that because Montella's gone in that hot, Oliveira thinks, well, okay, this is my chance to actually lead this race.
The door was open for Oliveira, and he did exactly what he's supposed to do. This is the incident down in with Oliveira and Locatelli, and yeah, look how far across Locatelli comes and makes that contact. Sam is changing his line there to try and do that. You can see immediately he's bared the brunt of that and the shake of the head. I think if you're the Mark VDS team and if you're Lowe's, you're going to feel a little bit aggrieved about that. But that's also Superbike, isn't it? I think you see time and again.
The other thing I noticed from that onboard, Oliveira goes in deep, actually almost in avoidance of the back of Iker Leclerc.
Yeah, as I said, he got a run on the Ducati into there, and then you're almost having to, you're stopping a little bit more than he is, or or Leclerc, maybe he's just suddenly parked compared to what you're expecting, and yeah, that can happen. That's just, but for me, it's a race incident.
Well, it's a shame because
I definitely agree with that.
I was really looking forward to seeing how long it would take Bulliker to come through, and see the riders emerging now. They've got 1 minute to get out of pit lane onto track. Locatelli's bike is being wheeled out of his garage. So that's good news. We roar past our commentary position then towards turn one. What's everyone thinking now, and when do we get news about tyres as well? Because as you say, there's an option for riders to put on a fresh set of boots here and maybe try something different now that we're over only an 8 lap distance.
Yeah, it is an opportunity, but we'll wait and see if anyone has taken it. A lot of teams do save a set of tyres from their allocation just to see whether or not you want to go out with that softer tyre.
We'll wait and see. SCX tyre available for the first time this season. It was harder tyres throughout the weekend a year ago with the Q tyre available in the Superpole session. Riders making their way round to the grid here. This is Andrea Locatelli, so we did say that he looked like he was ready to go out. The bike looked like it was ready to go out, so no surprises, but it is good news after his spill there. It's a messy opening lap, firstly at turn 1, then again at turn 5. Obviously, eventually the stoppage by the exit there. Miguel Oliveira, his bike remains firmly rooted in the garage. Bad news for BMW, bad news for Oliveira, because there was a potential for a podium in this Superpole race, and certainly after Nicolo Bulliker's problems early on, Oliveira was thinking there's a chance for something more again.
And that's a real shame for Miguel, because obviously it also caps him in race 2. The team were doing what they need to do, which is get that second bike ready, so that if he was in the pit box, he'd be able to come straight out. But I think when you saw the replay crash as well, it was an impact for him, so taken to the medical centre and not back in time to be able to get himself back out into this race.
Yeah, and honestly, that's not a surprise when you've seen the pictures of him motionless on the stretcher. I think at that point I'd immediately assumed there was no chance he was coming back out of the Superpole race. Let's wait and see what the news is from the medical centre before we go racing with race 2 this afternoon.
You can see for the riders now to make their way onto the grid. They'll be met by one mechanic, and then we'll do another warm-up lap, and then we'll be underway for an 8-lap race in the Superbike class.
Does mean we've got a vacant slot in P4, and not only does that benefit, say, Iker Leclerc, who's got one less bike to pass to get to Nicolo Bulliker, it also means that there's another spot available on the 3rd row of the grid. So for the likes of, Mackenzie, Gerloff, Petrucci, those kinds of riders, and Xavi Vierge in particular, coming back from row 6, we saw he was able to take 10th place yesterday. There's a point available and a place on row 3 for race 2 this afternoon.
Yeah, and that is critical as well for a lot of those riders. Keep an eye out for Sura, though, because in the warm-up lap, he was making sure he was doing a practice start, basically, and really gunned it down in towards turn 1. He made a quick start yesterday, and in the initial stage of this race, looked like he was up in those, decent like top 7 positions as well on the run into turn 1, so he'll view it as another opportunity.
And to be fair to Sura, he's had good results in every session this weekend. So, okay, second place that he was running yesterday, he was completely out of position, but in the top 10 he has been throughout the weekend.
Just seeing as well from Pirelli that all riders out there on the same tyres that they were using for the initial stage in the race.
So that when you say that, you mean everyone's on an X-toe, you mean everyone's on the one lap hold?
They're on the same compound anyway,
Okay.
so we'll wait and see if anyone opted for a fresh tyre, but
Is it worth it?
I don't think it's worth it for the X.
Half a dozen corners.
Yeah. Like you have put the heat cycle through it as well, but I think that just on the basis of the tyre life we've seen from the X this weekend, you don't need to worry about that. Lap 17, lap 16, low and lows were setting their fastest laps of the race yesterday.
And Bautista as well, of course, in the lap 18 kind of phase. So, yeah, okay, the tyre's strong enough. Everyone's equal in terms of that. Let's see what Bulliger now does. Pole position alongside him, Lorenzo Baldassari and Jari Montella on that front row of the grid. Miguel Oliveira, fortunately, vacates P4. He has been ruled out of this Superpole race following a collision with himself, Sam Lowes, and Andrea Locatelli. Locatelli and Oliveira both going down. Locatelli is back out on track for the restart, so he'll join Iker Lecuona on row 2. The rest of the grid positions as they were originally, of course, with Sam Lowes, Alberto Sura, and Alvaro Bautista last of the top 9. Alex Lowes was the only rider to make it from outside of the top 9 onto the into the top 9 yesterday, but we have a chance for someone else to join him now, of course, with that vacant slot in P4. Reminder of the championship standings, as always, Niccolo Bulliger leads by 74 points over Iker Lecuona. Sam Lowes is third in the standings, and there's a chance for Alex Lowes to move back in front of Miguel Oliveira, who will not score in this Super Bowl race, and Alex Lowes just 6 points behind him overall. Alvaro Bautista, another 9 points back in 6th position in the standings. There's your vacant slot then in P4. Go again, one rider down, a 21 rider restart to this Tissot Superpole race, now over 8 laps. Shortened Tissot Superpole race here at the 2026 Motul Hungarian round. Second time of asking. Lecuona's made a poor start from the middle row of the grid. He's going to come under pressure from Sam Lowes in the run down towards turn number 1. Bulliger's away cleanly this time. Montella leapfrogs Baldassari and up into second position. Lecuona tries to go all the way around the outside of Andrea Locatelli. Gives him the inside. There's contact for second and third. Baldassari forcing his way through on Montella, but it costs Baldassari a position, and Lecuona is already released up into second place. So it's Bulliger leading, but Lecuona with no bites between himself and the World Championship leader. Baldassari still in podium contention. He's in third. Fourth for Andrea Locatelli, and Bautista, crucially, with a good start, he is up into 5th place, fending off Alberto Sura as they make their way through turn 5, where, of course, we had drama in the initial running. They've made it through cleanly this time around. Sam Lowes then ultimately dropping to 8th, with Garrett Gerloff rounding out the top 9 positions, all important for a grid position for the race 2 this afternoon. But good start for Iker Lecuona as per plan, as far as he is concerned, as Jari Montella puts manners on Alberto Sura and is through for 6th place.
Yeah, really important for Iker to get the jump off the line and put himself right there with his teammate Niccolo Bulliger. This is the chance for him to be able to pick up a race victory. You can see there for Lowes with a big moment through turn 11, and it would be interesting to see just how he is after that contact as well with Locatelli earlier on, but he needs to dig in now and give himself the chance to come through.
Yeah, defended successfully against Gerloff, and that created the opportunity to come through for Alex Lowes. So up into 9th position for him. We have been told that there is a double long lap penalty issued to the number 55 Andrea Locatelli for irresponsible riding on the opening lap. A long lap penalty seems tough. A double long lap penalty is very tough there on Locatelli.
Well, ultimately, you can understand it as well for the incident that we saw, but for Locatelli, that gives him no chance in this race now.
Sura through on the inside of Montella. Does he get it stopped into turn 1? As we watch the 2 race leaders spread out by half a second, 8/10 behind them.
Alvaro through on Montella, it looks like there as well, but Sura's able to just about stay behind Montella, so able to make that move there at number 5.
Yeah, Bautista was already ahead of Montella. He was attacking Locatelli but didn't get it stopped, and Montella was under pressure from Sura, but you'd assume Sura ran wide, so no change there. It's Locatelli still in 4th, but it will be Bautista who inherits the spot as Bianchi goes in hot around the outside of Taz McKenzie. We'll have the inside now for the left-hander, and that's the battle for 11th place. They're outside of the points at the moment. There's your two race leaders, half a second between them. 9/10 back to Baldassari. There is a place on the podium here up for grabs for the likes of Bautista, for Montella, and possibly for Sam Lowes if he's fit enough as well. But they've got to get through on Locatelli quickly here, or hope that Locatelli peels off quickly to serve that penalty. Hasn't done so on this lap number 2.
At the front of the field, Boudica just pulling out an extra tenth of a second so far in this lap. We'll see if Blackburn is able to stick with them, but the gap now half a second between the race leaders.
Yeah, at the moment, you've got to say the race looks like it's going to be for 3rd position, but already there's a second between Baldassari in 3rd and Bautista in 5th place.
Problem there for Sam Lowes. Looks like he's lost a lot of momentum there. Alex comes through, and that's looks like Sam's race is done.
Yeah, Sam Lowes pulling off the racing line to the side of the circuit as he gradually tumbles backwards. He has moved back onto the racing line now, but doesn't look comfortable at all in this Superpole race, and it might well be the contact from the initial collision, as we see Alvaro Bautista still trying to hunt down Andrea Locatelli for that 4th position as they make their way in to lap number 3. Then it is Jari Montella still ahead of Alberto Sorra as Alex Lowes fights with Garrett Gerloff. Gerloff riding a stormer here, and I said one rider was going to benefit from Miguel Oliveira's absence. At the moment it's Gerloff. He's up fighting with Alex Lowes for 8th place.
Yeah, good start to the race from Garrett. Started on the 4th row grid, so he's been there or thereabouts this weekend. Much better than what we saw from him in Assen. And now he's carrying Alex Lowes for that 8th position.
Tough scoreless weekend at the Dutch round for Garrett Gerloff, as you say. Here he fights Alex Lowes. He has got through a couple of times. Lowes is a little bit deep there, and Gerloff again has the run, but it's tough through this twisty portion of the circuit before they get to turn 9 and then turn 11, where it opens up ever so slightly. So this is Alex Lowes, P8 for him. Modest expectations this weekend for Promoter, who said they didn't really enjoy this circuit a year ago. They haven't been particularly strong in 2026 here either. Andrea Locatelli serves the first half of his double long lap penalty, and he's going to rejoin right into the path of Garrett Gerloff, and it is of course the rider's responsibility to rejoin the racetrack safely, and I think the stewards might want to have a look at that one as well. But he is back in 9th position, having soared in front of Garrett Gerloff there, and still inside the point, but with another few seconds to lose when he serves the second part of that long lap penalty.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that the riders in that group are going to be annoyed about, because they know Locatelli's got a second long lap to take. Well, obviously for Andrea, he's trying to have his own race and give himself the best chance of scoring as many points as possible, but hard not to be a little bit aggrieved with Garrett Gerloff when you see a rider coming back like that.
Yeah, particularly as you're fighting the rider in front of you, and then suddenly a bike appears in your path, and Alex Lowes can breathe a sigh of relief about that one as Vierke again gets bullied out of the way, and this time it's Stefano Manzi coming through for 11th position, the most we've really seen of Manzi, to be perfectly honest, this season. It's been a tough rookie campaign for him in WorldSBK, double winner here of course in the Supersport class a year ago. Let's take stock of the positions as they stand. It's Niccolo Bulliga 1.5 seconds clear, 38.2 last time around, so half a second quicker than he was able to go yesterday for a new lap record as Vierke responds against Manzi. This is all outside of the points for 11th place. The closest fight on track at the moment inside the points is Alvaro Bautista versus Jari Montella. 0.3 of a second between them. Montella a tenth faster last time around on lap 3, and that's the race for 4th, and neither gaining ground on Lorenzo Baldassari, who's still in the low 139 to 139 flat last time around, and Baldassari looking for his second podium of the season. Andrea Locatelli serves the second part now of his double long lap penalty for that incident in the first staging of this race. Drops him outside of the points. It moves Taz McKenzie up into 9th, and he would be delighted with that. He missed out on the top 10 after losing a couple of places in the final 3 laps yesterday.
Yeah, we can see it for Locatelli, which trying to turn Remy Gardner, and Remy's not going to give an inch there in that battle, but in front of them, Xavi Vierge and the rest of the riders in this group, they fought with each other, they cost each other time. The goal is to make sure you're in the top 9 positions. They were scrapping and cost each other time, and they dropped to second place again.
Gardner coming through on Locatelli, opens the door for Tommy Bridewell to come through as well as we watch Sam Lowes here.
See Sam now down in P20. Reason for that is when Locatelli was taking his long lap penalty, Sam had sat up through the chicane as well, so just having bike problems after that contact, you'd imagine.
And we see his run off there. Is there much value now in him continuing for the remaining few laps, way outside of the points and running around at the back of the field playing with the Hondas? Superpole race certainly hasn't gone to plan as far as he is concerned. 1.5 seconds then between your top two, 2 seconds to get back to Baldassarri. This is your fight. Bautista, Montella and Surra covered by less than a second. Bautista finally finding some pace last time around. A 1:39.1, a new personal best. Half a second ahead of Jari Montella and Alberto Surra. Another half a second back in P6. So Bautista now seems to be able to break away from Jari Montella, who's trying to answer back. New personal best second sector from Montella to cut the gap to 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, breaking away a little bit from his teammate, but too much ground to make up on Baldassarri, so it's just going to be that fourth place spot for Alvaro, but he'll take that going into the longer race this afternoon.
Yeah, too much ground to make up on Baldassarri, and he's not faster than him yet. We haven't got to that crossover phase where Bautista tends to be faster than the riders in front of him. It's much deeper, so I think actually for Bautista, fourth place is probably better than he was expecting, given that he came back from P9, but he made progress quickly on that opening.
Yeah, well, on the grid we said if he can be top 5, he's done a great job, and that is the job for him in this race and living up to the expectations.
So Bulliger leads Lecuona. Lecuona with a new personal best last time around, a 1:38.5, gets 1.2 now. Baldassarri 2.5 seconds back. Bautista, as you said, more than 2 seconds behind, so he won't be closing in any further than there. His task is to hold back Montella and Surra. Riding a stormer in P6 once again, Alberto Surra.
Yeah, good stuff from Surra there, and you can see it looks like Petrucci running wide. That's going to open up the door for Bassani to try and attack him, but they're in nowhere right now. They're well outside the points and outside those top 9 grid positions for race 2.
Yes, the closest fight in the top 10 is that one between Bautista, Montella and Surra. And Surra's not going away, is he? 0.3 of a second from Montella. Was kind of this phase of the race yesterday where he started to drop off. He has said in previous rounds one of the toughest things about WorldSBK has been managing the rear tyre life with the extra power, and that was the case for him in race 1, faded back to 8th position, but over an 8-lap distance, actually that probably works out ideally for Surra, who's still hassling Montella ahead of him.
Yeah, he's got the speed, but WorldSBK is about a little bit more than just having raw speed, and he's learning every time he's in this big group, and ultimately, as a rookie, particularly for a team like Motocorsa, that's what the goal has to be, so doing a decent job here this weekend, Surra.
We watch Lorenzo Baldassarri up in 3rd position. That's where he started this season, of course, in race 1 of the Australian round. Got a top 6 finish in each of the weekends so far this season. A 6th place in race 2 in Portimao, a 6th place in race 2 of the Dutch round a fortnight ago as well for Lorenzo Baldassarri, who sits in 3rd place. Clear of this fight, every rider strapped for 4th position, but this race really settling down. Other than up at the front, where Lecuona's refusing to give in another 0.2 of a second gain, but he is still a second behind Bulliger, who can ride with caution now and bring this one home.
Yeah, it's half a second in the last 2 laps that he's pulled back, but a little bit too late, you'd imagine. But that sets up nicely for race 2 this afternoon.
Yes, and you wonder how much pace Bulliger always has in hand, because we saw that yesterday, didn't we? You know, we had a doubt. Lecuona was able to run 10 laps faster than Bulliger, but when Bulliger needed it, he was 1.5 of a second faster than Lecuona. So you always wonder how much extra Bulliger's got in hand, and I guess we'll find out in race 2 this afternoon.
Well, in race 2, we'll certainly see it where Lecuona's going to push him all the way as we see the Yamaha scrap for Tommy Bridewell, but for Javi Vieira, 2.5 behind Taz McKenzie, and out of the points, you've got to try and win this battle just in case something happens in front of you. But more riders that know ultimately they're just trying to hope for a bit of luck right now.
Yeah, next action could be the 7th actually, because Gareth Gerloff with a new personal best on lap 6, a 1:39.2. That was more than 0.3 of a second faster than both Surra and Alex Lowe's ahead of him. That gap hasn't come down much further on this lap so far. Another 10th in favour of Gerloff in the opening sector. We'll see what it's like by the end of the lap as Lecuona continues to gain ground. He's gained another 3/10 on this lap so far.
In this sector, and that's where he's been really strong, made up a lot of ground on Bulliger. Last time round in the final sector as well, he pulled back a 1/2 but with 1 lap and 1 corner to go, it's hard to see how he's going to be able to get close enough, but he's keeping his teammate honest here.
Looking close enough to be in the same shots as Nicolo Bulliger. That's not been the case for anyone for most of this season. Looks like being the smallest winning margin of this 2026 campaign so far.
And for Inkler, he's ridden really well so far this weekend, and if he can come away with 20 points yesterday and then second here today for another 9 points, he's ticked the box of what he needs to do. But in race 2 this afternoon, He's not an Aruba Ducati rider, he's just the number 7 out there trying to win a race. He'll take the fight to his teammate all the way through.
Yeah, if he makes a half-decent start, he's going to the inside into turn 1. There's no doubt about that. And the championship is the least of his worries at this stage.
But also, the initial stage of this race showed that Bulica still has that vulnerability at times. And if that race hadn't been red flagged, I don't see Bulica winning it. So that will certainly give Equilacone a little bit of heart.
Yes, no doubt about that. We see Nicolo Bulica making his way through the chicane at turns 9 and 10. There's more of them around the lap here at the Balaton Park circuit. Lecuona still pushing for all he's worth, but 0.8 of a second back still. There's no way for him to challenge Bulica for this race victory, but it's formation flying once again for the Aruba IT Ducati bikes. They're getting used to this. It's very much going to be a Ducati podium. It's a Ducati top 6 once again as these stuff.
Yeah, Alberto Sura in that 6th spot, big couple of margin over Alex Those on the last lap. So Ducati can show again how good the V4 is and how good of a package they put together for their independent team.
Nicolo Bulica then making his way through the final turn with a 0.7 of a second margin in hand. It will be the smallest winning margin of this season so far. Nicolo Bulica equals Alvaro Bautista's record-breaking start to the 2019 season. Bulica's 11th win in 11 races. Lecuona second, only 0.9 of a second back. It is the first time this season we've had less than a second between the top 2 at the checkered. And Lorenzo Baldassari with his second podium of this 2026 campaign. Strong ride from him throughout. Alvaro Bautista, best of the rest, another 4th place finish for Bautista. That's where he finished in all 3 races at the Dutch round last time out. He's back ahead of his teammate Gary Montella, those two finishing in 4th and 5th places in race 2 of the Dutch round, as well as here in race 1 yesterday. So Barney Ducati's picking up handy points again. Alberto Sura with his best result yet, that's P6 for him. Then Alex Lowe's and Garrett Gerloff will be delighted to have got points in the Tissot Super Pole race and put himself on the 3rd row of the grid later on. And Taz McKenzie makes amends for his misfortune in the final 3 laps yesterday when he was beaten up rather. This time he got clear of Xavi Vierque, beats him by 1.5 seconds, takes a point and a spot on the 3rd row of the grid.
Yeah, certainly for McKenzie an important moment to do that as well, making sure that you've got that opportunity for race 2. But he's been riding pretty well this year. We've seen it in each round really. He's been able to come away with something that will give him plenty of encouragement compared to where he was this time last year. He's now got the experience of the Ducati and he's doing a pretty decent job to be able to give himself a chance at those top 10 finishes. And then you just never know when it can click for him as well with that bike and that team where they're really able to extract a little bit more from it. But there will be some races where he's able to put himself into those battles a little bit further up the field as well. You look at what Alberto Sura has been able to do here this weekend on the course.
It's the big name of Alvaro Bautista, but the big name of Alvaro Bautista, but Yeah, I don't think there's too much doubt about the strength of the independent this season. Both top independent and a podium finisher here. Lorenzo Baldassari P3, Alvaro Bautista in fourth, and Youri Montella in fifth. So what does that do in terms of the championship? Well, the gap Bulliger to Lekwona opens up by another few points. It's now up to 77. Sam Lowe's scoreless, so actually he's unable to capitalise on Miguel Oliveira's absence from that race. We'll wait for news both on what the issues were for Sam Lowe's there and indeed whether Oliveira's going to be fit for race 2 this afternoon. Alex Lowe scores a 3-point tally, so the gap now is 7 points from Sam Lowe's in third to Alex Lowe's in fifth. And Alvaro Bautista closing on all 3 of them by scoring 6 points there. So only 13 covering 4 riders now in the battle for bronze. Behind Bautista, failing to score Axel Bassani, so Youri Montella closes 5 points down on him, and Lorenzo Baldassari with a podium is now only 2 points from Bassani in 7th place overall. So a super pole race. Obviously the points margins are smaller than they are in the feature-length races, but nonetheless our respective battles do close up slightly this morning.
Yeah, exactly, and it is that situation where everyone is into their scraps now that we're coming up towards the 1/3 distance of the season. You know who you're fighting up against. For Lekwona, he knows it's about trying to win some races. The championship, as it stands right now, you can see just the advantage that Bulliga has. But for Iker, it's about making sure you finish second in the championship, you win some races, and then you give yourself something to build on into next year. For Lowe's and Oliveira, and well, Alex getting himself back close to them again. Only 7 points separating those riders. They know they're up against Alvaro Bautista as well. So that's a good 4-rider scrap for third in the championship. And then further down, you've got the likes of Montella and Baldassari trying to just win their battle in the independent Ducatis as well, showing whether or not it's about having more consistency if you're Montella, or for Baldassari just making sure the draw was in the mix as well.
Quick word on a couple of riders further down the order. It's been a really unfortunate start to this weekend for Sam Lowe's, because the potential we knew was going to be there at Peloton Park. Had 2 podiums here last season. He came into the round with a nice 13-point cushion in the battle for bronze, but only the 9th place finish from 18th in race 1. And hitting problems there in the Super Pole race. And obviously we don't have news on what exactly went on for Sam there. But 2 lower results than what would have been anticipated, and that's really unfortunate for Lowe's, because otherwise it's been a consistent and strong scoring start for 2026.
Yeah, a bit of bad luck for him this weekend. Obviously the jump start yesterday, he held his hand up afterwards and said they've got to jump the start, and you get penalised for that. Did well to come through with a top 10 finish. This race, you'd have to imagine that there was some damage done to the bike after the contact with Locatelli, because he never looked comfortable from that moment onwards, so that's a shame for Lowe's.
Yeah, and you'd assume if it were a physical issue that he would have pulled up altogether and stopped, because there was nothing to gain running around at the back of the field. So we'd assume a mechanical issue, but we'll wait for further news there. Likewise, we're going to wait for further news on Miguel Oliveira. The first reports you're seeing along the bottom of your screen, which is that he will be declared unfit for race 2. So bad news for us from a neutral's perspective to lose one of our front runners, but particularly for Oliveira, concussion and a left shoulder injury is the verdict, and I'm not even going to try and mention the name of the hospital there. Good luck reading that one. The local hospital.
You can see there in that incident as well, obviously the more that you see it, and you can see that for Locatelli it's a fair comp, because look at how much he moves across here from this point to get back over on the inside of Oliveira. It's the layout of the track, Locatelli will say, and he's correct in that as well, but he's definitely the cause of the incident there, and you can see for Sam and the reaction as well, just whether or not it was the bike or it was that hit on his fingers and his hands that's caused an issue for him. But Locatelli, the double long lap penalty, drops him down the order for race 2 as well. Probably starting on that 4th row would be great, but just makes it difficult.
I don't love that penalty, I must admit, particularly in the context of, thinking back to Bulliger and Toprak clashing last season and what that was worth compared to just moving back to the racing line after running a little bit wide. Feels like a rough one there for Andrea Locatelli, but anyway, mine not to reason why. Locatelli comes home in 13th position. He will lose spots on the grid for race 2 this afternoon, but it has been a promising weekend for him nonetheless. Niccolo Bulliga, your race winner here, ahead of Iker Lecuona and Lorenzo Baldassari, and we'll hear from your podium trio in a couple of moments' time. Baldassari with his second rostrum finish of this 2026 campaign, and after his high-speed spill yesterday, great to see him make an immediate recovery. It's third position for Baldassari in the Superpole race this morning.
Lorenzo, that's an absolutely brilliant way to bounce back from yesterday's crash. You're back on the podium. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's big relief for me because yesterday I was close to be unfit for today. So I had a big moment on the gravel when I ride over 200 kilometers per hour. So it was a big moment, and today to be here is a big relief for me. I'm very happy. Thanks to the team that worked a lot yesterday. My bike was completely destroyed. So can't wait for more races, and let's enjoy this moment and focus for race 2.
Congrats.
Thank you everybody.
Yes, race 2, obviously a different scenario, because if you go another 10 laps with Bautista 3 seconds behind you, you know Bautista is going to be gaining ground at some point, and Montella's going to fancy pushing his way through on the opening lap. We saw that in the initial staging of that Superpole race. Baldassari, though, getting his elbows out in the early laps there too.
Yeah, you don't mind to see that as well. Then in towards turn 2 for Balda, just putting his bike down the inside and forcing Montella to have to stand up. They both actually ended up losing positions from that because Balda ran in red deep and that was how Bautista came through. But Balda able to find a way to finish this one on the podium. I'm pretty comfortable as well. 3 seconds clear of Bautista at the end of the race, and at the third fastest lap. He was third on the grid from the Superpole session, so podium very well deserved.
Second place goes to Iker Lecuona yet again, and that's been his position from race 1 in Portugal onwards. But that is the smallest losing margin for Lecuona in a WorldSBK race, just under 9/10 of a second.
Iker, it's another P2, but you're getting closer and closer.
Yeah, I'm happy because I have a okay start. Honestly, it's not the best one, but I can manage to be second in a corner 2. I need to say that Niccolo in the beginning have extra confidence on the bike with new tire, and he's faster than me. Then I go a bit faster than him when the tire drops a little bit. I think for the long run will be different, you know, because it's 21 laps, it's double of laps. But yeah, in any case, I'm happy. P2 for the race 2. That is also the objective that first row. And let's see what happens. I think we have the potential and the speed to fight for the victory with Niccolo. Maybe we can enjoy a bit more the race. So let's see what happens.
Congrats and good luck.
Thank you.
Lecuona then with second position. He's going to hope to enjoy the second race here this afternoon. Obviously a little bit of good fortune with Baldassari coming together and barging Montella out of the way, but Lecuona within 2 turns is up to second. Then we see his pace relative to Bulliga, and okay, Bulliga only started to slacken off once the gap was at about 1.5 seconds, but Lecuona did come back at him, and he will feel confident ahead of race 2 of at least taking the fight to Bulliga.
Yeah, I think he can feel confident for that, and Iker's riding really well, and he can be happy with that podium, and then gives him something to build on for race 2, because that's the opportunity to put the pressure on Bulliga.
But every victory this man claims extends his run of consecutive wins, a record breaker in WorldSBK. Niccolo Bulliga.
Niccolo, that's 15 in a row. Iker is getting closer to you. How are you ready for the battle later on in race 2?
Yeah, honestly, this race was a bit complicated because the first start was some rider pushing me out the first corner. Then we start again, and I started much better. Yeah, I did a great race. Iker was very strong. He was coming. yeah, we have to work for race 2 because he's very strong. So he's pushing me to give my best, and we will see. Honestly, in this track, I'm struggling a little bit more for my riding style in this track, but we have to work for be very fast also here.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
As I said at the time, he's going to feel a little bit as though he's had an angel on his shoulder there in that Super Pole race in the initial start. But as complicated as it was in the initial running, it was equally as easy in the restart for him.
Yeah, it was back to normal in the restarted race, and he's able to get the dump at the start and open up a bit of a gap. Leckwood comes back to him, but maybe for race 2 it becomes a little bit different. But we've had 2 indications in the last 2 rounds. The rain in Assen, it just started to spit and left him vulnerable. The instant before the red flag in this one. The winning run looks unbeatable, but there's a few circumstances thrown up against him as well that could have gone different ways. But for Buliga, when you're riding so well, you have that confidence, and you also end up with that little bit of luck on your side.
Well, the reason it's exciting is because all of those runs are finite. At some point, it has to end. At some point, as brilliant as it is to win 15 in a row, eventually Nicolo Buliga will be beaten. There's every chance that it's race 2 this afternoon, so do make sure you join us for full coverage of that one as we see our podium trio. As Nicolo Buliga shows us his balance there on one leg. Lorenzo Baldassari with 3rd position. Hard-earned 2nd podium of the campaign for him, and what a contrast in fortunes compared to his first season in WorldSBK with the GMT 94 team. 2nd place to Iker Lecuona, yet another, as far as he is concerned, that is his 10th podium in all, and of course 8 in a row for the European season since joining Ducati in 2026. But it's Nicolo Buliga with his win number 31. It's 15 in a row, and he'll be targeting more records in race 2 this afternoon. So Super Pole race at the Motul Hungarian round. Here's your result. Nicolo Buliga victorious for 12 points. Ducati top 6. Alberto Sura with a new personal best result behind the 2 Barney Ducatis. Lorenzo Baldassari gets up from the gravel from his crash at turn 8 yesterday and returns to the podium for the first time since race 1 in Phillip Island. 3rd row of the grid will be Alex Lowe's. Garrett Gerloff up in the points in the Super Pole race. That's some effort from him. And Taz McKenzie beating Xavi Vierge and capitalising on the absence of Miguel Oliveira. If he is fit, he will lose spots on the grid, as will Andrea Locatelli, who drops down out of the top 9 after his double long lap penalty. Championship standings then, Sam Lowe's and Miguel Oliveira failing to score, so Alex Lowe's closes 3 points and Alvaro Bautista 6 points, and we now have just 13 points between 3rd to 6th positions. Axel Bassani failing to score, so he also loses ground. Gary Montella gaining 5 and Baldassari gaining 7. Manufacturers Championship, Ducati 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Promoter on less than half of their score. They pick up a 7th place there. Garrett Gerloff, the scorer for Kawasaki, in 8th. This Super Pole award, Nicolo Buliga still unbeaten, but Iker Lecuona is getting closer. Lowe's unfortunately failing to score in that one, coming home down in P20, and we wait for the debrief from him for more news about what happened there. That's all for now then. WorldSBK returns for the final race of the day with coverage from 3 p.m. local time.
World Championship continues to bring the action in Hungary. Race 2 set for lights out. Balaton Park is one of the newer destinations on the calendar, mixing lakeside views with on-track drama. Maria Herrera came from the second row to take her third win of the campaign in race 1. She lines up on that second row once again today. Can she do it all over again and complete the doubles? Let's go racing in Hungary. Good afternoon and welcome to Balaton Park, where the WCR campaign of 2026 continues to ebb and flow. But it is the reigning champion continues to ebb and flow. But it is the reigning champion Maria Herrera who leads the chasing pack. Another stellar ride in the opening race of the weekend saw the number 6 extend her title back to 18 points over Beatriz Meila. The duo have had their fair share of battles in recent rounds. Race 1 was no different. Herrera held her nerve to withstand the challenge from behind, while it was Paula Ramos who completed the podium ahead of her twin teammate Roberta Ponziani yesterday. This time around, Ramos will start from pole ahead of Neela and Ponziani, with Herrera launching from the head of the second row. As you can see there, it is quite toasty here in Balaton Park on Sunday, and the action on track yesterday very much delivered the drama. Myself, Chris Jordan, here alongside Steve Higgins, talking you through this one. I mentioned the drama yesterday, Steve. We had a red flag before lights out for an enemy contact crash on the warm-up. Also get caught up in, I should say. Then a fine battle for victory and Podium came down to the last lap. More of the same?
Yeah, I think we can expect that here today in the second race of the weekend. Herrera from the second row with grid, she's going to be fine to be right in the thick of things. I think someone like Ramos is going to make a step forward compared to yesterday, but a lot of it's going to come down to the tyres and how you've been able to manage them through the course this weekend, because 11 laps shouldn't be a big factor for these riders, but the tyre life has been a bit of a problem and a concern in the WCO paddock, so they need to try and make sure they're able to manage that.
Yeah, Herrera's qualifying form in Super Bowl suggested she might run away with it yesterday, but there did seem to be a little bit of conservation in play, and it did prove a much closer affair than perhaps we were expecting. Some really brilliant riding from both Venezuela and Ramos. Herrera, number 58, starting on pole position for the very first time. 152.544 on her penultimate lap yesterday. And earned the honour of the P1 start. Steve, you believe Ramos could be the biggest contender here for Herrera?
I'm a big fan of Pau. I think she's a really good rider. She's come in and she's made a big impact right from the start. She's only 18, turned 18 yesterday actually, so for her it's a chance to be able to celebrate her birthday. Only 19 years maybe, sorry, but she's got an opportunity now to give herself something to celebrate, and she's looked really competitive here all weekend.
Beatriz Neela also recently celebrated her birthday. Turning 24, celebrated with a win back in Assen. P2 yesterday once again. Neela is keeping her championship charge going, keeping Maria Herrera very honest. Roberta Ponziani then, outside of the front row. Ponziani was part of that lead group yesterday, Steve. Rode in fourth position. She started on pole position, we should have to say, after a series of penalties were handed out. With Ponziani, though, dropped to fourth at the end of lap 1 and stayed there until the end. Then it is Maria Herrera, our race 1 winner and our championship leader and our reigning champion. Absolute superstar of the class. Very, very relaxed.
Yeah, and for Maria, she is relaxed, and Saturday morning warm-up this morning just to save her allocation of tyres. So she'll have a new tyre for the race, and she's going to feel that she's ready to fight right from the start. We know how good Herrera is. We know she's going to get that jump to be in the lead battle. What was interesting yesterday was she couldn't shake off Neela, and then Ramos and Ponziani both joined that fight. Slightly longer race today after the red flag yesterday, but 11 laps at the front, so I feel you'd be very surprised if Herrera, Ramos and Neela didn't go away from the pack. But we'll see if Ponziani's able to go with them. We'll see if the likes of Sarah Pulich as well from the middle of the second row is able to go with them, and if anyone else can put themselves into the mix on the opening couple of laps. But you have to imagine a three-way fight that might have 1 or 2 riders extra.
So the safety car is out on track, meaning less than 3 minutes to go. It's just over 2 minutes now until the warm-up lap here. So Steve, just before we get really underway here, actually we'll focus on wildcard rider here first. Before I get your prediction, is Mikada Zarapuch, who has been ever so impressive in her one-off events.
Yeah, well, for Sarah Puig, we've been able to see just how good of a rider she is, and you'd imagine she's going to do similar to Maria Herrera a few years ago, where she's a one-event rider for much of the season because she's top 5 in the championship. She's looked pretty competitive everywhere we've gone, and that included yesterday's race, which we were able to come away with a top 5 finish.
Yeah, she did come out on top in that second group battle, taking P5 late on. Lucy Budasal then rounds out from 2 rows. She had a start from 6 division rider, her 17th start. 3 podiums to her name as well. P6 on the grid is the second best for the season. P5 in Aston, the other one. However, that one ended in retirement while she was riding in the gate. So she will be hoping for better this time around. It is Paula Ramos who starts on pole by virtue of the fastest lap in race 1. That's an advantage. You will want to make count favourite Neil and Roberto Pontiano joining on the front row. Then it is Maria Herrera coming from 4th on the grid on Saturday for the race win. She will have to do it again. Tracking if she wants to take maximum points and extend her 18-point advantage. Elsewhere, keep an eye out for the likes of Salguet, Rivera, Jones, Ralph, Anthony Gall and Budasel. They should be the chief protagonists in that second group battling strong point scoring positions.
Just the field, one of the key things is going to be that tyre choice that they had this morning. The likes of Herrera and Naila sat out the action this morning. Taylor Ralph, another rider that did the same. That'll give them a fresh tyre to start this race. That could be a telling advantage for them because tyre life and tyre wear has been a big talking point within the WCO paddock. One of the other things that will change from yesterday to today is some riders changing their gearing as well, some going a little bit taller or shorter. The layout of this track means that you've got a lot of second gear corners that you can set your bike up for either a little bit more top speed or punch out those corners. It seems that you can't get the best of both worlds, so that's created quite a variance out there in the field.
Scorching conditions here. So Steve, I was going to ask your prediction a little earlier. I will get it now. How do you see this race unfolding?
I think it's really important for Pau Ramos to get a good start, give herself a chance to lead from the front. She's got a lot of confidence in her ability to defend positions as well. She's just turned 19 years of age, and considering that she had to sit in sidelines for quite a few years just with a lack of funding to go racing, WCO gave her that opportunity to go back out there, and since she came in as a wild card at the end of last season, she's grabbed it with both hands. She knows that it's really important to be able to pick up a race victory here, because after non-scoring last time out in Assen, very difficult to see how she can have that championship challenge against the likes of Maria Herrera. She should still be very comfortable for third in the championship by the end of the season, but these are important weekends for her. Tracks that she doesn't know, she's able to come in and come away with podiums.
Yeah, just to paint you a picture of the championship standings as things stand, it is Herrera who leads the way over Naila with an 18-point advantage. Pontiano currently sits in the bronze medal position, but she's got 4-point advantage over Paula Ramos. Then the likes of Sarah Wedge, Rivera Jones, Budasel, Ruiz, in top 10. So coming through now, the final sector of the track for the warm-up lap. These really scorching conditions out there, 40 degrees track temperature.
Yeah, and that's the key number for all these riders as well that they'll have to deal with. But the big number they have to deal with, 1 and 2, turns 1 and 2, because it's so tricky through there. We saw an incident on the warm-up lap yesterday. We've seen already in the Superbike class some big incidents on the opening lap of their race today. So for all these riders in the WCO, they know that's a factor that they're going to have to consider.
Thankfully, everyone around safely here on the warm-up lap. Minimal fuss. So we're now just only a few seconds away from getting the second race of the weekend underway here in Hungary. 11 laps of WCR fun awaits. Almost from pit lane from that Clinton team for Paula Ramos, the number 58 starting on pole position. Can she make that advantage count? Keep an eye on the number 58 and also the number 6 behind her. Eyes now on the lights. And we're underway for race 2 here in the WCR Championship, and what a start that is from the number 6, the reigning world champion, who takes the inside line. Maria Herrera, Paula Ramos on the wider outside line. Looks like she'll cut the nose off, and she does get the whole shot coming out of turn 1. Everyone safely through by the looks of it. What about turn 2? Still Ramos leading the way over Herrera, with Neela slotting into 3rd position. So Steve, Ramos has gotten the start she wanted.
They're the riders we want to see at the front. Chloe Jones trying to make a move now down the inside into 3, and that's going to be for 9th position. You need to give yourself the chance to go away with that lead group right from the start. That's what Sarah Puig has done on the number 12 machine as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to point out, keep an eye on the number 12 to see if she does have the pace to go here. But Maria Herrera is now in the lead, and Ramos has been shuffled back to P3, and it's kind of as you were yesterday. Ramos in 3rd, Neela in 2nd, and Herrera leading the way. So will we see much change over the next few laps? Herrera yesterday bided her time to make a move on Beatriz Neela. Now Neela does have the advantage coming through turn 11. Does Herrera have anything going there? Not quite.
Yeah, just down into that corner, you could see that for the riders just trying to shake themselves out and get their positions, because you can see the lead group sticking well together. Astrid Madrigal on the 83 machine doing well. Chloe Jones picked off a few riders as well. But you can see this is the moment where the group can split up. Sarah Puig runs out wide. Ramos has to attack down into the chicane, and then she needs to make sure she bridges that gap to Herrera straight away.
Yeah, the signal in there to follow in behind. Of course, it was turn 11 on the exit there. I said turn 11, it should have been turn 9, just to correct myself. But it is Neela who's leading. What about Herrera here? Showing something up the inside. The chicane here, nothing going either. Well defended from Neela. Ramos then holding on to 3rd position, but under pressure from Sarah Puig. Pontiani started on the front row, but is back in 5th position, and she's got Astrid Madrigal, the number 83 from Mexico, riding inside the top 6. Madrigal chasing another top 10 finish, a regular top 10 finisher through the years here, but has only got 2 so far since 2025, I think it is.
Yeah, think back to last year, she started the season so strong with those performances, Nassan and Cremona for Madrigal, and last year was a case of a lot of top 10 finishes, but not that close to the race leaders. She's a lot closer than here at the end of the opening lap. She needs to make sure that you're able to go with them. But you can already see the front 4 just starting to separate themselves. That's where it's important for Sarah Puig, the Thai rider, to be able to go with them.
Absolutely. It is going to be interesting to keep an eye on that number 12. Again, takes the inside line on Paula, or the outside line on Paula Ramos, but Ramos will be able to defend this one without any issue from the Thai rider. But let's keep an eye on the number 12 to see how much she can keep up with this lead group. It's into 2nd group, is going to form just behind them in Pontiani Madrigal, with Budasel at the head of the 3rd group. But plenty of time still remaining for it all to change here. It's Maria Herrera now who is leading the race. Group 9 on the left and flicking it right out of 10, right on to 11, and coming out of this corner where we could see the gaps open up between the groups.
It's actually the entry into 11 that creates a lot of that gap, because it's about where you position your bike on the track. If you roll through the chicane and get yourself close to the left-hand side of the track, you've just got so many more meters to cover. The fast riders hold the middle of the line through there, and then they're able to be in the position for the turn 11 to exit it well. And that's one of the key places where Herrera places her bike very well. That's why it's quite difficult to make up the gap to Herrera and Neela. But ultimately, Sarah Puig and Ramos, they need to make sure they don't fight with each other.
So it is Herrera leading the way still, with Neela on the tail. We have a yellow flag out here for...
It looked like there was something in the background there for a rider, so we'll wait and see who that is. But it looked like it was well down the order, maybe like the likes of Danik or someone else. It was Danik that went down. But you can see here at the front of the field, Madrigal's doing a good job to stay with them. But look at Sarah Puig. This is really good stuff from the Thai rider. That's Danik's bike. He should be able to get cleared up pretty quickly and shouldn't affect the rest of the race. We'll have a quick look to see what happens in the instant. And she's just going to lose the front. She's wide through the first part of that corner, and then you're trying to give yourself the chance to pull the bike back in towards the apex, but you're just in the wrong place. You have to carry then a little bit too much speed and lean, and you have an instant like that.
Yeah, out of the way further back.
Ramos has been dropped here as well. She needs to get back onto the tail end of Sarah Puig, because you don't want to give yourself a second to make up around this track. Just have a look at them though as they come through the next change direction for 9 and 10. See who runs out wide onto the exit curve, or who's able to keep it a little bit closer to the middle of the track after this next corner. That's where you see a lot of the speed made in this section of the track. Herrera's quite good for that. Slow in, and then you're in the right position to be able to exit the corner well. You can see there for her, she's just able to pick that bike up, not use too much of the track, and that's a key thing because it means that you shouldn't have to defend too much down into the hairpin as well.
So the yellow flag up ahead has finally been cleared for that Danak crash. This is coming through here. Herrera coming in and back into the group. Nela Sarapwech again, we pointed her out early on in this and on the grid. It's going to be a really drive here with Paul Ramos back in fourth with Ponti and in fifth.
Yeah, Sarah Pooch is doing a really good job on the 12 bike. She's the one that's making the moves in this group and bringing herself closer to the front. She's actually managed to bring Pau Ramos with her. Ramos on this lap, she's got her head down and she's been able to claw back a little bit in the lap time. We'll see what the times are when they come across the line. In yesterday's race, a mid-52 was a fast lap. Well, we're only a few tenths of a second off that with Sarah Pooch last time around.
Yeah, Sarah Pooch with a 152.8, 2 tenths of a second quicker than Herrera up front.
So much faster on the brakes as well into turn one, but it's very early in the race as well at this stage.
But she is going toe-to-toe and wheel-to-wheel with Herrera in terms of lap times. Last time around they were both with the flat 153s. Sarah Pooch a little bit quicker this time.
You can see Taylor Ralph there in number 8 machine. She's been passed there by Natalia Rivera, and Ralph's got quite a bad injury on her left ankle, and that's just causing a lot of problems for her. So it's about trying to make sure you're able to score some points. But Rivera doing what she's done all the way through this season, which is just making sure you're able to come away with those decent points-paying finishes inside the top 10. She's only missed out in the top 10 in one race this season.
So Herrera leading the way. Is there any changes a little further back? Nothing going. This is the battle between Grisel Jones and Ruiz.
They're losing a lot of ground though to Madrigal because they're fighting with each other, and Astrid's got around about 2.5 seconds in hand over them. So it's going to be a lonely race, or at least a lonely phase of the race for Astrid Madrigal there on the number 83 machine. She's lost ground to the group in front. Ponziani's a 1.5 seconds clear of her, so she's just in the wrong place right now. But ultimately for Madrigal, it's about making sure you can score decent points.
Yeah, absolutely, for the Mexican rider. One of two Latin American riders here along with Isis Carreño team. So Herrera leading the way up front. Nela Sarapwech, Ramos, Pontiani, all part of this lead group. Further back here, this is Taylor Ralph from Serpa. Just where are they? 12th and 11th. Ralph is sitting in 11th and Serpa in 12th for the time being. Both in point scoring positions, but they will want a little bit more before the next 7.5 laps are done.
The Pau Ramos on this lap as well. You can see there time and time on the left-hand side of the screen, the fastest lap of the race for her, 10th per second faster than anyone else, and it just brings her ever closer to the leaders as well. But they're just tripping up over each other in those heavier braking zones in towards turn one.
Yeah, Herrera broke into the 152s for the first time last time around at 152.9, but again it's riders behind her who are quicker, both Nela and Ramos. Ramos particularly much quicker. So will we see anything on Sarah Pooch here from Paula Ramos? I think we saw a little wheel showing up the inside. In fact, it's Sarah Pooch showing a wheel to Beatriz Nela.
Yeah, you can see there from Nela though, just able to carry the road speed, just let the brake off and then come back in towards her apex. So good riding there from Nela to hold on to that position.
We saw it yesterday as well, Steve, didn't we, when Nela was in the lead. Perhaps didn't quite have the pace, but really well to defend the position.
Yeah, definitely, and she's got a lot of racecraft and she's been able to score all those consecutive podiums. She knows what it takes to be able to put together a championship challenge, but after today you're halfway through the season. As it stands right now, Ferreira wins this race. She moves here with a minimum of 23 points as her championship advantage. She's won a race at each of the opening 3 rounds. Could well win this one as well. So she's putting herself in a position where Nela now has to start winning races. And obviously she won race 2 in Assen last time out, but she needs to have that consistent race winning challenge.
And you mentioned the consecutive podiums from Nela. It's 19 in a row, and that was much to her yesterday in her debrief. And she couldn't quite believe it as well, giving out a beaming smile when she heard it. So she is on for another one here, but pressure may be on ever so slightly to actually take some chunks out of Herrera's title advantage.
Yeah, and the pressure is on to make sure she's able to do that, but she's been able to deal with it well. She keeps a pretty cool head. She's got a good crew around her, and certainly for her, she's got the support that she needs. And ultimately, in a class like this, just having that little bit extra support can make a big difference. No surprise to see that the riders at the front, all with good teams. That's where Sarah Pooch is doing really well with the NJT team, because she's been able to show that she's a rider to be taken seriously in this class this year. Top 5 finishes, but this is her chance to be able to come away with the podium. And from what we've seen from Sarah Puig so far this year, she won't settle for that podium, she wants the race win.
There he goes, out of move for the lead from Beatriz Nela. Right on cue, we're saying she needs to push a little bit. It's out a bit too wide. I think she's going to get it stuck here. So that's pretty good from Nela to retake the lead over Maria Herrera, which then in third position. Just a note as well that it seems that this group has dropped Roberta Ponziani. Last time.
Oh, Sarah Puig just comes down the inside of Herrera, down in towards turn 9 there. Good move into the chicane.
Absolutely brilliant. So now Herrera back in P3. We can see Ponziani, as mentioned, just being dropped. She's in the high 153s last time out. Much slower than the front 4 here. But it's Nela then over Sarah Puig, and Sarah Puig still looks like she's on the chart. I think she's going to maybe make a move up through 15, 16, 17. Is there going to be an opportunity for her there?
Chance to lead the race here at Balaton Park, and she's got a bike that on the brake seems quite strong, so if she can't come through into the chicane, she'll set it up into turn 1. We're coming up towards that 2/3 race distance as well in another couple of laps time, so all the riders will be aware of that and knowing you've got to be in the right position in case of an incident at any stage.
So then, down the front straight we go again. Is there going to be another move here? Nela does have an advantage, but not Sarah Puig against Herrera. Herrera adopting the inside line. As we approach into turn 1, can Sarah Puig respond? And it's going to be the 1, 2, 3 across, but Sarah Puig has gone a little bit wide there, hasn't it? Hasn't she? And Nela now.
She went wide to defend, to give herself the chance to sweep back against Maria Herrera. And ultimately it was that run through into turn 2, she's able to hold that line that she needs. So good riding from Sarah Puig.
It looked like to me she had opened the door, but yeah, brilliantly defended the position there.
Yeah, ultimately it's one of those situations. Maria's down the inside. You know that Maria's going to attack just like she will down into this corner, but you've got to find a way to interact that attack. And sometimes it's not about being labour on the brake, it's just having that track position.
It has been an absolutely brilliant ride so far for Sarah Puig. But what about Paula Ramos? We were tipping her a little bit earlier, starting from pole position, but she's at the back of this. Perhaps not getting involved as much as she wants. As again, Herrera and Sarah Puig go side by side.
Yeah, she's just kept that watching brief and hasn't really gotten herself close enough. It's been interesting to see in Jerez last year. She had the rear end sliding. She was really spectacular in Jerez. We haven't seen that from her this year. We've seen a lot of speed and it's been impressive, but she needs to make sure that in the next few laps she's able to give herself that chance to come back through and get into those podium spots.
Herrera just showing a bit of a wheel to Beatriz Nela there as well. Nela riding very well here to maintain her advantage. And what would be a huge victory if things are to remain as they are. Perhaps not for long. It looked like Herrera was going a little bit wider there to attack, but not going for her this time. But if things were to remain as they are, that championship lead at the halfway point is down to 13 points. And with Nela's form, you can't see her not being off the podium. You can't see her not really challenging Herrera for more victories as they go side by side here on the approach into turn 1. But if a victory here for Nela would really put some pressure on the reigning champion.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where Herrera gets herself up to speed a little bit quicker than Nela, still even into the 3rd year in the class. But by the time we get to Sunday, Nela is always ready to fight with her. If it stays as it is and the gap's down to 13 points at the halfway stage, it's still very much a championship on, because even though Herrera's always shown herself to have that speed, she's made mistakes in the WCO, so you want to put her under pressure and you want to try and make sure that she has to go out there and win the championship.
It is Sarah Puig showing both of them a wheel here as well as they almost go 3 abreast into the corner, but it is Beatriz Nela who is holding the advantage for now. Sarah Puig all over the rear tyre of Maria Herrera, coming through 7, then 8. Is there going to be an attack here at any point? That ends up coming as is turn 11, which we've already pointed out as a position where you could gain some ground.
A little bit nervous there on the brakes and the corner entry for Nela, but she was able just to give herself the chance to still take the high line into that corner, but clearing down into 11 as well, a little wider than Herrera. So they're feeling the pressure at this stage. We'll see what the lap times are when they come around. But Nela just trying to give herself the chance to stay out in front. She spent half a second slower than her fastest lap last time around. This lap looks to get slower again.
Yeah, the pace has been dropping at the front. They were all in the 152s at one point, but they've now dropped into the mid 153s last time around. In fact, there's Herrera with a 153.1, who's She's the quickest of the bunch. Now, this is the battle for 7th, and we did mention these riders before, looking for strong point-scoring positions. Lucy Dussel, Laurie Jones, Natalia Rivera, and Paquita Ruiz. Ruiz as well will be looking for a good finish here. She set front row yesterday by virtue of penalties that were handed out, but she couldn't quite convert it into a top 5, top 6 finish. She just went down to a big fairway house.
In that group as well, you can see Jones putting that pressure on Dussel. Lucy was a podium finisher last time out, and she's going to have her work cut out to keep Jones, and now Rivera as well. Natalia gets herself down the inside. That's going to be P8 there for Rivera on the number 20 machine, and she's going to give herself that chance to keep what she's been doing all year, that top 10 placings and a lot of top 8 finishes as well. So that's exactly what she needs to do.
Yeah, the number 20 Rivera, she's a rider who has impressed you this season.
I like Rivera. I think she's done a really good job to make a good step forward last year and then another step forward this year. In the WCO, a lot of times you're trying to see what riders can do year on year. Are they able to get closer to the front? Are they able to make their progress in the second group to be, instead of being at the back of the second group, can you be at the front of the second group? And Rivera's done that this year.
Rivera applying a bit of pressure then onto Lucy Dussel, chasing the top 7 finish. Now we're back out front. Nela still leads this race, but there has been a change in the battle for 3rd. Ramos has made her move on the number 12, Sarah Quetch. Ramos now going to up the pace a little bit and make a attack for the lead.
2.5 laps to go, so that's the time to make that move so that you give yourself the chance to be able to fight with Herrera and Nela. Sarah Puig has ridden really well. We'll see if she's able to answer back. But regardless of anything else, if you're able to come away with a career best performance, it's something that she'll be pretty pleased with, even if it's off the podium. But this is the move from the 58er out of Ramos, and just the same move we've seen quite a bit down in towards turn 9. You take away the high line, you also take away that momentum for the rider that's having to defend the position. So good riding there for Ramos.
Very tactical move there.
Yeah, it's a move that we see in the WCO. We don't see it too often in a lot of the other classes. It's just the way that these bikes work and how you're able to get them stopped as well. But Ramos trying to get it stopped into turn 1, but able to hold that tight line. That's a really good move there from Pau.
Yeah, and it's on Maria Herrera as well, and Herrera has now dropped to 3rd position with just under 2 laps remaining, and the pace has really gone up a 152.2 last time out. But we were saying the pace had dropped a little bit into the 153s, but it's back right up again into the 152s. Absolutely sensational stuff.
Yeah, 0.3 of a second faster than what we saw in yesterday's race. So new lap record there for Pau Ramos, and now the race lead for Pau as well. So we were wondering when she'd make her move. Well, she's picked off all 3 riders in the last 4 kilometers.
Yeah, sensational stuff from Ramos, and you see the effect it will have. It moves her into the bronze medal position if things remain like this in the championship. And it's what, a 14-point deficit then between Herrera and Nela. But there's going to be a little change here. Herrera's been shuffled off the podium. Sarah Puig is not giving up a top 3 without a fight. So what has Herrera got in store? A lap and a half remaining. She's finding herself in the unfamiliar position of being outside the top 3. Keep an eye on the number 6. Is she going to fire a move up the inside of the Thai rider, Sarah Puig? Nothing going for her there.
Yeah, Maria's finished 1st or 2nd in every race so far this season. Tough to make the move into 12, but Sarah Puig just made a small mistake there. That's going to cost her a bit of momentum. But for Herrera, she might try and get the move done down in towards turn 15. Not quite close enough, so she's going to have to make that move down the start-finish straight. Indeed. So that's okay for Herrera now. She'll try and see if she's able to pick up a bit of a toe and still bring herself back to the race leader. Sarah Puig is out of this race now after that mistake into the last chicane.
And then another big moment after it as well.
It's a big gap that Herrera has to make up now as well, because Ramos is into the 51s and Baker's Nela with a really fast lap as well. So if they trip up over each other, that will bring Herrera back into it. But Maria needs a perfect lap now to have a chance. I think Herrera's going to have to settle for 16 points in third.
Yeah, 1.1 seconds between Herrera and the race leader. But let's keep an eye on this battle for victory. Paulo Ramos setting an unbelievable late lap time, a 151.9. What, 5/10 quicker, I think, than Nela's last lap. So superb from the 58. She has timed this to perfection. What about Maria? Oh, but there is an attack coming, and it's from the number 36, Beatriz Nela, who dives up the inside of turn 5. What has Ramos got in response?
Yeah, she's going to try and attack down into turn 9. That's where she's made a few moves. But look at how good Nela is through that part of the track, and able just to give herself that extra little bit of leeway. So it comes down to Probably, oh, Pau Ramos trying to ride the outside.
That is unbelievable from Ramos.
And really shows how much confidence she has, but for Nela, she tries to come back again and pushes Ramos out wide.
And Ramos is going to dive back up the inside, but it looks like Nela has the advantage, but Ramos has the better pace. Coming into turn 12, we're going to flick it left. It's Nela who has it, and Herrera now is back in this battle.
It's the roll speed through here. This is where Ramos has to be strong to try and set something up into turn 15.
So here we go, 15, 16 and 17, all that remains of race 2 here. Nela has the advantage, but for how long? Not very long at all. Wheel in front for the number 58 is Nela. Looked like she went a little bit wide. What about Maria Herrera in third position? Can she take P2 off the hands of her championship rival? Because it's Paula Ramos who's going to come home with the victory here in Hungary, and almost a photo finish for P2, but Nela does hold on as Maria Herrera tried a late lunge on the line. Sarah Quetch takes 4.
I'll tell you what, that Flint Racing team can celebrate that one, because the move around the outside into turn 9, we haven't seen anything like that here in last year's racing in Hungary, or this weekend's racing as well. So for Ramos, she put it where she had to do it to make that move, and then she still had to try and find a way back past Nela at the end of the lap. We saw her on the brakes down in towards turn 15, just trying to get rid of the gears on the way down, and she was just about able to get the bike stopped. But regardless of anything, she made her decision. I'm coming down the inside line and I'm going to attack.
Absolutely sensational finish for Ramos. This is the battle then for the rest of the positions. Number 4, Emily Bondi picking up P14 ahead of BR, and they are picking up the final point scoring positions. Adela Nova just missing out, as does Dal Zotto and Musial.
Yeah, and great race there at the front all the way through, because when you look at Sarah Puic as well, she was in the mix all the way until that last lap, but Herrera did well to dig in and set her personal best on the last lap when she needed to, and she wouldn't missed out by a quarter of a second on the race, when even though on that last lap never really looked like she was going to get close enough to be able to challenge for it, she was trying to pick off the pieces if something else happened in front.
Paula Ramos then with an absolutely sensational victory here, which will rightly be celebrated once she rolls back around in towards pit lane. Let's take a look at this move.
Have a look at her down in towards this corner. You can see how she slides. So she's trying to back shift all the way there and then dump the gears just to get it stopped. I mentioned earlier on that in her wreck, she was sliding the rear end everywhere. That's the first time we've really seen her with that style as well here in Hungary this weekend. But she's able to make the move, get it stopped, and then able to make sure that she's got those all-important 25 points. Ramos up to third in the championship standings. That's where she'll expect to finish the season inside the top 3, but she's got a lot of ground to make up on her rivals. She needs a lot of misfortune for Herrera or for Nela. So in other words, for Pau Ramos, she knows it's just about going out there and winning as many races as possible. But this was a really important race win to pick up her second win of the season. Raced in Portimao with a victory in race 2 there as well. So ultimately Ramos is going to be left through the non-score in nut round last time out in Assen, but we were given another good reminder just how good of a rider she is.
Certainly one to watch, particularly in that battle for bronze. Beatriz Neva keeps her very, very impressive podium streak going, the number 36. If you're Beatriz Neva now, how are you feeling after that one? You were beaten by an unbelievable move, let's face it, from Paula Ramos, but you are ahead of your championship rival.
You know what, for Nela, she made the move when she had the chance as well, and she put herself into the race lead on that last lap. She was able to defend from Ramos, but the run down in towards turn 15, if she decides she holds that inside line, Ramos rides around the outside of her. Pau had made her decision that she was going to be super aggressive on that last lap. The move around the outside into turn 9 showed that. I think Ramos just had a little bit more about herself in this race, and that was shown with the fastest lap where she was half a second faster than anyone else. So I think that for Pau, she was able to just have a perfect bit of racecraft at the end, and that's the confidence that comes whenever you know how fast you are. And I'm always impressed by what we've seen from Ramos since she jumped onto the WCO grid in Jerez last year.
And then on the other podium place, it is Maria Herrera, the number 6. Lots of congratulations going around there. For Herrera, it is P3. It could have actually been a little bit worse. Out of Quetch was ahead of her. So Herrera, is this one where you think you take your medicine, you take the points, and keep going?
Yeah, I think that for Maria, she'll just have to be happy to be back on the podium again, and keeps that run of form that she's had all the way through this season, and ultimately she only gives up 4 points to her championship rival, Naila. That's not too bad from Maria Herrera overall, and she did well in the last lap to bring herself back into it. As I said, setting her personal best shows she had a lot of confidence at the end.
Quick look then at the final results. Your top three: Ramos, Naila, Herrera, Zara Puech. A brilliant ride, but ultimately just fell short. Ponziani, a lonely ride in 5th position, as it was for Astrid Madrigal, who picks up P6. Budasel wins that battle of the second group in the battle for 7th. Ahead of Rivera, Jones, Ruiz, and Ralph. Gonzalez, Nalenio, Bondi, Diaz, 100-point scores. We will hear now, of course, from all 3 of our podium finishers. Just a quick reminder of the championship standings. It's Herrera who moves away, but that lead is now down to 14 points, with Ramos moving in the top 3.
Yeah, and for how that's where she would have expected to be all the way through this season. Obviously, Assen was a big blot in her copybook, but after the injury in Assen as well, to bounce back from it, that's impressive. And had a little bit of a limp around the paddock, but not anywhere near as severe as what we saw in Assen. So she's still felt the effects of it, but she's been able to bounce it off. And obviously for her now, the big thing is you've got a bit of time until the next round in Misano, so you can wait until the middle of June for that one. So a bit of time to get yourself ready, 6 weeks, and also a bit of time to be able to do a bit more testing as well.
We will be hearing now very, very shortly from the top 3. Maria Herrera in 3rd position. This is her reaction.
Maria, not the result you wanted, but P3, another podium, and good point for the championship, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure, really happy to finish the race because almost I crashed with the rider, pushed me out several times, so I didn't expect that. I wanted to finish close to the front rider, but for sure almost crashed. So really happy, and thank you to my team, my family. Happy Monday. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
P3 for Maria Herrera. That doesn't sound the double, but it is another podium mission. Title tilt going here.
Halfway through the season now for Maria, and she's been perfect up to this point as well. She's won a race at each of the opening 3 rounds, and then she's been on the podium in the other 3 races. So that's the job done that she has to do at this stage to be able to be in a position to defend her championship. We've got Misano, we've got Donington, and we've got Jerez. So they're the 3 rounds that are left for the WCO riders, and Maria will very much be on countdown mode to make sure she's able to leave herself with a comfortable point lead.
Yeah, Herrera in the way, but Beatriz Naila is hunting her down. Let's hear from Beatriz now.
Beatriz Neila, not the result you wanted, but P2, 2 podiums this weekend here in Marathon. So tell us, how do you evaluate your weekend?
Yes, I started the weekend with a lot of problems. Yesterday I did a P2, today again. These points are important for the championship, so yeah, I'm happy. I'm going to keep in working until the end, and yeah, I'm happy, and for sure this victory is for my mommy, because in Spain is Mother's Day, so thank you, mommy, you are the best. Mwah.
Thanks a lot, Bea.
What a wonderful message from Beatriz Naila. Very impressive weekend here, I have to say, for Naila. Podium twice. Leaves the pressure on Herrera ahead of the second part of the season.
Yeah, and that's definitely the target, is just to make sure that at this stage of the year, Maria knows she's not going to have it all her own way, and Naila's been able to go that time again. So that's another good performance by Naila. She'd be disappointed not to pick up that race victory, but she maintains that run of podium finishes, and for her and for her crew, they'll be pretty pleased with that. You can see everyone down there, and her man and Stewie the mechanic and everyone else, they'll know the importance of maintaining that form.
And now we can hear from our race winner, Paula Ramos.
Paola Ramos, what a race and what a last lap. Race to win here in Marathon after your injury in Assen. How do you feel?
Incredible. My first time here. Record, victory after the injury. It's incredible to be here.
Well deserved. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Here we have the winning moment then, or 58, I think. last lap.
I have to say, that's a good move for the race. But that turn 9 was just crazy to be able to just somehow ride across the bows of Naila as well and do it in such a way that you've put yourself in that position. It shows so much confidence from Pau.
Yeah, and I love the contrast in the interview there. Clearly crossing the line, delighted, but very calm, very humble. And the part for me interview there was Paula.
Yeah, Pau's quite quiet when you see her around the paddock, but she's going to grow into her role as being one of those key favourites as well. And certainly she's already getting a little bit of a fan base going after what we saw from her in Jerez last year, where she was able to win a race as a wild card, and then already this season she's been able to make quite a big impression.
Yeah, very quickly you had the Best Lap Award confirmation. Now it's time for podium ceremony.
Okay, the riders then will make their way across to the podium. Presentation made by the editors, and we are ready to go. It plays the World Cup.
First up, Maria Herrera, the championship leader and reigning champion, picks up yet another WCR podium. Naila keeps her really impressive podium going into once again. And the biggest cheer of the day goes to Paula Ramos.
Always a shame that we've got such a big gap now before the next round. WCR, obviously, Sport Bike are going to be back in action in Most and Aragon. But Misano is one where you're looking forward to that already, because with the likes of Pau Ramos, it's a new circuit for her. Obviously, for Naila and Herrera, they've got plenty of experience there. But we've been able to see these three riders make such a big impact. You want to see what Sarah Puig can do as well, because she was really good for much of that race just before that small mistake at the end. So she's going to be thereabouts as well for the rest of the season.
Misano should be an absolute cracker as well. Of course, no doubt you agree that both Naila and Ramos can have her number on their day, so should be a very interesting return to action in Misano and final 3 rounds of the WCR Championship. Ramos picks up her winner trophy. Let's take a pause now as the Spanish national anthem will play. Celebrations in full force then, here in Hungary after what have been 2 really entertaining races at the WCR, both deciding on the last lap.
Yeah, great for Ramos on this weekend. She celebrated her birthday at the start of the week, and she's able to end it with the Prosecco up there in the podium and the all-important 25 points. And Maria's dealing with it pretty well. I think that's one of the things that we've seen in the last year for Herrera. When she hasn't been up against Ana Carrasco, she's been able to let a lot more of her character out with her rivals, and she's looked so much more relaxed just to be able to have that role that she's been able to exemplify over the last few years. But great racing here again today, WCR.
Yeah, that will live long in memory from Paula Ramos. Final results then. Ramos 2/10 in her back pocket over Naila, with Herrera just missing out on P2. But on the podium, Sarah Puig fourth, Pontiani fifth, Madrigal, Gusel, Vera Jones, Lee up strong points scoring finishers, Rebsa, Carreño, Bondi, and Real 7 points. And this is what it all means as we leave Hungary. Herrera still your championship leader, but 14 points now separate her. Paula Ramos moves up 1 at the expense of Ponziani, Sarah Puig and Rivera 5th, 6th, Budasel up 1 at the expense of Jones. have it then. Round 3 of the WCR Championship is done and dusted. And it's Paul Ronut who will leave Balaton with the biggest smile on her face. That marks the halfway point of the season, and it's Herrera leads the standings. We look forward to a brief break. Then Lozano. See you then. Herrera leads the standings. We look forward to a brief break. Then Lozano. See you then.
Peloton Park Circuit is the Supersport World Championship's newest venue, added to the calendar for the first time in July of last year. Since the series never visited the country's only previous WorldSBK venue, the Hungarian, this is only the second Motor Hungarian round for the series, the fourth stage on the 2026 calendar. The Motor Hungarian round became a pivotal weekend in the Supersport World Championship as early as Friday, when then Championship leader Jaume Masia crashed out of the Superpole session just 2 laps in, leaving him down in heat 26 on the grid, while his closest title rival Alberto Arenas qualified on pole. Masia only lasted as far as turn 2 in race 1, his first retirement of the season, so while he is up 2 wins to 1 compared to Arenas, Masia has also been out of the top 5 no less than 3 times in 7 races. Yesterday, Arenas claimed 20 points for second. He now leads by 19. Steve English alongside me, an entertaining race 1 with a 4-way fight for the lead. Roberto Garcia crashing out from first place. Chan On-Chu making a last lap mistake that sent him from first to third. And Valentin Debise in a perfect place to capitalise and claim his 3rd win of the season.
Yeah, I went to actually see if there was a reason for On-Chu's mistake on the last lap, and ultimately the team said he wanted it so much to get that first win for the team that he made a small mistake. On-Chu took responsibility for it with the crew, and ultimately for Chan, this is a chance to make up for it now in this race. But it's good to see On-Chu able to get back on form and able to get back in the podium. Backs up the race 2 podium in Assen. Now's his chance to go out there and win a race.
Totally new grid for race 2, but no change to the pole sitter. This man, Alberto Arenas, set the fastest lap yesterday afternoon. Did the same in race 1 of the Dutch round last time out, so this will be the 3rd consecutive race he has started from pole. Jeremy Alcoba up 6 places alongside him in P2, demoting Chan On-Chu down a spot to complete the front row. Race 1 winner Valentin Debise is up 1 place to 4th. Matteo Ferrari lost 3 places to a penalty before race 1, lost 3 places again in the fastest laps count, so he remains P6. The big winners overnight are the PTR triumph of Tom Booth Amos, Philip Ertl gaining 1 place to complete row 3, dropping back onto row 4, Filippo Farioli after his lap 2 crash couldn't set a competitive time, Simon Jespersen losing 7 places from P3, and Federico Caracasulo down 3 places to P12. A penalty served for Perolari and Cardalus, putting them back in front of Jaume Masia, who starts again with a lot of work to do.
Yeah, and for Jaume, that mistake in turn 2 yesterday, it compounds what we saw in the Super Bowl session. He needs to make sure he's able to score some big points now, because 19 points is the difference between him and Albert Arenas. Obviously enough, Arenas knows these tracks at the start of the year. Phillip Island, Portimao, Assen, and here in Peloton Park. He's raced here a lot in his Grand Prix career. But over the course of the summer, he has to go to Most and Donington, Magny-Cours, Cremona, Estoril as well. There's a lot of unknown for him, and Jaume Masia knows that'll be his moment to shine and claw back a lot of points. But Arenas needs to make hay when the sun shines whenever we're here in Hungary, and the likes of Aragon and Misano coming up.
Claimed his first pole position in any World Championship category on Friday from 30 rounds in the Moto3 Junior World Championship, 74 Moto3 Grand Prix, 97 Moto2 Grand Prix, and now 4 Supersport rounds. An experienced campaigner, 5 podiums this season so far, 4 of them in succession, and the last 3 all second places.
Yeah, and for Arenas, we've been able to see a rider that has already won a World Championship in the Moto3 class, so now he knows that in the Supersport class he's going to have that bike to be able to do the same.
4th place yesterday for Jeremy Alcoba, his best results since his back-to-back podiums in Estoril and Jerez last year. Just 0.4 seconds from the rostrum spots, and the second fastest lap as deep into the race as lap 16. If he can stay with them early on here, could be an outside bet for the podium.
Yeah, top 10 in every race this season. That's a good sign of the consistency he has. But ultimately for Alcoba, he knows that it's about trying to get onto the podium.
Chan On-Chu, 3 podiums out of 3 at the Hungarian round. Back-to-back rostrum finishes now in 2026, but he let slip his best chance of victory this season so far with a small error in the very final sector of race 1. Up to 5th in the standings, but another 4 points lost to series leader Alberto Arenas.
Yeah, ultimately for On-Chu, the championship is now a very long shot, but it's about trying to make sure you're able to go out there, win races, and just give yourself that confidence boost as well. It's been a tougher start to the season than he would have expected.
This is Jaume Masia, who starts all the way down in P25, 1 position gained back as a result of Ollie Bayliss' late withdrawal. Masia, who had 2 wins but also 4 retirements last season, 2 front row starts, but also qualified out of the top 10 4 times. And that's the kind of inconsistency he needs to avoid if he's to take the 2026 title. But with 2 races running out of podium contention in damp conditions, now this weekend qualifying down the order after a Superpole crash has little room for error in his battle with Albert Arenas. Valentin Debise revealed to our colleagues from TNT Sports that he has been able to train since Assen because of sickness contracted from a dog bite. But he was a little luckier yesterday, capitalising when the 2 race-leading Yamahas came to blows. Highest scorer over the 5 races since Phillip Island, 3 of them wins, but only 10 points made up on Albert Arenas. He still trails by 28.
Lesser man would say something better rather than tack here on the last lap of the other 2 Yamahas, but the ZX Moto comes through. And Debise did a really good job in this race to make sure he was in that position, because he didn't have the speed, but he had the ability to make sure that he could pick up the pieces, maintain a consistent pace.
That's an athletic celebration, isn't it? Race 1 going the way of Valentin Debise. He backed it up with a second in Portimao, the second round of this season. Can he do the same here this afternoon? It was an opportunistic move, but he had done well to stick half a second with the riders ahead of him to give himself that chance later on.
Yeah, it wasn't a fluke for Valentin. He just didn't quite have the same speed as the other riders, but he had consistency and he had racecraft and he had intelligence, and that goes a long way.
These will be lining up on the second row of the grid alongside him, Roberto Garcia and Matteo Ferrari. Third row of the grid for Tom Bouthamos, Philip Ertl and Simon Jespersen, and that's where the late change is after Ollie Bayliss was ruled out. As we wait to pick up the remainder of the riders on that second row of the grid, with Roberto Garcia starting from P5. 3 successive crashes out of the points, but yesterday's turn 15 spill, the most galling yet. Garcia leading 10 laps before falling from the front 3 laps from the finish, squandering his best chance of a podium in his 11th Supersport round so far. But the GMT 94 team applauded him back to the box, really pushing for victory. Garcia will be grateful for this second chance today.
It was nice to see Andrew Pitt down there as well. Pitty talking to Christophe Guillaume, the team manager for GMT 94. He was Garcia's crew chief for the second half of last year, so still offering that support too.
Matteo Ferrari comfortably his best weekend since Phillip Island, 5th place yesterday in top Ducati, only a second from the winner of the checkered flag and 1.5 tenths from the fastest lap. Each of his race 2 results has been better than race 1 so far this season. If WRP have found something overnight, he could be a podium contender.
Yeah, I think for Matteo, he's had speed, because if you think about it, over the course of this weekend, right from Friday practice, he was up there inside the top 3, qualified well, and decent race pace as well yesterday, so he'll definitely think there's a good chance of coming away with the top 5 finish here.
No Ollie Bayliss after a turn 3 crash that brought out the red flags to end morning warm-up today. That promotes Tom Bouthamos to P7. Started P22 yesterday, did well to come through, actually finishing 7th. His 3rd consecutive top 10 finish. Only a couple of tenths of a second from the fastest lap, so starting here up on the 3rd row gives him a chance of going with the leaders. Remember, he was a podium finisher in Assen and a contender for the race 2 victory there until the red flag. Philip Ertl, 36 points from the series lead with 7 scoring rides, 2 podiums to his name so far in 2026, but they are his only top 5 finishes of the season. Hasn't consistently had podium pace. Gained 4 places in race 1, but he was still 5.5 seconds from the rostrum spots yesterday.
Yeah, and ultimately Philip's consistency is putting him 3rd in the standings, where he's able to come away with, let's say, around about 30 points around or 25 points around. If he keeps that up, he'll always be there or thereabouts in the championship, but not quite close enough to be a real contender.
It was in race 2 here last year that Simon Jespersen secured his first and so far only podium at World Championship level. Started 3rd on the grid yesterday, but was already 8th after the opening 2 laps, and that's where he stayed. His first top 10 finish of the campaign, but he has scored in all but 1 race in 2026.
And he's finished every race. That's really important for the EAB team. Over the last years, that's been one of the big problems for them.
Filippo Farioli up to P10, again showing his liking for this Balaton Park circuit. And the closest he has yet to a podium, with 4th here last season, qualified 4th yesterday morning, but we didn't get to see much of him. He crashed out from 5th on lap 3, yet to make the top 10 on that VFT Yamaha. This is an important race for him.
Yeah, the one thing for him is he's been in the points a lot through the course of this season. Obviously yesterday's retirement and then another non-score earlier in the year, but overall he's in that 12th, 13th, 14th position all the way through the season. For Farioli and for the VFT team, they need to turn those 12 to 14s into 9 to 11 performances in races, and then they're seeing progress in the next third of the season, and I think they can do that. Balaton, Most, Aragon, Misano, they're the rounds where they need to make that step.
Carioli on the fourth row of the grid alongside Federico Caricasulo, who yesterday picked up only his third scoring ride in 7 races on the ZX Moto, and even then only thanks to a post-race penalty. While his teammate was winning race 1, Caricasulo dropped out of the points as early as lap 2, crossed the line in 16th, did gain a point after Leonardo Ticini suffered a post-race 3-second penalty.
Yeah, it was a shame for Ticini getting himself into the points-paying position for the first time this season, but ultimately around this track we've seen quite a few penalties, and a lot of it were running through the chicanes in those closing laps, not losing a full second, so something that race stewards have been really keen to keep an eye on over the course of the weekend's running.
Completing that fourth row of the grid, Alessandro Zaccone saw his run of 6 consecutive top 10 finishes ended yesterday with a turn 15 crash from 10th on lap 3. Concluded his Dutch round a fortnight ago with the season's best 5th in race 2, rather taking advantage of conditions in that one. But he does sit 8th overall after his return to the class from Moto E this winter. That is the fourth row of the grid, row number 5, with Josh Watley, Aldi Mahendra and Luca Myers. Watley back in the points after failing to score at the Dutch round a fortnight ago. Made 3 places on lap 14 alone yesterday to finish 14th in race 1. Aldi Mahendra, his best Super Pole effort since lost last season. And Luca Myers, who had a miserable 2025 Hungarian round, has got off to a stuttering start this weekend with only 11th in race 1. That's the top 15 on the grid in race 2. 2026 Supersport World Championship has been set along the front lines of podium finishes. Alberto Arenas with 5 rostrum finishes in 7 races leading the way. Jaume Macià with 4 for the first 3 rounds sits second. Valentin Debise, third on points, is the only other rider with as many as 3 podiums. Ursula and Nonshu behind both have 2. That is the difference at present between the contenders. After his race 1 success yesterday, Valentin Debise is the first rider to 3 wins this season, but those have been his only 3 podiums. He's also had 2 non-scores. A first scoreless race for Jaume Macià yesterday. Arenas has finished every race so far inside the top 5. Alex Raby and Steve English for race 2 of the Motul Hungarian round. We've had 4 different winners this season so far. They are your top 4 in the championship, but consistency is what has split them off points. 36 points currently separating your lead quartet.
Yeah, exactly. And when you look at Albert Arenas, that consistency is the key thing for him. He's been so impressive since he jumped onto the Supersport bike, finishing inside the top 5 in every race. And even you look at the last 3 races, able to come away with those second place finishes. He's a rider that knows how to win a world championship. In the Supersport class, that could count for an awful lot. He's up against Jaume Macià, you can imagine, over the course of the season. Debise on the ZX Moto, we've already seen him win 3 races. And yesterday was a pickpocket race when he didn't have the speed to win that race, but he had the racecraft.
Riders making their way round on the warm-up lap. Where do we expect the main changes to be, bearing in mind that hopefully we see a little bit more of Jaume Macià today and Tom Bouvemos starting much closer to the front? Perhaps those 2 riders could make a bit of a difference compared to 24 hours ago.
Yeah, Macià coming from 25th on the grid, he needs to get himself up into the points-paying positions on lap 1. He needs to be into the top 10 by lap 2, and he needs to be inside the top 5 after 5 laps, otherwise the race is run for him. So there's a lot of pressure on Jaume, and turn 1, turn 2 is so difficult to stay tidy whenever you're coming through the pack. So that's going to be a big challenge for him. He wasn't able to stay out of trouble yesterday. We'll see if he can do that today. Tom Bouvemos is just a little bit of a tricky situation because he's got the speed, but he qualified so badly in the Super Pole session to be down, I think, with the 8th row of the grid. He's got a chance now from the 3rd row of the grid. He can contend for a podium, and ultimately, if you're in podium contention, he can win the race. But he needs to go out there and win the race, because you could understand if Simon Buckmaster and the PTO or Triumph team were pretty frustrated with him after his Friday running, and then ultimately for Bouvemos, he needs to show that it's in the races you're able to get those results.
Yeah, great job he did in Assen. Otherwise, it's been a tough start to 2026 for a rider who was considered a title contender during this winter. Here's your championship standings. The 4 riders who are your leaders, who have all been race winners this season so far. Albert Arenas and his 1 victory in race 2 of the Australian round. Jaume Macià in 2nd place. He's only had 6 scoring rides in the 7 races so far, so he trailed by 19. That 20-point swing yesterday. Valentin Debise 3 race victories. He also had 2 scoring rides in Assen, but 2 retirements leave him trailing by 28. And it's Philip Ertl rounding out your top 4. The last race 2 winner in Assen, and again top 6 runner yesterday, but not quite with podium pace so far this weekend at the Balaton Park Circuit. Well, your championship leader is in P1, but the rider currently second in the standings has got a lot of work to do from the 9th row of the grids. It's race 2 of the 2026 Motul Hungarian rounds. Away they go. Good start from the middle of the second row from Roberto Garcia, pulling alongside Alcoba and De Vries in the run down towards turn 1. Chan Onchu likewise, and it's Onchu who makes it stick. And Garcia trying to follow him on the inside of turn 1, now cuts across aggressively, moving past Jeremy Alcoba and boxing him in around that tight second turn. They're 3 abreast behind for 5th and 6th positions. De Vries the one who's really lost out there. Matteo Ferrari battling with him early on. De Vries, I think, has recovered that 5th spot now. So behind him it's Ferrari in 6th, Farioli and Jespersen duelling, with Jespersen coming out on top, I think, for P7. Buthemos losing ground early on, he's down to 9th. Mahendra rounding out your top 10 as Alcoba tries to recover the places lost off the line. He had dropped from 2nd to 4th. He's fighting with Garcia now for 3rd.
I was keeping an eye out for Jaume Masia. He's been able to pick off, it looks like, Carolari and Aguilar on this section of the track, so he's up on the verge of the points paying positions. He stayed out of trouble, decent job.
Onchu through from 3rd on the grid is now your race leader, passing Arenas as Tom Buthemos gets him all out of shape. Tight line and then running wide across the path of De Vries. That relegated him back 2 places.
Yeah, Tom got out of shape, but it looked like Ali Mahendra the same, and he was able to come through with a little bit of momentum himself. De Vries 7th and 8th spot still.
Yeah, De Vries getting relegated backwards though by Buthemos running wide there, and it's pushed him behind Jespersen and Mahendra down to 10th place on this opening lap. So yesterday's race 1 winner Valentin De Vries finding himself in a very different situation in race 2 here this afternoon.
Yeah, he does have the ability to keep a calm head and give himself a chance to come through. You can see there from Matteo Ferrari, the number 11 bike, just a bit of a head shake on the brakes down into the chicane. That's important for him to be able to find a way just to get the bike stopped. He knows he has to pick off the likes of Alcoba in front of him. He can win this race, Ferrari. He has the pace, but he needs to get that track position to go with the Yamahas.
Masia with a clean lap 1, and by the end of the opening lap, he's into points. So he's met your target at very least, Steve English.
He's got another lap to get outside the top 10.
And is that Jespersen running wide there around the opening 2 turns? That will be Mahendra through for 8th position.
Yeah, Ertl ran really wide too, and that just gifted another spot to Jaume Masia. So he's up to 13th behind his teammate Josh Watley, and then he's got Luca Myers and Valentin De Vries in front of him.
A second covering your lead quartet at the start of lap number 2. It's Onchu versus Arenas. We've been in this position before. Garcia sticking with them. It was a Yamaha 1-2-3 for much of race 1 yesterday afternoon before Garcia came to grief. Onchu made a mistake, and it was this man Valentin De Vries who capitalised. But so far, the leaders breaking away. De Vries with problems. Valentin De Vries, 3rd in the World Championship standings, slowing up seemingly with mechanical problems, and it looks as though race 2 is over for the Frenchman.
Yeah, we saw some issues earlier in the season at Phillip Island for him as well, but non-score in this one. That's Philip Irvin that went down. It looked like it was in the entry into turn 5. He couldn't get the bike stopped into turn 1, and then you've got another heavy braking zone down into there.
So in just the second lap of this race 2 this afternoon, we've lost the 2 riders in 3rd and 4th in the championship. And now Filippo Farioli, who was running up in 6th position, but he's down and out of this on lap 2.
Yeah, that's going to elevate Massey another position, so he's inside that top 10 potentially now in this lap. But have a look at Farioli's bike, and Tom Buthemos does well to avoid him there, but not too often you see a crash like that. But you can have it if you run out to the curbs around here, or you're a little bit offline. It's a bit dusty through there.
Bad news though, that for Farioli. This was a great circuit for him last year with a 4th place in race 1 of the 2025 Hungarian round. He qualified well on Friday afternoon. He's come away scoreless with retirement from race 1 and a crash again in race 2. Back with the leaders then. 7/10 now between your lead trio. Alcoba really sticking with them. This is important because Alcoba set his fastest lap in the second half of race 1 yesterday afternoon. If he's with them later on, he has got a chance at the podium.
I was speaking to some of the people within the Kawasaki squad for the Supersport bike, and they said the 636 is a good bike. It's a good package, but it's a bike that needs to be ridden in a very certain way to get the most from it. Alcoba's able to do that. That's why he's a lot further up the road compared to his teammate Dominic Aguilar, but he's riding really well with that bike.
Yes, so it's currently down in P15 as we watch Luca Myers running in hot, and that's Jaume Masia, and he is up into the top 10 position.
He was into the top 10 at the end of the lap, so he met the 2 targets that I said. I said lap 5 to be inside the top 5, so get the head down, Jaume.
What a good crew chief, Steve. Jaume Masia up into 9th position, passing Luca Myers, and according to our timing screens, he's got through on Aldi Mahendra as well, so that's for 8th place. Jaume Masia is back in podium contention in this one.
it's going to be tough to get on the podium in this one for Jama. If he's able to come away with the top 5, he's done a good job to limit the damage that could have happened after that crash yesterday.
3 seconds is the gap at the moment to those podium places, but new fastest first sector of anyone on this lap number 3. He's already starting to cut the gap that was a second to Simon Jespersen, is now down to just 0.6 of a second. That's the battle for 7th place. Meanwhile, we watch your 6 leaders there. Onchu, Arenas, Garcia, Yamaha 1, 2, 3, the Kawasaki of Alcoba, Ferrari behind, and then the PTR triumph of Tom Buthemos in 6th position. Gap opening up behind that top 6, and Buthemos also dropping away ever so slightly from Matteo Ferrari. There goes a new fastest lap of the race from Jaume Masia. He's leaving nothing on the table here as he hunts down Simon Jespersen now for 7th position.
Yeah, I like Masia in the Supersport class. We saw last year that there were race 1 he might struggle, race 2 he'd come back. He's got a lot more consistency now. The Superpole crash was his mistake, and he ended up paying a massive penalty for it. He's trying to make amends for it now, and that's what the Orlac team will want to see.
At number 4, Onchu, 3/10 from Arenas, half a second now to Garcia. Maybe Garcia not with quite as much punch as he did in race 1 yesterday afternoon, and there may be a feeling that he just needs to get that first podium over the course of this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's important for him to be able to do that, but also for him it's about trying to give himself that chance to be able to win a race as well. You can see Matteo Ferrari, he's got that chance as well, and that's why he's been able to come through in Jeremy Alcoba, and that move's been coming for a while. Last time around, Ferrari had set his personal best 10th of a second faster than Alcoba. Now for Jeremy, he needs to just stick with him and make sure you're able to stay in contention until the final third of this race.
This is good work from Matteo Ferrari. Had a great weekend at the Australian round with 26 points, a 6th in race 1, reflective of his pace that weekend, and 3rd slightly fortuitously in the mixed conditions of race 2. But again, top 6 runner throughout this weekend, right from the word go in free practice on Friday morning. 5th in race 1 yesterday, 4th now in race 2. And I did say he's got a shot of the podium places, as does Alcoba, if they can stay within that group. Tom Buthemos, meanwhile, starting to rally on this lap 4. The gap had been open to 1.1. He's got it down to 0.9 of a second as Masia further back continues to close on Simon Jespersen for 7th place. Over to start another lap, and Ferrari the fastest of that lead quartet, a 1 minute 43, flat a new personal best, and that's why the top 6, top 5 I should say, are now covered by just 1.3 seconds as Buthemos tries to recover in 6th.
Yeah, and you can see there for Ferrari, fastest man on the track, and doing a good job to make that move and make it clean, and then still just have the chance to set a fast pace. So good stuff there.
Over behind, and then Buthemos Jespersen still under siege from Jaume Masia. And Masia was less than a 10th from being the fastest rider on track, matching Matteo Ferrari last time around. And you can see him toting right up on the number 43 there in the background of your shot.
Yeah, and for Masia, he should be able to come through in the Jespersen on this lap, you'd imagine, but 7th spot, then that leaves him around about a second to make up on Tom Buthemos. So do a decent job here now in these last couple of laps, but he'll also know that he can't afford to let those Yamahas at the front break away.
No, the gap is still 3 seconds, as it was when he got up into 8th place. So he hasn't made further progress on the leaders, but he has got a bike directly in front of him. Let's see what his pace is like once he clears Simon Jespersen. This is your fighters' thing stand then. Simon Jespersen versus Jaume Masia with just a 10th of a second between them.
He won't be able to make the move into 12, so it's about trying to make sure you're able to be slow on the way in, to be fast on the way out, set something up for turn 15. You can't spend time behind the Jespersen.
And to be fair to Jespersen, his pace is decent enough. Lap 4 at 1 minute 43.1, so faster than the 2 race leaders, and a match, you know, a 10th of a second off the fastest time. So it's not been disastrous to be behind Jespersen, but it is quite clear that Masia is faster. Jespersen getting in a little hop there through turns 15 and 16, gathers it up for the final turn at the end of lap number 5, and let's see if Masia has got the run off the final turn and down the start-finish straight. He doesn't look quite close enough this time.
Yeah, Simon's good through the end of the lap, through the chicane and then down into that corner, but you can see just how much stronger on the brakes Masia is. But it's about trying to give yourself a chance to make that overtaking move. Turn 1 and turn 2 lead themselves into each other, but on the edge of the tyre is where Masia needs to be good into 4, down the back straight, and then make the move into 5. You should be able to do it.
Turn 4 they come then through the left-hander. Masia with a slightly wider entry. He'll try and pick the bike up earlier. Drag race down the back straight and in towards turn 5. One of the key overtaking hotspots here at the Balaton Park circuit. Jespersen does try to defend, but Jaume Masia sweeps to the inside and then back across to the racing line, and he is through. through. So Jaume Masia up into 7th position. A few laps of following behind Jespersen. They haven't hurt him too badly. Masia with a new fastest first sector of anyone on this lap number 6.
Yeah, good stuff from Jaume to make that move, and you can see for Jespersen, he's going to sit behind them because, like you said, Simon's pace isn't bad. It's just a case that Jaume has a little bit more potential. If Simon can stick with them, Jaume might well bring him back in towards that top 5 battle.
Yes, that's the Orlac Ducati of Jaume Masia, now ahead of the EAB Ducati of Simon Jespersen. How long can Jespersen go with Masia? Either way, it's been a great effort so far from the number 5. As you can see there, started P25. It was worse than that after the Superpole session, of course, after his crash, and we saw the team working hard to try and get the bike ready. And Masia has worked hard to come through and move up into 7th spot with Jespersen behind, Mahendra and Mayas rounding out your top 10. And then further back, the last of points paying positions, Watley, Casadei, Perolari and Zaccone, and a nice long train all the way back through the field, as you can see.
Yeah, you can see some good riders there as well. Obviously, Tommy Aguilar, a double world champion in the super sport class. You got Federico Caracasulo in the ZX Moto. They're not where they want to be. Rafa De Rosa as well on the QJ, and Rafa, a race winner in the class. Caracasulo, championship contender in the class in the past, but they just don't have the speed around this track. They need to find something, particularly if you're Caracasulo and Tommy Aguilar, because your teammates are doing a better job than you this year.
And for Zaccone in the front of that group as well, it's been a disappointing weekend. He hadn't been out of the top 10 until this Hungarian round.
This is going to be interesting from Zaccone as well. That's the move that he made on Tommy Aguilar. He ran in hot into the next chicane as well, and that's what brought that group back together. So he's trying to press as much as he can, but look at this group at the front now, because it's just getting closer and closer. Jaume Masia, new fastest lap, new lap record last time around. He pulled back 0.4 of a second on the race leaders. Young was coming.
Yeah, has every chance of challenging for the top spots here. 3.2 seconds the gap to P1, but the gap to the podium has come down by 0.6 of a second since he first broke into the top 10 position. So Masia slow and steady, gaining that ground little by little. A 30.7 in the opening sector, a 24 flat in sector 2, so a 10th gain there. And now just 0.8 of a second behind Tom Buthemos, who himself is very much a contender. 1.6 seconds from Roberto Garcia, who currently occupies that 3rd spot.
Yeah, and Garcia, just like we saw in yesterday's race, very solid for the first half of the race. Didn't put a foot wrong. Obviously, in the closing stages when he had that chance to win the race and the pace started to press a little bit harder, he ended up making a mistake through this final sector. But Garcia doing a good job here, needs to come away with the podium.
At the moment holds it 0.6 of a second behind Chan Onchu. New personal best from Onchu with the fastest 3rd sector of anyone on lap number 7. Arenas right on his tail. Then it's Garcia. Ferrari only just over a second from P1. Alcoba 0.4 back. And Buthemos still matching the pace of the riders in front, but not quite able to close in and make that a 6-rider train. At the moment it's a 5-rider train with Buthemos and then Masia straggling just behind.
Yeah, new personal best last time around for Buthemos in the low 43s. Maybe if Masia comes past him, he'll just be able to tone back up to the race leaders as well. But you can see here at the front of the field, the front 4 just starting to edge away a little bit from Alcoba on this lap. He's lost a couple of tenths.
Yes, and edging away from Tom Buthemos as well. And Jaume Masia making huge strides again in the 1st sector of this lap number 8. Fastest 1st sector of anyone. The gap to Tom Buthemos is now just 0.4 of a second, while Buthemos is now 0.8 down on Alcoba. Your next battle is for 6th.
Yeah, Albert Arenas doesn't know it yet, but he needs to jump to the race lead and try and open up a bit of a gap, because when Jaume Masia is coming in half a second faster than some riders in the group 2 laps ago, 0.3 of a second faster than the last time around, it really is closing things up quickly.
The risk for Masia is still that it's going to be tough to get through on some of these riders, because Buthemos, Alcoba, Ferrari, they've all got their own options to try and fight for something here, all with a chance of their best results. So for Masia, you get through fairly quickly to the points, and then after that it gets harder and harder with his passing moves.
Yeah, and that is the case, but you've got to find a way to come through. If you want to be the world champion this year, you can't afford to give up big chunks of points to Albert Arenas. So for Jaume Masia, the minimum target is to get through Buthemos and then Alcoba or Ferrari, depending on how the final stage of the race goes. To be on the podium, that's a big ask, because the 3 Yamahas should be pretty consistent, but Jaume's definitely thrown everything he has.
Heading towards half-race distance, Jeremy Alcoba with a new personal best in every sector last time around, a 1:42.8, so he's closed back in that margin. It was 0.6, as you said, Steve. It had opened up slightly. Alcoba reels them in and is now very much back in the train. Behind him, it's a second to Buthemos, and then Masia only 2/10 behind. So Masia needs to get through on Buthemos quickly here, because Alcoba's now a second up the road. As we make our way through lap number 9, watching Masia 1:42.8 himself last time around, so the same pace as Alcoba. In fact, the fastest rider on the circuit once again on that lap number 8. And this is where your duel is, just in the background of the shot. Tom Buthemos in 6th, and Jaume Masia in 7th has done remarkably well already. The question is whether he's going to have enough left by the time he gets to those front runners to really attack them.
Yeah, I don't tire life should be that much of an issue for him, so he should be okay, but it's about trying to make sure that you're able to make the moves without over-stressing the tyre as well. So Jaume, up to this point, hasn't really had that many difficult moves to make. Think about Simon Jespersen down into 5, he was able to make that pretty cleanly. Everything else has been pretty standard for him. A lot of riders fell off in front of him, a lot of riders ran wide in front of him. So we know that he's going to be in a position to be able to take advantage of any mistakes. But against Tom Buthemos, he's going to have to ride through Buthemos.
So Onchu, by the looks of it, got in a little bit deep there, and he's lost a couple of tenths in one go to Alberto Arenas. Familiar scenario, of course, from yesterday when Arenas gathered it up and came through at that turn 15 on the final lap. And Onchu now under the most pressure he's been for the majority of this race as Arenas comes to the inside into turn 1. Usually tough to outbrake Can Onchu, but Arenas has got a good run on him and is through on lap number 10.
Tough to outbrake Onchu, but the one thing about it is down into that corner, if you're able to hold that right-hand side of the track, it's almost impossible to defend against that as well. So good riding there from Arenas to hit the front. Let's see what his pace is like whenever he gets that chance, because last time around they were in the mid-43s as they tried to give themselves that chance to fight with each other.
Just half a second now covering your lead quartet as Can Onchu makes his way through again on Arenas, and this is ideal for the likes of Masia behind Garcia in hot, trying to avoid the 2 riders in front of him. He'll defend the inside line on the switchback. The advantage of the chicanes here at the Balaton Park circuit makes it a little bit easier to defend those positions. Garcia still doesn't have a lot of momentum at this stage. Ferrari with the chance then to lunge through as we come into the next set of chicanes, turns 9 and 10. But Garcia does hold on, and there's still just half a second between your lead quartets.
Yeah, and something good thing was Masia right there as well. So Jaume has the chance now to move towards the second half of this race, to know that he's going to be in this battle. Once you start fighting with each other, you cost each other a lot of time around this track.
Masia still in the 1:42s last time around on lap 9. New personal best from Buthemos, 1:43 flat. So they are faster than the riders ahead of them. Maybe not making massive progress, but look at Masia now only 2 seconds from the podium places, just chipping away at that margin.
Yeah, and just 2 seconds from the race lead as well. So he's doing what he needs to do, and ultimately it's about trying to see if everything else happens in front of him. But down in towards turn 1, we'll see if Arenas is able to attack again. Onchu's got a little bit of gap. It might be Garcia that comes down the inside.
Yeah, Garcia just waiting for his opportunity, desperate for a first podium in the Supersport World Championship. But at the moment, any 3 of this 7 could be on the rostrum this afternoon in race 2. Alcoba, we know, has late race pace. Buthemos traditionally as well. And then Jaume Masia's the spoiler. We don't know what his pace is going to be like in the latter stages.
It's going to be good.
It is the furthest we've seen him get into a race, of course, all weekend. We didn't see much of him in the Superpole session either. But Masia showing good speed at this stage of the race. And last lap, it was a 1:43.6 from Onchu. A 1:43 flat from Masia, who's now just 1.5 seconds behind the race leader, as Garcia again defends the inside against Matteo Ferrari.
Yeah, Ferrari's riding well there in the number 11. Like you said earlier on, Alex, there's been times this season whenever his real pace has been inside the top 5, top 6 positions. This is his chance to be on the podium again in much more typical circumstances than what we saw in Phillip Island. So Matteo Ferrari on the number 11 Ducati riding well.
Was a podium finisher in race 2 of the 2025 Hungarian Moto E Grand Prix, and Ferrari currently sitting in 4th position here after a 5th place in race 1 yesterday afternoon. The 29-year-old Italian who races for WRP Ducati. There he is, the number 11 in 4th position at this stage. Alcoba, the green bike, Kawasaki behind him in 5th. Buthemos on the PTR Triumph, and then the Orlac Ducati of Jaume Masia at the moment sitting in P7. It's one train now, there's no doubt about it. 1.6 seconds covering your lead septet.
Yeah, the interesting thing for Masia is the gap's come down by 1.5 seconds in the last 3 laps without him doing anything special. He's just able to sit there and take advantage of what's happening in front of him.
Big moment off the final turn and across the curves. A big wobble for Matteo Ferrari. It's killed his momentum, and Alcoba has the chance to strike. Alcoba through then for 4th position. It's the first major change in this lead group, and it was all set up by a small error from Matteo Ferrari off the final bend.
Yeah, Jeremy was good in the last third of yesterday's race, so he'll still think that he has the chance to go with the Yamahas and fight for a race win here, and what a story that would be for the Gianni Kawasaki team.
Just one thing to mention briefly while we've got a calm moment. Philip Ertel at the back of the pack, 6 laps down, having rejoined following his crash, matching the pace of the leaders last time around. What a shame for him. It's going to cost him dearly in the context of the championship, as Matteo Ferrari recovers now against Jeremy Alcoba for that 4th position. These two have got to be careful not to fight too much with one another, not only because Buthemos and Masia behind are faster than them, but also because they don't want to become too distant from the 3 leading Yamahas. Half a second is the gap that has opened up from 3rd position Roberto Garcia, currently the final step of the podium, and Matteo Ferrari behind after he lost his place to Alcoba and recovered it on this lap 12.
He's stabilised that gap now though, and given himself that chance to be able to still try and draw himself back to the lead group. This is going to be the crash for Rafa de Rossi, who's outside the points anyway, but for Rafa, just trying to give himself the chance to close up the margin on the points playing positions. He was around about 3 seconds down on it, or a couple of seconds behind it, so Rafa, it's a shame to end the race like that, but he'll be back next time with us.
Yeah, for 19th position at the time of the spill. Carlton Perolari is your top Supersport Challenge rider. He's 1 position behind the points. While we were away there, Jaume Masia coming through on Tom Buthemos. That's for 6th position. So further change in this leading group, and the next target for Jaume Masia is Jeremy Alcoba. The gap to him is just 0.3 of a second at the start of lap 13. 6 laps to go.
Yeah, and for Alcoba, for Ferrari, they've done well in this lap. Ferrari, after that mistake, has been able to get that gap back down to 0.4 of a second. So at least he's still able to have that pace to try and bring the group back up to the Yamahas.
2/3 race distance. That's crucial in the case of a red flag in the closing stages of this race number 2. At the moment, it's Janon Chu leading the way from Alberto Renas. If things were to stay as they are at present, the championship lead would be 29 points in favour of Arenas. Now that Masia is through, he'd be in line to score 10 points for 6th position, but there are certainly more points available here, and considering how far back Masia has come from, to be only 1.2 from the podium with 6 laps to go, anything is possible now for Masia.
Yeah, and I think that for Masia, anything's possible. For Garcia, the same as well. Masia's going to try and attack into 9, and it'll make that move stick.
Masia wasting no time whatsoever, closing up with a new fastest first sector of anyone again on lap number 13, but Alcoba is wise to that and will cut him out at the bottom of the circuit, turn number 11, the hairpin. So this is the hardest Masia has had to work for any of his passes thus far, and he might well get backed up now to the end of this lap 13.
Yeah, you could see that little bit of a bobble as he got on the exit of turn 10, and then on that on the tighter line, Alcoba was able to put his bike down the inside. So good, clever riding there, but he knows that he's fighting for a podium as well.
Well, he was, but he's lost 0.4 of a second on this lap so far, and Ferrari's another half a second back from Garcia. Ferrari sitting in 4th position, so Alcoba losing a lot of ground on this lap 13 so far. Loses 0.3 to Masia in sector 1, 0.2 in sector 2. They come across the line, and we've got 2 distinctly separate groups now. Buthemos attacking Masia, who in turn is trying to hunt down Jeremy Alcoba. Bit of a moment under braking there into turn 1 for Alcoba, but he does get it stopped to hold on to P5.
Yeah, and you can see there for Jeremy just able to keep putting his bike in the right place. This is good racecraft for him. Obviously, you're up against Jaume Masia, championship leader coming into this weekend, so Jeremy riding as well. But down into turn 5, you'd imagine that's where Masia should have that opportunity to attack again.
It's a must now for Jaume Masia with 5 laps to go. He needs to clear Jeremy Alcoba to get off after the podium runners, and Masia forces his move there down the inside as they make their way through turn 5. It's a clean enough move in the end. Alcoba will try to answer back, but this time I think Masia has got the job done. In the meanwhile, Matteo Ferrari has scampered away 0.8 of a second, the gap to 4th position now for Masia.
Yeah, and for Masia, we'll see if he's able to get that head down, try and close up the margin, because gap of a second at the start of this lap with 4.5 laps to go, I think the gap is too big for him to be up there on the podium. It's going to be really difficult. That's where it then comes down to who in this leading 3 is able to come away with the race win. We know Chan Onshu wants it. He's chasing his first win of the season. Arenas for his championship battle. I think he'll be happy with 20 points for second. But for Roberto Garcia, I hope he throws caution to the wind and goes for the race win, because Garcia, he's an all-action packed rider. We saw that from the start of last season whenever he jumped onto this bike. but he's a really good young prospect in the super sport class.
Yes, I mean, we want to see him fight, but we do also want to see him finish a race after a few non-finishes in a row and crashing out from the race lead yesterday. Coming to start another lap, 4 to go now. Garcia only a quarter of a second from race leader Chalanchu. They're practically tripping over one another now into turn 1. Ferrari half a second back. Massia still 8/10 in arrears in 5th position.
Chance slow on the engine performance. You can't get that bike stopped, and then you run in a little bit wide through 2. So for Albert Arenas, attacking into 5 is probably a decent option for him if you're able to get a good run through turn 4.
Yeah, the bike moving out around underneath Arenas as well. These 3 all pushing hard, still in the low 1 minute 43s in the latter stages of this race. Ferrari hunting them back down, makes the gap back to 0.3 of a second. It was half a second at this stage a lap ago. He was the fastest of that lead quartet on lap number 14. And Massia still faster than him, but can he get there in time? Onchu leads Arenas, leads Garcia. There's only 2/10 between the 3 leaders. They are nose to tail, and Alberto Arenas sees an opportunity, moves across the path of Onchu, going through the chicane at turns 9 and 10. And Alberto Arenas on the AS Racing Yamaha leads the way on lap 15.
Onchu goes tight on the run into 11. That's going to sacrifice a little bit of rolling speed through there. So Garcia maybe a bit too far back. We haven't seen any moves into turn 12. The straight's a little bit too short into there, but he'll know that he has to come through this chicane now to see if he can set something up again. Down into turn 1 though, he has a bike that's better on the brakes than Onchu.
And Ferrari, another new personal best, second sector this time around. He continues to close on the podium spot, so Garcia will have to attack Onchu here, because if he doesn't, Ferrari will move in front of him for a podium place. Look how close it is now for second, third and fourth, but Arenas breaking away. 0.3 of a second already, his lead over Chan Onchu.
Yeah, you can see there for Garcia, runs out onto that curb on the exit, but just loses a bit of momentum as a result of that. We'll see if he's close enough to attack, maybe a little too far back on Onchu.
Garcia defending as well to the inside on Matteo. Ferrari, Massia making no further progress, so it does look like 5th position now for him. As long as he can hold back Alcoba and Buthemos, the 3 riders there setting similar pace at this stage of the race. And we've got 4 riders in contention, only 3 podium spots. Someone's going to have to miss out, and Matteo Ferrari doing his best to make sure that it isn't him.
Yeah, Matteo, the only rider in this league group on a bike that isn't the Yamaha as well. He's out there in the Ducati and he's riding well on it. But we'll see if he's able to get himself down the inside, but a little bit too far back.
And Garcia knew it was coming as well and moved narrow to close the door.
Garcia's good at defending into that corner as well, and then also setting it up to try and exit to go through 7 and 8 quite fast.
Onchu's done well at the start of this lap 16. New personal best first sector, and he's immediately leapt back onto the tail of Arenas and made up those 0.2 of a second. So this is not over just yet for the race victory.
He's under attack into 11 here, but just able to keep Garcia at bay. But yeah, you're right, that he's digging in at this stage. He wants that win for Tecate.
And meanwhile, further back, Tom Buthemos side by side with Jeremy Alcoba. And in fact, when we saw them in the background, Buthemos now in front of Alcoba for 6th position. Arenas then leads Onchu, leads Garcia, leads Ferrari with only half a second between the 4 of them. And 2.5 laps to go, less than that now as they make their way towards the final sector into turn 15. It's Arenas with track position. And we're in a very different circumstance to what we were in race 1 yesterday afternoon. Garcia's still in there in the mix. We've got a bit of a wild card in the shape of Matteo Ferrari, who wasn't a podium contender yesterday. And we've got Arenas, this time with track position. Can he keep his cool where Chan Onchu failed yesterday?
Well, look at Matteo Ferrari just backing it up into turn 1 and trying to give himself a chance to get that bike stopped and then fire it out in towards turn 2. So all of these riders know any mistake will drop us the back of this group.
Fastest rider on the track again last time around, Matteo Ferrari, but can he find his way past Garcia? So strong at defending in this race thus far. He's held that 3rd position pretty much throughout. Now on the penultimate lap, will he be denied again? 2 4th places already to his name. Garcia, he wants that first podium, but Ferrari has other ideas. He makes his lunge. Chan Onchu was a little bit offline. Ferrari's gone in deep, slides as he tries to get traction, and through again comes Garcia to recover that 3rd place.
Look, Garcia on the next chicane. This is where he was really fast up against Onchu, and the change of direction from the left-hander into the right-hander, he was able to pull back a few bike lengths on Onchu.
Slid his way there through
on that change of direction, and that's what bridges that gap to Onchu. But Onchu on the exit of 11 is actually really good compared to Garcia.
And Ferrari now recover 0.3 of a second is his margin to the current provisional podium trio with just over a lap to go. Arenas, Onchu, Garcia, as it has been for much of this race. And Chan Onchu leading for a fair chunk of it as well before Arenas saw daylight in front of him. Now Arenas down to defend that position for what would be only his second race victory of the year. He comes into this race with 4 consecutive podiums and the championship lead to his name.
Yeah, and for Albert, he's just been so consistent in the first 4 rounds of the year, but once that race victory as well, particularly after everything that Gianni Massi has been through this weekend, does look like the top 3 have a little bit too much of a gap for Matteo Ferrari. He needs a bit of help at this stage.
Yeah, that small mistake from Ferrari last time around, and he was into the 1:43s. The 3 leaders, meanwhile, all with new personal best laps on the penultimate lap. It's go time. Arenas at 42.8, same for Onchu, same for Garcia. That's why they're still covered by just half a second, with less than 4 kilometres remaining now in Supersport at this 2026 Motul Hungarian round. Arenas with track position. Will he blink? Will he make a mistake? Can Onchu force a mistake? There's an opportunity down the back straight in towards turn 5. Onchu not close enough there.
Yeah, I think for Chan it's going to come right down to the wire. For Garcia on the 37 machine, he needs to be wider through 11 to give himself a chance to be able to still go with Onchu. But Chan in that change direction does a really good job just to pull out a few bike lengths. It's a battle between the top 2.
Yeah, there will be a little bit of needle between them because Onchu was not happy yesterday. Felt that Arenas cut across his path when he came through in the latter stages. Onchu then losing out, going from 1st to 3rd, and if he gets half a chance, he is going to have to send it down the inside in towards turn 15. But Arenas again building a little bit of a cushion midway through this final lap.
Yeah, you can see the AS Racing team looking on there, and for Arenas, he has that small bit of a gap now down in towards the chicane where it all came down to last night, but does look like he's got enough margin.
Arenas breaking away, Garcia still attacking Onchu for second, but it does seem as though Albert Arenas in the weekend in which he claims the World Championship lead from Jaume Masia will open that margin further still. With Masia in 5th position, it will be a 33-point series lead. Albert Arenas takes his second race victory of the season. Chan Onchu in second, his best result of the campaign, and Roberto Garcia finally has his first podium in the Supersport World Championship. Matteo Ferrari only a second from victory, just like yesterday, but half a second back from the podium. He takes P4. Great damage limitation ride from Masia, and important points in the championship after he failed to complete the Superpole session on Friday. Ruvemos 6th ahead of Alcoba, Jespersen, Mahendra and Luca Mice taking the final position in the top 10. Last of your scorers, Casadei, Vostatek, Zaccone, Watley and Egerton for 1. Beating Federico Caricasulo, Pontan Perolari, top Supersport Challenge rider, but failed to score. An all-Yamaha podium, and we know that there was a little bit of rebalancing at the start of this weekend, and I'm sure that will immediately prompt the other teams to leap to race direction to ask about what it's going to look like before the coming rounds, because it was a great performance from them. You've got to say that although it is Yamaha 1, 2, 3, you have also got to acknowledge the fact that Masia should have been up there with them throughout the weekend and wasn't because of that Superpole on Friday.
Yeah, Yamaha and Ducati now level on points in the manufacturer standings. I think that's about right for what we've seen through the course of the season, and we'll wait and see just how strong Onchu can be. At least for him, that's 3 podiums in a row and edging himself close to the race victory. He'd be happier with today's performance than making a mistake yesterday. And great for Roberto Garcia to have his first career podium.
Yeah, he'll be delighted with that. His 22nd race now in the Supersport World Championship, and appearing in the second half of last season. Still a young gun, of course, just 19 years of age. He turns 20 later on this month, and it's his first podium after 2 4th places at the 2025 Estoril round and the Portuguese round earlier on this season. Race 1 in Portimao came away with a 4th and then a 5th on day 2, and it ends a run of 3 consecutive retirements, so nobody will be more relieved than Garcia, not only to get points on the board, but that it's a podium as well.
Yeah, and I think the fact that there was that moment in the middle of the race whenever he was really harrying Onchu, but just in those closing couple of laps, he were quite lucky to get that outright race win pace. He needed to rely on something happening in front of him, but he's able to get the podium all the same.
Happy with Masia's position progression? Is that satisfying?
Well, it's a little bit down on what I am, but ultimately that's the racetrack as well, and I think John will put himself in a position to be able to challenge for this one, and he did a good job of damage limitation to be inside the top 5. Nice to be able to see Andrew Pitt down there in pit lane. He's waiting for his ex-rider Roberto Garcia to come through, and he'll offer him a congratulations now.
Yeah, nice to see, as you say, as the podium trio make their way back in. Alberto Arenas, Chanon Chu and Roberto Garcia with third place, and covered for much of that race by just half a second. Entertaining stuff as always in Supersport.
Yeah, Supersport just always delivers good racing, and we saw that again in this race with half a second between the Podium men and Ferrari up there. Massey coming through the pack, Tom with Amos on the Triumph, able to come away with decent top six finish. And Hobel looked really good on the Kawasaki for much of the race, just faded into the closing stages.
Yeah, good work from, well, everyone in the top 7 has some reason to be satisfied in the end. A competitive display from Kawasaki's Jeremy Alcoba this weekend. It's only 7th place, finally, after 4th place in race 1. But unlike in the previous rounds, when, you know, he'd been 7th in Portimao, he'd been 8th at best in Assen, 9th at best in Phillip Island, it doesn't look amazing to be 7th. But actually he was running with the podium trio for much of that race, and so it feels a little bit different, this 7th position for Alcoba.
Yeah, I think that's fair, and for Jeremy, I think it's that situation where you're trying to give yourself that opportunity to know that there's a reason for optimism. An opportunity to know that there's a reason for optimism. Yourself that opportunity to know that there's a he was there or thereabouts in each of the races this weekend. He was there or thereabouts in each of the races this weekend. Showed a lot of pace, and I think that really important weekend for him, because he needs to show that he can be a quick learn and really get down to speed quickly, because in the super sport class you get your morning free practice session on Friday, and then you're straight into Super Bowl, and if you don't have the pace, you qualify down the field, and then you leave yourself vulnerable when you're just in damage limitation mode. Arenas needs to make sure that next time out in Most he's able to qualify in the front 2 rows of the grid, and then you're able to come away with a lot of points for the weekend.
And as long as he keeps finishing, you know, we keep saying it, he hasn't been out of the top 5 this season, hasn't actually been out of the top 5 or off the podium since race 1 in Portimao. As long as he keeps up that momentum, it's up to Jaume Masia to then be winning races, because after this weekend, so damaging, he came in with a 1-point series lead. He leaves 33 points behind. Masia is going to need to start winning races.
Yeah, and for Jaume, that's the cost of his Super Bowl crash. And you know, today he comes away with 5th place, but ultimately he's given up a lot of points this weekend. He's given up 34 points to his chief championship rival. This inconsistency was the problem for Masia last year. Now, I think ultimately it all comes down to that bit of a mistake in the Super Bowl session, because if he had been able to come away with a top 5 or 6 finish yesterday, you'd look at it and you'd say, do you know what, it wasn't that bad considering that he's had that Super Bowl session. But when this is the only points that you score for the weekend, you'll obviously know that it's just not quite good enough to only have 11 points.
Yes, but at least it wasn't the no points like yesterday. He safely negotiated that opening lap, moved quickly into the points, then recovered quickly to the top 10, and from there gradually made his way through. Masia 2.5 seconds from victory at the checkered flag for P5. Alberto Arenas with the victory, opens a 33-point series lead. Chanon Chu, 2nd place for him, that's 3 podiums in a row, and the best of them this season with a 2nd position. The first win will come for Chu.
Yeah, certainly for Chu and for the Tenkate team, they know it's not far away. And I think ultimately yesterday, Chu, just the desire to get back to winning races probably led to that mistake. He put himself under a lot of pressure, and he made a small mistake. He still came away with a podium and gets another podium now.
Top Supersport Challenge rider Consan Perolari, but it's not been a satisfactory weekend by his standings, I should say. In the standings, he's on 16 points, dating back to Portimao, but this weekend out of the scoreless.
Yeah, and you just can't afford to have it where you have a tough weekend like that. And I think that for any of these riders, it's about trying to find that little bit of consistency whenever you're trying to give yourself the chance to always score points. And that's one of the things that we've seen this season where we mentioned about Simon Jespersen, the step forward that he's made and then the EAB Ducati team have made in finishing all the races and scoring points in every race is the target for a lot of those teams.
So it's just about time to take your riders towards the interview area as Alberto Arenas takes race 2 victory ahead of Chan On-Chu and a first-time podium in the Supersport World Championship for Roberto Garcia.
Roberto, first podium in Supersport for you. A great way to bounce back after yesterday's race. Just tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, the feeling is amazing. I think great job with the weekend. I think for all the season I fight. I work a lot with the bike with me. In Assen it's not a great opportunity for me because it's the first race we can stay in this Assen, and I think for all the races now after this race is possible to fight with this podium, and I think it's amazing day because it's a day of mother. Thank you for my mother, for all the team, GMT, and thank you for Yamaha, for Aurora also, hola. Thank you for everything, thank you.
Thank you, congrats.
Thank you.
Was regular podium finisher previously in the Moto2 European Championship, but his first podium at World Championship level. Roberto Garcia taking a 3rd position here this afternoon. And this was a sensible ride as much as anything. We didn't see him attack and try to lead Arenas and On-Chu. Today we felt that he knew it was time to get that podium.
Yeah, you called it very early in the race that was going to be the target for him, and Garcia and Christophe Guillaume and GMT 94 team, they'll have known that was the goal, and Roberto's been able to tick that box, and now he'll be able to move on to strength from strength. We saw last year how often he was able to put himself into the battle inside the top 5, top 6 positions, and he's been able to show that speed again this year, but particularly this weekend where he could easily have had 2 podiums.
Still chasing his first victory since Aragon last year, but it is 3 consecutive podiums for Chan On-Chu and his best result of the season so far with 2nd place today.
Chan, that was a really, really positive race for you and what has been a really positive weekend. Talk us through how you're feeling.
Well, I'm very happy, and first of all I want to say thanks to Tengate because we worked very hard and we start to find our rhythm back and our speed back. First 2 rounds we struggled a lot, and after we sit all together and say we have to find solution, and in the end we find, I think, a very good solution, even much better than last year. So we have to work like that and be happy and enjoy the day today and work more for the next race round.
Congrats.
Thank you.
2nd place for Chan On-Chu. 4/10 of a second down on Arenas in the end. He did lead for a fair chunk of that one, and in the end, is it just a question of Arenas knowing too much?
I think it's one of those situations where Arenas just had that little bit of an edge on him, and we saw a few places where On-Chu's bike worked well. We saw a few places where the Arenas bike from the AS team worked a little better as well. So I think this was probably a fair result considering that Chan led a lot of the race, but Arenas kept him honest all the way. And the pace was fast all the way through this race. The last lap, you still had it where they were within 4/10 of a second of the fastest lap of the race. So this came down to who was able to make the most out of their bike all the way through this race. And when the tyres don't drop, you end up just having it where it comes down to who's got the speed and that little bit more confidence. And ultimately, Arenas is the championship leader because he's got that confidence.
Best score of the season so far for Alberto Arenas is 45 out of a possible 50 points, and he now leads the World Championship by 33 points, a third of the way through the season.
Albert, an absolutely superb victory for you. You're clearly delighted with it. You're now championship leader by 33 points. Tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much to everybody. The track has been amazing, and also the team has been incredible. Since yesterday night, we worked super hard to find little margins. Today I could ride super good. I'm super proud of them, and this means a lot to me. I'm so happy, and I want to congratulate to my mother for today. I love you, Mom. Thank you. And yeah, super happy, and yeah, I can't wait to go back home and celebrate with my friends and my mom and my family, and super proud.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Happy Mother's Day to
I'm now really worried that it's Mother's Day.
oh no, you're safe. Arenas first and Gambia in third position. Both dedicating their podiums to their mothers here this afternoon. And Arenas, I'm sure his will be particularly satisfied. Victory, as he said there, 4/10 of a second over Chan On-Chu. 45 out of possible 50, 40 points in Assen last time out. He's had 2 wins this season. He's had 6 podiums in 8 races, and it's the consistency that we've been talking about, that we spoke about at the top of the programme. That means he leads Jaume Masia, who's had that non-score yesterday, who's had 3 other races as well, where he's dropped out of those podium positions.
Yeah, when you look at it, obviously the opening races of the year in Phillip Island came down to the tyre choice and the flag-to-flag race, and Arenas made the right choice, Masia made the wrong choice, and there was a big point swing for that with Masia finishing the race down in 10th spot. There was the non-score yesterday for Masia as well, and then there's a day today where Masia only scores 11 points, so they're big swings in a championship battle. But Jaume's not out of it, and I think he showed a lot of fight in this race. He'll certainly think that over the course of the next few rounds, he'll have the opportunity to claw back a lot of those points, and ultimately over the next 3 rounds, that becomes critical to be able to make sure that you leave Misano where you're the championship leader, because then you get into that business end of the season where, especially for Arenas, there's a lot of new circuits.
Alberto Arenas then is your leader, 4/10 of a second, taking the victory today, and he's your points leader with 150 points from the opening 4 rounds of the campaign. You said it previously, there will be challenges to come. Most last next time out is a potential banana skin, but certainly we've seen at every circuit Arenas on the podium. That Yamaha is working well in his hands.
Yeah, it really is, and the Yamaha is a good package. Obviously there's been a little bit of balancing this weekend that's helped them as well, and ultimately the balancing rules are there that if there is that need, it also gives the riders that opportunity. So Yamaha would take advantage of it here in this race with the top 3, but we've seen everyone so closely matched as well. The speed of the Ducatis and the consistency of the Triumph, and even the Kawasaki was up there as well. So Supersport does just tend to have it where a lot of riders are able to put themselves in the mix, and it's up to you to be the best rider you can be on that day, and then you'll get your rewards.
Rewards for Roberto Garcia with his first podium, having previously finished 4th on 2 occasions, 2025 Estoril and 2026 in Portimao race 1. Well, he finally makes that 1 position, beating Matteo Ferrari by half a second. Mature ride from Garcia, occupying the rostrum spots throughout. Receives the congratulations of Philip Kutcher and Alberto Arenas, who also offers his congratulations to Chan On-Chu. On-Chu in 2nd place. His 130th Supersport race start today, 33rd podium, and his 3rd in 2026, all in a row. And let's hope that On-Chu now has found the consistency that he can continue through to the end of the season. He is a significant margin behind the top step in the championship, 62 points back, certainly a chance of a medal. And as you said earlier on, he's just got to start taking victories and then hope that the championship takes care of itself.
Yeah, I think that ultimately that's the way that you have to approach it now at this stage, but it's difficult as well to be able to give yourself those chances. But we'll wait and see how the next few rounds play out.
On to 2nd place, but Alberto Arenas is the man to beat. He only dropped 10 points in Assen, only dropped 12 points at the Australian round first time out, and he's only dropped 5 this weekend. He's now on a run of 5 consecutive podiums, and this is his 2nd race victory of the season. 6 podiums in 8 races, and the World Championship leader by 33 points. And he wasn't the most fancied rider before this season because of being new to the class, and when you've got Chan On-Chu and Jaume Masia with a year under their belts on their packages for this season, you would have expected those 2 to hit the ground running and Arenas to be a challenger, but not necessarily in the prime position he is at present.
Yeah, I think that we all knew Arenas was going to be good, but until a rider comes out in the Supersport class and delivers, there's always that question mark. I'll tell you what, for the ES Racing team, switching from the MV Augustas to the Yamaha is a decision that's proved very successful. Hiring Albert Arenas is a decision that's proved very successful.
And hear the national anthem for your race winner, Alberto Arenas. of the Prosecco then on the podium after race 2 of the 2026 Motul Hungarian round. It is Yamaha 1, 2, 3, but as always in Supersport, from one circuit to the next, from one round to the next, we do see shifting sands and changes in balance of power, and Jaume Masia will hope to make back some of that margin next time out in Most. Not long to wait for him either. Just a couple of weeks' time. As Alberto Arenas enjoys the moment, we'll take you through the race 2 results and where that leaves us in terms of the championship standings. Race 2 results at the 2026 Motul Hungarian round. It is Arenas victorious over Onju and Garcia, just half a second in it between the Yamaha trio. Yamaha podium lockout ahead of the Ducatis and Matteo Ferrari. Top Ducati throughout this weekend in terms of race results. Jaume Masia doing a great job of working his way through the field from the 9th row of the grid, P25, all the way to P5. Tom Booth Amos has gradually improved as the weekend has gone on. Top starts on Friday. That's important points for him in 6th. Jeremy Alcoba running with the podium pace in the first half. Fading later on, he takes 7th. Mahendra up nicely to 8th. It's been a good weekend for him after a tough campaign. Jespersen and Miles rounding out your top 10. A couple of important retirements. Marioli had a shot at some decent points, but crashed out. And Valentin de Bees with mechanical misfortune, costing him dearly in the championship. He's now back to 53 points down on Alberto Arenas and 20 in arrears on Jaume Masia. Still 3 different manufacturers in the top 3 spots. And De Bees holds on to that 3rd position because of the non-score for Philip Ertel as well. And Onju making ground with 3 consecutive podium finishes and ending this weekend on a high with his best result of the season so far. So, Manufacturers Championship and a 1-2-3 for Yamaha means that they move level with Ducati on points, their top scorer this weekend. Matteo Ferrari, 4th position for him in race 2 this afternoon. Supersport now heads on to its 6th visit to the Autodrom Most for the Czech round in 2 weeks' time. The climax of the Motul Hungarian round still remains here at the Balaton Park circuit. Race 2 in WorldSBK up next. Motor FIM Superbike World Championship returns to Hungary for the first time since 1990 with the inaugural visit to the new Balaton Park circuit last July. It's located just an hour's drive away from Budapest Airport on the outskirts of the capital. But before we set our sat-navs, one more race remains at the 2026 Motor Hungarian Race. Inaugurated in 2023, the Balaton Park circuit is the most modern venue we visit, but also the most technical. Its longest straight measures just 665 metres, and there are 17 corners across its 4-kilometre distance, making it demanding on brakes and front tyre. The main overtaking hotspot here is the longest braking zone, some 5.6 seconds into turn 1, where Iker Lekwona made his passes on Oliveira, Montella and Sura for second yesterday. On the opening lap in particular, keep an eye on turn 2 as well, where Asari barged his way past Montella this morning. And turn 5, the heaviest braking zone on the track, riders shedding 200 kph in just 200 metres. Turns 9 and 10 among a series of chicanes that give the circuit its tight and twisty characteristics. An average speed of just 149 kilometres per hour for Nicolo Bullica's fastest lap in this morning's Tissot Superpole race. This weekend, the first time the SCX tyre has been available at this venue, and over a second taken off the previous lap records. Every winning run must come to an end. For Jonathan Ray, it was the Qatar sandstorm that saw the last race of 2018 cancelled with his winning run at 11. Alvaro Bautista took over in 2019 with 11 of his own before Ray stopped him at 11 in a row, going on to take the most remarkable of titles. For Toprak Razgatlioglu, it was injury at Manicure in 2024 and then defeat to Nicolo Bullica that stopped him at 13. And this morning, it looked to all the world as though Bullica's run would be ended at 14 as he was barged out of the way at the first turn by Jari Montella, then made a mistake of his own at turn 5, was relegated back to 10th, with main rival Iker Lekwona already up to 2nd. A reminder that anything can happen in WorldSBK. Steve English alongside me, ultimately a crash at turn 6 involving Sam Lowe's, Andrea Locatelli and Miguel Oliveira forced out the red flags, an opportunity Bullica took with both hands. But until then, we were looking at a Lekwona victory, or at very least an exciting Bullica recovery. And now the pair start side by side for the first time this weekend for race 2 of the 2026 Motor Hungarian Race.
Yeah, I think if we don't have that red flag, it would be very difficult to see how Bullica would have been able to come through for the race victory, as it was in the restarted race. He was quite comfortable in those early laps. But this is going to be a little bit different. Bullica and Lekwona on the front row of the grid together. They might be teammates, but Lekwona will know this is his chance to win a race, and he wants to make sure he's able to grab it with both hands. A quick start and then attack into turn 1. That has to be the order of the day for Iker Lekwona.
This morning we finished with the same factory 1-2 that we've had since race 1 in Portimao. Lorenzo Baldassari claiming his first rostrum finish since the first race of the season in Phillip Island with 3rd. The 3rd consecutive race that the Bardi Ducatis have finished 4th and 5th. This time Alvaro Bautista ahead of Jari Montella, and Alberto Sura claiming his best result yet in 6th. Best of the rest behind them, Alex Lowe's in 7th. Garrett Gerloff up into the top 10 for the first time since race 1 of the Portuguese round. Taz McKenzie with his 3rd top 10 finish in 5 races. So 7 Ducatis in the top 10 and another top 6 lockout for the Bologna manufacturer this morning.
Yeah, the Lead 4 still the bike to beat, and certainly in this race that'll be the case as well. But we'll wait and see who's able to be the closest challengers to it. That best of the rest has been fought out pretty hard this weekend, but with no Miguel Oliveira on the grid and Daniel Petrucci also sidelined, that takes away to the BMWs, which then means you're waiting to see what happens with the likes of Alex Lowe's on the Ribola. He had a good scrap with Garrett Gerloff on the Kawasaki earlier on today.
We make our way in then to see our championship leader, Nicolo Bullica, still undefeated in 2026 so far. Also took the last 4 races of last season. So that is 11 out of 11 this season so far, and 15 consecutive victories for Nicolo Bullica. But the Tissot Superpole race earlier on today, the narrowest winning margin in that spell, the first time this season that anyone's been within a second of Nicolo Bullica.
Yeah, and for Bullica, you can see there he's still relaxed down in the pit box. And there's been moments this weekend whenever he's talked about how difficult it is on this bike. It's tough for him, but he's still able to get the job done. And in the morning Superpole race, you can see him celebrating that success. But look at how close eager Lecuona was. In the second half of the race, Lecuona was closing back up on Bulega in a 21-lap race. Eager's going to feel that he's got a real chance.
He was closing in the second half of race 1 yesterday, but had too much work to do, having been relegated down to 8th position by a 3-place penalty. From 5th in the Tissot Superpole race, he was second by turn 2 after some rough justice between Baldassarri and Montella, both of them practically connecting and running wide. And he was faster again in the latter stages. But now we find out how much of that was Bulega managing his pace and how much Lecuona really is an equal match for Bulega around this venue.
Equal was fastest in both sessions on Friday. They changed the bike ahead of Superpole. He didn't like how the balance was after that. But the penalty in race 1 to start from 8th on the grid meant that he never had a chance in race 1 really to be able to fight with his teammate. The Superpole race, he did a good job from the middle of the second row to be up inside the top 2 spots on lap 1. But once that gap stretched out to over a second, it was always going to be difficult for him. But 21 laps is going to be a very different battle and a very different fight.
And particularly because he'll be starting alongside him on the front row. He did make back 2 seconds from a 4.5-second margin to a 2.5-second margin in race 1 yesterday afternoon. 10 laps, Lecuona posted faster than Nicolo Bulega. Well, at the top of this weekend, we thought that this man Sam Lowes could be on for 3 podiums to match his efforts from Assen last time out, but it really hasn't gone to plan for Lowes. There was a 3-rider crash in the first attempt at completing the Superpole race this morning, and damage to the bike for Lowes unfortunately meant that he struggled towards the back of the field.
Yeah, it's a quick shift that got broken in it, and then in the restart you can see that he was having an issue there, just trying to figure out what it was. Still got the bike to the flag, but never really able to show his true potential in the Superpole race. Did say after the race as well that he felt it was a tough penalty for Locatelli. He thought it was a little bit harsh for what he viewed as being a racing incident out there as well. And I think a lot of people in the paddock thought the same. And for Locatelli, obviously, it relegated him right down the field. For Lowes, it left him with this damage to the bike. Ultimately, the team said that they weren't able to spot the problem because of how it's the parts are designed and how they're protected as well. So ultimately, that's a shame for them.
Miguel Oliveira unfortunately ruled out as a result of that collision with a concussion and a left shoulder injury, and you can see he does take a fair hit immediately. We saw him stretch it away, unfortunately, from the circuit to go to the local hospital. And fingers crossed he is fit enough to take his place in Most next time out, but he'll miss out on 2 races on Sunday here at the Balaton Park circuit. And again, we see from all the different angles this is what happens.
Yeah, you can see Miguel straight away limp on the track, and he's been taken off to hospital. Should be fine for the next round in Most, you'd imagine. But shame for Miguel, because you did have the chance to be able to come away with something. You can see there for Giulio Nava just explained to Locatelli. I don't think Andrea he'd been reminded of the crash, because it led to double long lap penalty and relegated him right down the order. But he'll start from the 4th row of the grid courtesy of his Superpole time.
Yes, Andrea Locatelli doing a good job with P6 in the Superpole session originally. Came home 7th in race 1, and that's just about the targets, isn't it, really, as far as Yamaha are concerned. I'm back with BMW, and unfortunately for them, they'll have no riders on track this afternoon, because Danilo Petrucci has also been withdrawn following the Superpole race earlier on today. So with 2 riders down on the grid, and both of them the BMW's missing out.
Yeah, you can see that contact there with Bahat and Sofoglu, where Sofoglu hits into the left hip, and that's what's ruled out Petrucci from the action. We saw him have a crash on the exit of this corner on Friday, and then into turn 2 he has that incident when we start the race. But everyone was tripping up over each other all the way through. It was open a couple of corners. This is Batten then in his pit box, and you can see for him he'll offer his apologies. But ultimately, that's the layout of the track, and that's what led to the incident for Locatelli and Oliveira and Lowes as well earlier in the day too. So this is just one of the situations that can arise around this place.
Yeah, tough weekend for Bahatin. Sofoglu beaten by teammate Mattia Ratto in the Superpole race earlier on today. This is Lorenzo Baldassarri, completed the podium in the Superpole race earlier on, and what a recovery that was, considering that he was flying through the gravel trap at almost 200 kilometres an hour in race 1 yesterday afternoon. Turn 8 spill, I should say. Originally qualified in 2nd position, though to get up onto the podium, good work, and he makes use of that good position, and he'll have a front row start again for race 2 this afternoon.
Yeah, a little bit of ball behind there too, because you can see he lost control a little bit and then makes that contact with Montella. They both get pushed out wide. He was able to recover from it and come away with that podium finish. So really good to be able to see that for Balda, because this time yesterday, after they had that crash, the Go 11 team didn't really expect that he was going to be fit for the race.
points. And really good to see as well, because Phillip Island, we've had weird results at that track over the years, but to do it in Europe, to do it here at the Balaton Park circuit, to beat Montella, to beat Bautista, genuinely for pace on track, Baldassarri doing really well. He will come under pressure from the riders behind Bautista and Montella in particular for the rostrum spots here this afternoon, but there's certainly one up for grabs, not least because of the withdrawal of Miguel Oliveira. And as you said, Steve, we might have 6 Ducatis in the top 6 positions on the grid, but there's also a question mark as to who might be best of the rest, and Alex Lowe's will be the favourite there, perhaps starting on row number 3, P7 on the grid for Lowe's.
Yeah, it's been 6-7 for him in the course of the running so far this weekend, and again for Lowe's you have that ability to consistently grind out results. He doesn't make many mistakes on the Bermuda. The bike is clearly where he's having to ride it right on the limit at all times, but that's also part of the fun of watching World Superbikes. See riders have to do that. I think for Lowe's, he'd obviously prefer to have a little bit of help as well.
Reminder of the tyre allocation, and no differences between the riders in yesterday's race 1, and no surprises there. Everyone electing to go with the super soft SCX tyre, really bringing the softest allocation with them to Balaton Park this weekend. Has been a little bit more aggressive, speaking to a couple of the teams on the tyres than perhaps they were anticipating, and that's the reason that nobody went for the Q tyre in the Superpole race earlier on today.
Yeah, it's just about being able to get that longevity out of it, and obviously in the Superpole race it doesn't always have to use that Q tyre.
For the 12th consecutive race this season, Nicolo Bulliger will start from pole, but for the first time this weekend, Ika Lekwona starts alongside him in P2, having served the 3-place penalty in race 1. To fight 5th and moved up 3 places in the Superpole race. Renzo Baldassarri drops 1 position to 3rd to complete the front row. Yari Montella down 2 spots to 5th, with Alvaro Bautista moving up from 9th to 4th to pass his teammate this morning. Alex Lowe's is best of the rest outside of the Ducati top 6, while Garrett Gove has his best starting position since race 2 of the Australian round, and Taz McKenzie his best starting position of 2026. Andrea Locatelli and Sam Lowe, the two of the riders, I should say, involved in the Superpole race crash, both missing out on the top 9, and we're reduced to a 20-rider grid without both BMWs here.
Yeah, and obviously for the riders here, they'll know that it's all about being able to make that fast start and give yourself the opportunity to race. But we've already seen plenty of action on the opening laps of the races across all 3 classes here this weekend, and I think for Nicolo Bulliger, all he'll be looking for is a clean run towards turn 1 and then just live to fight through the race. But for Bulliger, he got a good reminder this morning of how easily things can go wrong.
So up in the top 2 positions, where maybe Lekwona outbreaks Bulliger into turn 1, maybe just sends it regardless of whether he's close enough. Where else do we expect the main changes in the pecking order to be? Because Baldassarri had a fair margin of comfort ahead of Bautista earlier on today, and he wasn't really a top 2 contender. So do we expect Baldassarri to take another podium here, or do we expect that in the second half of the race, the likes of Bautista and Montella should be able to get through on the Go 11 man?
I think that crash yesterday, he'll feel more of the effects in this 21-lap race after already racing this morning, so that could be a factor for Balda. Your neck can take quite a beating in a crash like that, and that makes it quite difficult then when you get into the second race. Bautista, he should be a contender for the podium, but needs to make a fast start, and then you wait to see if anyone else is able to make a jump, but ultimately it looks like the Ducatis have that start.
Well, it is already the 12th race of the 2026 season, and all 12 of them have seen Nicolo Bulliger on pole position. Fastest in Superpole yesterday, unbeaten in the Superpole award still after winning the Tissot Superpole race this morning. He has won both races so far this weekend, but if there's any circuit where he has a little bit of a weakness, it might be here at Balaton Park. Alongside him, Ika Lekwona, hoping to take advantage. Originally qualified in P5, had a 3-place penalty in race 1, but still came back into second place. Last 2 rounds as well, he's been second in every race. He's, at very least, will be hoping to make it 9 out of 9, but this is the best shot he's yet had to really chase and fight Nicolo Bulliger.
Exactly, and this is the chance to win a race for Lekwona when you look back at his Moto2 career, his MotoGP career, his Superbike career. Never won a race at World Championship level, so this is his chance to do that.
Lorenzo Baldassarri, 3rd on the grid, originally qualified in P2. There was a 6/10 of a second margin, though, to Nicolo Bulliger, certainly the dominant force, even if Lekwona's a little bit closer this weekend. For Lorenzo Baldassarri, super performance in the Superpole race, big margin over Alvaro Bautista, taking the final step on the podium, his first rostrum finish since race 1 in Phillip Island. And yes, the Ducatis have been performing brilliantly, but for Baldassarri to beat a 2-time world champ to get onto the rostrum, he'll be delighted with that.
Yeah, Balda moved so well in the opening race of the day, and this one's going to be a different challenge for him, but ultimately a podium, a front row start from the Super Bowl session. He's done a really good job this weekend.
Yeah, keep track position ahead of Bautista in the early laps, try and open a gap when Bautista's at his weakest, when the fuel load is high and the weight is a bigger issue for him. Alvaro Bautista starting from 4th position on the grid. He's had 2 top 5 finishes this weekend so far, and obviously had a weekend of 4th places in Assen last time out. You know Bautista's target is going to be the podium, and now that he's up in 4th position on the grid, if he can hold that position early on, he gives himself a chance to at least get 3rd place in the second half of this race.
Yeah, and that has to be the goal for him, because Alvaro does have the pace in the second half of the race, and now that we're well over 42 degrees track temperature, it's also hotter than it's been through the course of the running so far. That's going to play to his strength as well.
Yari Montella will start from 5th position. This is Alberto Surra, who completes row number 2. Originally qualified in P8, and that's where he finished in race 1, but really provided some sparks, getting through to 2nd place, battling for all he was worth as he tumbled gradually back through the field. 8th in race 1, 6th in the Super Pole race, his best result yet.
Yeah, if he can come away with a top 10 finish, it's a really good weekend for Alberto, and that'll give the motocross team a big lift going into the busy run that we have in May and early June.
As we move on to the 3rd row of the grid, Alex Lowe's for the motor outfit. Just talking with Sam ahead of race 2 this afternoon. Alex best the rest with 6th position in race 1 and 7th in the Super Pole race. Having qualified P10, he has made a step forward.
Yeah, and Alex just riding as well as he can on that remote. He doesn't make mistakes. He knows that ultimately he needs to be the best of the rest behind the Ducatis. If he picks off a scalp or two, the likes of Surra and maybe one of the Barney bikes, he's done really well.
Completing 3rd row of the grid, Garrett Gerloff and Taz McKenzie. Chris, if you're still with us, let's head down to you on the grids.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. I'm just here with Sam. Sam, it didn't go your way this morning. Bit of bad luck on one side. You still saw the checkered flag. Can you just talk us through that and then your expectations for today?
Yeah, obviously the Super Bowl races, everyone's eager to make positions on the first laps, and yeah, we're coming together with Locker and Miguel. It was one of them. I was on the racing line, they went deep, came back, it was 50-50. I'm surprised that Locker got a penalty. Honestly, I felt like it was a racing incident, so hopefully Miguel is okay. I send my regards to him. And yeah, obviously after that in the restart we had a problem with the bike, so it's just rode around to finish, which is a shame. And starting back here, we just have to do what we can in the first laps and try and bring on some good points.
Good luck today.
Well, a little bit of local flavour with Hungarian folk music ahead of this race 2. It is the climax of the weekend, and that is your pre-show down on the grid. We're continuing to work our way through. We were at the 3rd row. We've just seen Alex Lowe's before we broke off to hear from brother Sam. Garrett Gerloff lining up in P8 here. He was 13th in race 1. They're on 14th in the championship, but scoring in both races of the weekend so far, just as he did in Phillip Island 3 times at the start of the season.
Yeah, for Gerloff again with that Kawasaki, a good performance by him to be able to put himself up there into the points paying positions yesterday, and then the same again in the Super Pole race. So he needs to try and come away with the top 10, and it's a really good yet.
Leading that third row of the grid, Taz McKenzie. He will believe there is a real chance of ending Bulliger's 15-race winning run. 15-race winning run. Alex Raby and Steve English for race 2 of the 2026 Motul Hungarian round. Steve, we've thought all weekend long that the visit to the Balaton Park circuit offers the best chance of seeing Bulliger's streak come to an end. The climax of this weekend is the last chance for Iker Lekwona here in Hungary at least.
Yeah, just on the run down to turn 1, you can see Alberto Sura there in the 67. He's using all of these runs from the grid to bring proper practice starts, and watch out for him on the run into turn 1 on lap 1. The instant hot spots on the opening lap. We saw in the Super Pole race this morning just how perilous it can be. Hülkenberg got pushed out wide before there were red flags later on. That's why no BMWs on the grid would have been ruled out through injury. But for Nicola Bulliga, he saw this morning just how big of a risk there can be in those races. So he'll know to be on guard for this one. Iker Lekwona's going to know this is his chance to win a race.
And how does Bulliger approach the first turn? Because if Lekwona just maintains the gap into that first bend, he's letting off the brake, he's making sure he comes through.
If you're passive, you're going to be under pressure through turn 1. We've already seen that across the different classes this weekend. You need to be aggressive, but most importantly, you need to be assertive into turn 1. Down into that run, obviously Jari Montella was from the front row of the grid in this morning's races, but you could see that if someone breaks that little bit too deep, they can get a little bit unsettled and they can push riders around. We saw that Miguel Oliveira, he had contact in turns 2 and turn 5, obviously with a big crash, but it's very easy to get involved in someone else's incident in those first couple of corners.
Yes, Nicola Bulliger will start in pole position, obviously, but he can't legislate for what the other riders around him might do. There is Jari Montella. He'll be starting this one from 5th position. Baldassari, the spoiler, up with the factory Ducatis, but it should be the case that we have a fight for 3rd and then a separate one for 3rd position.
Yeah, you can't legislate for what happens in turn 1, but you can mitigate against it as well by not leaving yourself on the outside through those first couple of corners. That's where Bulliger has a bit of strategy to decide. It's also where Iker Lekwona has a strategy to decide, because ultimately for Iker, he'll want to go out there and win this race, and that means into turn 1, unsettle your teammate.
And Sam Lowes, watch out for him early on as well. He'll be starting from 11th position. He's had pace in the early stages of the weekend to be close at least to Bulliger and Lekwona, but he hasn't delivered the points thus far. Just the 7 points from race 1 after his recovery from a double long lap penalty. He starts from P11 on the 4th row of the grid here. Bulliger, the first time they've lined up side by side this weekend. It's race 2 of the 2026 Motul Hungarian round, and it's underway. And Lekwona's made a decent jump. He is going to be alongside Nicola Bulliger in the run down to turn 1. How bold is he willing to be? Not quite bold enough. He's very polite there with Bulliger, who takes the early race lead. Good start that from Alvaro Bautista. He's leapfrogged Lorenzo Baldassari. Alex Lowes coming through on Baldassari as well. So rocket ship gets away from Alex Lowes from P7 on the grid. He's already up into 5th. He's dispatched Jari Montella. Montella and Baldassari already have some history from the Tissot Super Pole race earlier on today. And Baldassari is losing out here to Montella, who ducks to the outside line. Baldassari now will have track position with the inside ground. He's got to be careful here. He's taken out Alex Lowes. That's really bad news for Lowes, because he's going to lose a handful of positions here. That was a little bit too aggressive from Baldassari, but he wanted to get clear of Montella. He is up into 4th position now to try and give pursuit to Alvaro Bautista. Let's start going to plan for Bautista. He's up into the podium spots, looking for his first rostrum finish since the Australian round.
Yeah, great stuff from Taz McKenzie as well, up into 6th. He had actually dropped to 10th through the first couple of corners. Locatelli with big moments through the chicane. But look at the front two Ducatis. Buliga's under pressure now from Iker Lecuona.
First time we've really seen Nicolo Buliga under pressure this weekend. So far, he has led every lap up to this stage. Bautista's in a little bit hot. As always, the early laps, Bautista struggles to get that Barney Ducati stopped. And Baldassarri with the opportunity to recover third place on lap 1.
Yeah, we'll see if Baldassarri to attack down into the chicane, and he tries to get that line round.
And again, he's way too hot, and it's messed up Bautista's corner. He's going to lose 3 positions now. And Baldassarri's
back into the...
Baldassarri's got to be investigated here because he was super aggressive the first time. The second time, you certainly can't get a pass, but it helped Mackenzie. Mackenzie's up now into 5th position, and a real chance for him.
It helps Taz, but also you have it where
Baldassarri's up now into turn 1 on lap number 2, so Mackenzie will be up into 4th position, and Bautista is right with Baldassarri now again, but it's been a scrappy start to this race too from the Superpole race podium finisher Lorenzo Baldassarri.
Balda in all likelihood is going to get a long lap penalty because he didn't give up enough time or positions after running off the track in the chicane. But look at the gap now that Montella has over them.
Yeah, Lorenzo Baldassarri 19.5 is half a second slower than the riders around him, and it's not enough. Baldassarri then dive bombing through on Taz McKenzie, and Alex Lowe's wide behind, and Lowe's then returns to the racing line. Such a unique technical circuit here at Balaton Park that it's leading to a bit of a wild start to this race from 4th position down. Baldassarri holds it, then it's McKenzie, then it's Bautista, then it's Surra once again in 7th position. Gerloff, Locatelli, Vierke rounding out your top 10. Alex Lowe's one of the big losers there because he made a great start up into 5th position, barged out of the way. Baldassarri then messes up Bautista's early race. He's down to 6th position, and that's going to allow Montella to escape away in 3rd.
Yeah, Montella, he's got 2 seconds in hand over them now as well. He's 2 seconds behind the Aruba bike, so lonely starts the race for him, but I think he'll settle for that.
Yeah, I think he'll be satisfied enough because his main race was with Alvaro Bautista. Admittedly, Bautista was struggling to get the bike stopped, but that is very often the case in the first third of races for Alvaro. I can tell you there's actually going to be no further action taken for Lorenzo Baldassarri leaving the circuit. Well, I must admit, I thought he'd done a 19.5 in the final sector, and I didn't really think we lose Locatelli out in the gravel trap on lap as the leaders make their way into lap number 3. Mackenzie, Bautista, Surra, Gerloff, your quartet.
Yeah, you can see there for Locke, and he's a bit hurt after that one, so that's a big crash for Locke. Just in relation to that sector as well, he was 0.8 of a second faster than it this time around, so I just think the way he came back onto the track, having ran off the track, was a bit much for him.
But is it not minimum 1 second that you need to be losing?
Well, it should be, but I just think that it's one of those situations where ultimately Balda was just out of control in that first lap.
Yeah, and that's where maybe the letter of the law doesn't penalise him, but I think for scrappy racing on the opening lap, you certainly could have argued that Baldassarri needed a caution at least.
I think that when we've seen what we saw for Locatelli in the opening race of the day, there was a little bit of precedence for him.
As Gerloff attacks Surra, and Bautista still doesn't look comfortable on lap number 3. Now the race will come to him, but it might only come to him in the final third, and Bautista's going to lose another position here. Surra making his move through turn 11, and that opens the door for Gerloff, and suddenly Bautista, who started in P4 after a strong ride in the Superpole race, is down to 8th.
Yeah, and you can see there for Gareth Gerloff, well, he's riding really well on the Kawasaki this weekend, and now he's got himself up into the top 7. That's super stuff from Gareth, and shows just when we come to some of these tracks through the year, when he's got that confidence, he's going to get some decent results.
Guess where we find Alvaro Bautista with Alex Lowe next in line in P9. Those two seem to be following one another around in the recent rounds. And Sam Lowe's behind in 10th position. We'll see as the race goes on what his pace is like, because the first 3 laps have been wacky races, haven't they? 0.7 of a second between Buliga and Lecuona up front. It's always those early laps that Buliga gets the hammer down and begins to break away. Now we'll find out whether Lecuona has enough pace to answer back as Gerloff goes in far too deep out at turn 1. But Alvaro Bautista is not close enough to capitalise.
You can do that through 1 because you're able to open it up in towards 2. It does kind of sacrifice the sector for you, but you're still at least able to give yourself a chance still to roll through.
41-1 for Alvaro Bautista last time around, obviously losing positions on that lap 3. Now we've got to gather it up because he's under pressure from Alex Lowe for 8th position. Sam's
looking down at his left handlebar there and just trying to make an adjustment on it. So that's where there was the problem earlier on in the race. You wonder maybe if that grip is just shifting around a little bit underneath him.
Axel Sani retiring from the race, and second consecutive miserable weekend as far as the Italian is concerned. Only 7 points in Assen and nothing at all from the Balaton Park circuit this weekend.
Nothing at all between the river bikes as well, because in that last sector, that one was just at the fastest sector 2 of anyone in the race, and that's what's brought him back towards his teammate a little bit. This is where in the Super Pole race, the race started to come back to him as well, or the pace started to come back to that one.
Yeah, battle continuing on further down the order. You saw Baldassari, the yellow Go 11 bike in the background there for 4th position. I can send you Alberto Sura has made his way through on Taz Mackenzie. You can see that on the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. Sura riding strongly once again. He's not in podium contention this time, some 4 seconds back. He could have put as many bikes between himself and his contenders as possible, because we did see in the second half of proceedings in race 1 yesterday, he gradually faded. Lap number 4, a new personal best for Mikel Ekwona, 1:38.870. Bolliger into the low, 1:39. So that's why the gap's come down to 4 tenths between the two races.
Yeah, you can see for Iker here, this is the part of the track where he's able to find some lap time on his teammate as well. The first half of the lap he's really strong, and you can see now for just trying to keep that pressure on Boonen.
Alvaro Bautista last time around, 1/10 of a second faster than Garrett Gerloff, 3/10 faster than Taz Mackenzie, so it's closing up from 6th to 8th places. Important for Bautista to get some clear air and set his rhythm if he wants to go after the likes of Baldassari and Sura.
Yeah, really important to be able to clear those riders, and you just catch a glimpse of Alvaro now at the back of this group with Alex Lowe's keeping him company, and so often this season we've seen those two riders closely matched.
Yeah, it's bad news that for Bautista, that he was barged out of the way by Lorenzo Baldassari early on, because it spoils his fight with teammate Yari Montella. And Montella 3.1 down on the leaders, Bautista 9.2, and already out of contention for the rostrum spots as he tries to turn across the path of Alex Lowe's, and Lowe's holds firm and is through for 8th place.
Alex was great on the change direction into the chicanes, and now he's good on the brakes down into 12. It's such a short shoot through there that Ducati isn't able to get alongside him, but good riding from Alex through the chicane. It set it up to be able to attack into 11.
This is Tommy Bridewell. Unfortunately, he's crashed out of 13th position, so point scoring opportunity wasted in race 2 for him this afternoon, as we see Alvaro Bautista now coming under siege from Sam Lowe's. Alex Lowe's, his brother, already getting through for 8th place. And so you'd expect that Sam at this stage of the race will have much more underneath him, as long as the mechanical problems that have beset him today don't affect his pursuit of the number 19 Barney Ducati directly ahead of him, the Mark VDS bike coming through in towards turn 1. He won't get it stopped. Bautista will have the overlap, but Sam will have the inside, not quite close enough. Bautista holds on for the moment.
Yeah, the big thing for Bautista and Lowe's that they're around about 2.5 seconds back in the top 5 in Alberto Sura. That's what their target has to be now at this stage of the race.
Both contenders for 3rd place in the World Championship, just trying to pick up as many points as they can from this race 2 this afternoon. Capitalise on the absence of Miguel Oliveira, as Sam thinks about a move there on Alvaro, but can't find his way past. So, last time around, Bolliger leads Lecuona by 6/10. Montella 3 seconds back. Baldassari another 2.5 as they go side by side now for the 9th position. Bautista versus Sam Lowe's, and Lowe's boldly through, and Bautista relegated now to 10th.
And a really good move from Sam through there. We saw it on the curb cam, and not a place where we've seen that many moves, but Alex has been able to take advantage of that to open up around about a second on them as well. So we'll see how quickly Lowe's and Bautista are able to close on to the moment.
Well, Sam Lowe's half a second faster than Bautista last time around, so Bautista's sluggish at this stage of the race.
Yeah,
it is.
For Sam, he's just had that extra speed whenever they've had clear track in front of them through the course this weekend. But Alvaro, like you said, the race will come back to him. He's a bit unfortunate that at the stage of the race that he had that instant with Balda.
This is great work from Garrett Gerloff, enjoying a strong weekend here on the Kawasaki. And Gerloff with an 8th place finish in the Tissot Superpole race earlier on today. His best finish so far, 6th. Also in the Superpole race at the Australian rounds. His best performance in one of the long races, 7th in race 1 of the Portuguese rounds. And he's scrapping here with Taz Mackenzie, who tries to lunge through for 6th to recover the place, and Gerloff gathers it up. Meanwhile, in a little bit hot into turn 1, Sam Lowe's in 9th, but he holds on ahead of Alvaro Bautista.
Yeah, good riding between Gerloff and Mackenzie. They train a lot together in Eldora, and they're able to have a good battle here, and a lot at stake for them as well. For Garrett Gerloff, this is a real opportunity to score a lot of points.
Well, and he's going to feel that he can hunt down Sura, because we saw Sura fade dramatically. He's been saying all season long that he struggles in the second half of races, that he hasn't yet got to grips with maintaining tyre life in WorldSBK. So potentially a top 5 finish, albeit admittedly that you would expect to see Alex Lowe, Sam Lowe and Alvaro Bautista make their progress later on.
Yeah, well, you can see for Alex Lowe, he's making plenty of progress right now onto the back end of Taz McKenzie, and he's pulled back a quarter of a second in the first half of this lap.
Yep, new personal best on lap 6 from Alex Lowe, 1:39.9, so half a second faster than McKenzie, another 3/10 gained on this lap so far. New personal best second sector from Alex Lowe. So now that everyone's getting into their rhythm, we're starting to see the real pecking order, but it's not the same as the positions on track.
You can see just how much confidence Alex has as well. He's whacking open the gas and he's just getting on the brakes really hard. Keep an eye on the right hand end chance you can see it, because he's got a lot of confidence in how that bike feels underneath him, but he has to ride it so hard to go with the Ducati in front of us.
Yes, so as we make our way onto lap number 8, still 7/10 between Bulliger and Lecuona, and Bulliger's done his job on the opening couple of laps just to make that margin. Then it's Montella isolated, Baldassari isolated, Surra with Gerloff closing him down, another quarter of a second gained last time around by the Texan from 6th position. McKenzie then half a second back. Then it's Alex Lowe right on his tail. Sam Lowe's 1.2 seconds down, and Alvaro Bautista trying to stay with Sam because he will expect that Sam will gradually gain ground. Bautista in the tyre tracks of the Mark VDS Ducati last time around, set a new personal best of 1:40.4. It's still some way off the pace that Bautista will be hoping for later on, as Alex Lowe again thinks about the move on Taz McKenzie, but for the moment doesn't have the punch off the corners or the acceleration down the straight, and McKenzie holds that position, 7th place for now.
For Alex, he's going to try and come strong through 9 and 10 as that move up into 11. That's where his bike is working really well. So this next change of direction, he's able to really just roll through this chicane faster than the Ducati, and then he's able to try and hold that tight.
Oh, down goes Alex Lowe from 8th position, pushing as hard as he could to chase down Taz McKenzie, and he's lost it at the turns 9 and 10 chicane on lap number 8.
Yeah, you can see that frustration for Alex. He was so much faster in the chicane, but he's having to ride on that limit at all times, and not often we've seen him make mistakes this year.
Yeah, a shame for Alex Lowe. It'll be his first home score since race 2 of the Australian.
It's just how much he closes up here through the chicane. It's so easy to have an instant through there as well. That's what Bridewell had his crash a couple of laps ago as well. And Alex was just having to put everything he had into it to give himself that opportunity to go with those Ducatis.
No change in the podium places. Lecuona dropping another couple of tenths last time around with a new personal best 3rd sector from Nicolo Bulliger. Montella's 5 seconds back, 2.5 then the margin to Baldassari, who is actually faster than Montella at this stage of the race, but not by enough to make a major impression. And given that bowling ball Balda caused the big margins between the leaders in the early stages anyway, perhaps that's a rough justice on him. Alberto Surra 5 seconds back now in 5th position, and that's where your race is. Surra 4/10 now ahead of Gerloff, who gained 6/10 of a second last lap around. So by the end of this lap, Gerloff, who set 3 new personal best sectors on lap number 8, will be right on the tail of Alberto Surra in the battle for P5.
Yeah, and it's Gerloff gaining that time, because Surra's still having a couple of tenths within his fastest lap of the race, so he's still riding well, but Garrett Gerloff just finding that pace, and the tracks just come to him in Kawasaki.
Great work from Garrett Gerloff, who had a best finish so far this season of P6, an opportunity for him to get up into 5th in this one here, and he's got a good margin over Taz McKenzie. Not quite close enough this time around to Alberto Surra. You've got to give props to Surra for his riding this weekend as well. He has given up nothing easily, and he's got a chance of bettering his best results in what is his rookie WorldSBK campaign.
Yeah, for Garrett Gerloff, his race for the 5th position probably up against Sam Lowe's more than it's up against McKenzie or Surra, so he needs to clear Surra quickly, and then that leaves him where he's able to get his head down and still continue to set those mid-39s.
And Gerloff, I think, was considering the move there. He was showing his front wheel at very least, but Surra holds on for the moment. And it's just about Gerloff weighing up where the best place to do it is, because he's been half a second a lap faster. He's much quicker off the final turn at the end of lap number 9. It's a heavy braking zone into turn 1, but Surra holds station for now.
He's riding so much better than Surra, but Surra's just able to have that punch through the corners, and that's the difference. And this is where it can get frustrating for Garrett as well, because he can see that he's able to put his bike anywhere. It's just where on the exit of the corners that Ducati with the V4 engine able to put away.
Directly behind them now, Sam Lowe's is only 2/10 from Taz McKenzie, 4/10 of a second lap faster than him. So Sam is going to come through on McKenzie, and you'd expect that to be by the end of this lap, and then he'll set off in pursuit of P5.
Yeah, down into turn 5, that's where Lowe's has to come through, and McKenzie, you can see for the Chetty team watching on there, they're able to see their man about to move into the top 5, maybe down into something.
Less than a bike length now between Alberto Sura, one of the stars of the weekend here at the Hungarian round, and Garrett Gerloff looking for his best result of the season so far, and Gerloff makes that move on the brakes, but he's going to go in too hot, and Sura gathers it up once again, and it's one of the danger zones of this circuit, so both riders doing very nicely to keep that battle going as they make their way through turn 11. And again, Gerloff will pick up the bike earlier. He'll have the acceleration, but it's such a short run to turn 12. He has to settle back in 6th place.
Yeah, you can feel the sense of frustration here for Garrett just starting to build. He knows that he's faster. He knows he's riding better than Sura. It's big slide there for Gerloff. He has to get on the gas so hard there to try and set something up into 15. He's so well to avoid having a big crash there and just get the bike back into position, so he's going to lose a bit of ground to Sura. He loses a lap now trying to get back onto the rear wheel.
Lap 11 of 21 for our race leaders. New personal best last time around from Ika Lekwona, 1:38.648. And closes a couple of tenths of a second on Nicolo Bulliger, but the gap's still 8 tenths. As we head into the second half of proceedings, Jari Montella 6 seconds back from the Aruba pair. As top independent for Barney Ducati, Baldassari, Sura, Gerloff in 6th, Mackenzie 7th, with Sam Lowe's now breathing down his neck. We ride on board with Lowe's on the number 14, the Mark VDS bike, trying to cut back and square off the corner and bring himself alongside Taz Mackenzie. We have a little bit of boost here directly behind Mackenzie, but he holds on, and still Gerloff being kept at bay by Sura as well. So 2 races in 1 here, 1 for 5th and 1 for 7th.
Yeah, but look how much time Gerloff has found in the first half of this lap. So much faster than Sura, and he's riding so much better. He made the move into turn 9 last time around. We'll wait and see if he's able to attack again. That's the big slide that he had through turn 14, but don't be surprised if he's ahead through the chicane.
Garrett Gerloff gets through on Alberto Sura, and here goes Sam Lowe to the inside of Taz Mackenzie. Can't quite get through there, so Mackenzie will hold on for 7th place. So still only a tenth of a second between Gerloff and Sura, but now that Gerloff is clear, the more important margin probably is the one to Sam Lowe's, and this is what happened the second time Gerloff tried to make that pass on Sura.
Yeah, we saw the replay of the slide, and that's obviously an indication of just how hard he's having to push to try and stay with Sura. And then that's an indication of just being able to get it stopped as well. Looks like maybe Lowe's and Mackenzie just trading places behind as well.
Yeah, Sam Lowe's now is through on Taz Mackenzie for 7th position. New personal best last time around again for Lorenzo Baldassari in 4th position. He is gaining here and there, but not consistently, and still 2.5 seconds back from the last podium spot. As we watch Alvaro Bautista, this has been a really disappointing race 2 for Bautista. I know his momentum was affected by Baldassari early on, but it's not like he's had the pace to go with Sam Lowe since then. Now he's only a few tenths ahead of Remy Gardner in 9th position.
He shouldn't be fighting with one of the Yamahas on his bike, and certainly for Alvaro, we'll have to wait and see if there's some sort of, maybe there was contact and maybe there's an issue with him out there, but ultimately he's 2 seconds a lap off the pace of the race leader. If this is the move for Lowe's down into 15, able just to get alongside and then able to get it stopped and take that spot. You did see a big angle from him down into 5 just before we left it, so he's still pushing on. He knows that there's a chance to catch Sura and then Garrett Gerloff at the end of this race.
Yes, no doubt about it, because we see Sam Lowe's now ahead of Taz Mackenzie in 7th position. 1.5 seconds is the gap to Alberto Sura, so it's time trial for a couple of laps. But at 7 tenths of a second a lap faster, you can mark it right down now that in 2 laps' time, Sam Lowe's is going to be ready to try and attack Sura for that 6th place.
Yeah, and as the race progresses, Sura just dropping into those mid to high 40s now, so this is where the tyre management comes into it, and where he's starting to struggle a little.
Next 3 laps, the battle is going to be Bautista versus Gardner. There's only a tenth between them now. Gardner is faster than Alvaro Bautista, and you can see the two pretty closely matched now at this stage, lap number 13.
Yeah, Gardner, Vierge, Manzi on the Yamahas in 10th lap and 12th position, and they're going to line up behind Alvaro as well, because Javi Vierge, he's also lapping in those low 40s. Let's see what Alvaro's able to do this time around. He sets his personal best of the race, so he's being pushed on now in this battle.
Yeah, he's got to, hasn't he? Find something. 2 seconds the margin to Taz Mackenzie up ahead in 8th place, and Bautista finds himself not only behind the factory Ducatis, obviously he was one of them last season, behind his teammate who's in 3rd, but also behind Baldassari, Sura, Sam Lowe's and Taz Mackenzie. So this is really disappointing for Bautista, currently in P9. Here's your race leader, Nicolo Bulliger, a second now clear of Ika Lekwona. If things stay as they are at present, the gap will be 82 points between the 2 teammates. as Sam Lowes sits in 7th place. He'll score enough to further open his leads over Miguel Oliveira in the BMW man's absence. The lap of the two BMWs, the incidents for Locatelli, the absence now at the points of Bassani, Bridewell, Alex Lowes with his crash, means that we are going to get a few new point scorers, and at the moment, Attila Raffo up ahead of his teammate Mahatin Safoglu, riding well in 13th place, and Somjak Chantra with a chance to become the first Honda scorer this weekend. But we're watching your leaders. So far, Bulliger's done what you frankly would have expected him to do, which is to open a margin on the first few laps, manage it from there. But Lecuona's still giving it absolutely everything to try and close him down.
Yeah, you can see here for the two Aruba bikes, and for Bulliger, he's doing a good job around here. But it's interesting, down in towards that last chicane, that's where it looks like Lecuona is able to pull back a little bit of time as well. So there's still some areas of the track where Lecuona is able to claw back some time, but gap now at 9/10 of a second. It's just going to be very difficult for him.
New personal best last time around for Sam Lowes in 7th place at 1:39.5. He's running faster than anyone other than the top two at the moment, and he's hunting down Alberto Surra for 6th position. We've got a few races on track. Surra versus Lowes for P6. Further back, Gardner dropping away now from Bautista. A couple of personal best laps in a row for the number 9. Team Barney Ducati, and then outside of those two, Manzi coming back at Vierke. So this is really good from Stefano Manzi in the 1:39 still, while Vierke's slipped into the mid 1:40s. But the closest battle inside the top 10, Alberto Surra in P6 versus Sam Lowes in P7. I said a couple of laps ago it would be 2 laps. The gap was 1.4. It's now just 0.3 of a second between them.
You can see Sam there out of shape over the curve through 8 and then down into 9. He's in a bit hot, but he's able to get it squared off. Where he can make the move, probably down into 15, where he saw him come through on Taz McKenzie. That'll be the target. Tries to square it off, so he's able to get the gas early. But through the next chicane to the important one, that was left up to turn 50.
Riding on board then with Sam Lowes as he races Alberto Surra for 6th position, and what would be the best finish of the weekend as far as Sam Lowes is concerned. It's been a tough one for him. The jump start in race 1 meant that we've never really seen the best of him, and obviously the incident in the Superpole race earlier on today, leaving him down on the 4th row of the grid for this one. But he is gradually making progress. Surra's certainly possible, and then it's going to be another 2 seconds to try and latch on to Garrett Gerloff. That might be a little bit too far at this stage. It's looking like a really strong result for Garrett Gerloff. Sam Lowes off the final turn, down the start finish straight. It's not quite long enough for him to make that pass, and Surra still lives to fight another day in P6. But Saham has the tighter line then going through turn 2, right on the back of him, less than 1/10 of a second now between them.
This is where Sam's progress will end, because Garrett won't have a big drop in his tyre. We know how good he is at managing that tyre, and his pace is still pretty competitive in the 39s.
Sam Lowes then again trying to get the run off the turns to pull alongside Alberto Surra. This is the closest that Sam Lowes has been. The Brit on the Mark VDS Ducati passing the Moto Corsa Ducati of Alberto Surra. If Surra can, he will answer back. But I think Lowes has got that move made. Up to 6th position then for Sam Lowes.
Yeah, good move down into 5 for Lowes, and he'll be disappointed with how this weekend has gone. It's all come down to that Super Bowl effort where qualifies on the 3rd row, and then that conditions the rest of the weekend. But decent effort here in this race to come through from the 4th row of the grid up into the top 6 now.
Still a chance that Alberto Surra could come under pressure in the remaining laps. Now, at the moment he sits in 7th place. He's been 8th in race 1, 6th in the Superpole race. Surra's advantage over Taz McKenzie keeps coming down, and on this lap so far, obviously the overtake there from Sam Lowes, but McKenzie's made up 2/10 in sector 1, half a second in sector 2. The gap's down to just a second, and then behind McKenzie, Bautista finally finding some pace, and 1:40 last time around, 3/10 faster than McKenzie. So we could potentially see a 3-rider scrap for 7th later on.
Yeah, on this lap though, for Bautista, important to be able to put another one together. He's made a mistake though in the middle of the lap, and that's going to cost him a little bit of time, but that gap to McKenzie is a lot to overcome. 5 laps to go, 6 laps to go.
Yes, as we see Alvaro Bautista there ahead of Remy Gardner, that's Stefano Manzi, ahead of Xavi Vierke for P11, and this looks like being certainly his best ride this season so far, Manzi. And his biggest haul of points since race 2 in the Portuguese round.
What we need to see is Balda, because he's after clawing back half a second on Montella. He's 1.9 seconds down on the podium. But Balda could well get back onto the podium in this race as well.
Yeah, he'll need another 4 laps. saw there. Alex Lowe's 1.9 is faster, but not by enough to make ground. Sura a second back, Mackenzie a second back on him, and then Bautista 2 seconds back, as you said, lost ground last time around. But good ride from Garrett Gerloff, and he will be satisfied with his weekend, particularly after losing out in race 1 and only coming home in 13th place.
Yeah, it's a great ride from Garrett. The story of the race isn't that he made up 3 spots, it's that he's been able to be combative right from the start, and he's been able to give himself this opportunity. Sam Lowe's chasing him down behind, though. The gap had been over 2 seconds. It came down by right about half a second on this lap.
Yeah, certainly one of his best rides, Gerloff, since his podium in the Tissot Superpole race at the 2024 Aragon round, and best with Kawasaki of P6 is going to be beaten here. He runs in 5th.
Valda still another half second faster than Montella. He is coming at that final step of the podium.
And we could have another sparring match between 2 riders who've been pretty forceful with one another already. Fourth and 5th in the 2 races so far, respectively. This is Manzi 11th. He's cleared off from Vierke now. Don't think he's going to get to the top 10. About 10th of a second a lap faster than Remy Gardner in P10, but that's about it. Behind them, 11.5 seconds to the next of the Yamaha. Sofoglu has got back in front of Ratto, but Ratto still in the points ahead of Chantra at last of the scorers as things stand. Keeping tabs on Lorenzo Baldassari as the gap continues to come down. On this lap so far, he's made 10th in Sector 1, another 10th so far in this Sector 3, so the progress is there. Baldassari's got to keep it clean now to the finish.
Yeah, for Balda, he found 2/10 of a second in this sector last time around. We'll see what he does this time. Just matches the pace of Montella. So Yari, he's digging in, but Montella, he's going to be under pressure at the end of this race.
Well, Baldassari's practically running the leader's pace over the last couple of laps, while Montella a respectable pace, but Baldassari's the one really pushing on. Still ahead of Gerloff in 5th, who has 1.8 in hand over Sam Lowe's. Mackenzie not making the progress on Sura, so Sura really riding very well here in 7th place as they make their way in to lap number 18. Baldassari 1.4 seconds, the gap at the start of this lap, made a 10th last time around. That's not swift enough progress for him. Meanwhile, lap 17 and Alvaro Bautista starts to make some ground, a new personal best lap of the race, a 1:40 dead, but Bautista already too far back to make any further progress for him. Miserable afternoon for him.
Just in 5th spot as well, Garrett Gerloff ended up with 39.6. That's only a few hundredths of a second slower than his fastest lap of the race. We've got 4 laps to go, so that's a really good effort from Garrett. He's digging in for that top 5 finish, and the Pichetti team and the Kawasaki, they'll love to see that.
Yep, they certainly will, as we watch Lorenzo Baldassari coming back again at Jari Montella, but it does seem that Montella in the 2nd sector is able to answer back each lap, and that just keeps that gap maintained at just over a second for Jari Montella as he chases a podium spot, and it'll be a hard-earned one. It'll be his first since race 1 of the Australian round.
Yeah, great to see though from Yari that he's able to put these performances in. We've seen the front row starts in the Super Bowl sessions, and 1 lap pace has been really good, but he's just showing that he can grind out results as well, and the big thing for him is to avoid all the crashes that have blighted so much of his last few years. And when you think about Assen and being able to score points in all 3 races, and then this weekend as well for Yari, he's been able to qualify in the front row, a 4th and a 5th place finish, and now potentially another top 5 finish in the podium.
Bad news for Alvaro Bautista continues this afternoon, because he's been under investigation for the last few minutes for course cutting at turn 9, so not dropping a second through there, and he has now been given a long lap penalty. So that long lap penalty is going to send him outside of the top 10. It'll promote Gardner into the top 10. He's probably going to lose out to Manzi as well. Should rejoin in front of Xavi Vierke. That's Bautista finishing outside of the top 10 by the looks of things here, with just over 2 laps to go.
Yeah, he's going to be under pressure from Xavi Vierge in the final couple of laps, but Alvaro just hasn't had the pace. And we mentioned that a few laps ago that he lost half a second in the middle of the lap, and a lap came up as being cancelled, so just didn't lose enough time. And the stewards have been very aware of the penalties here this weekend. There's a lot of track limits warning areas around this racetrack, and Alvaro just fell to it.
Yeah, there was one of those for Bautista, and then there's another one 4 minutes late. early stages of the race.
Yeah, you'd have to imagine that maybe there's some sort of damage to the bike after those issues earlier in the race, but you've still got to figure it out if you're Alvaro. And the pace has been there because he's been able to set some decent laps, but just nowhere near the speed that he would have expected. And we'll have to just wait and see what he says after the end of the race.
Alvaro Bautista serves his long lap penalty for course cutting without clocking the mandatory 1 second. He will leave the track in 9th place. He will rejoin it in 11th, and we'll see how close Xavi Vierque is to the back of him as well. Bautista should have the pace to at least hold on to 11th, if not try and chase down Manzi in the final 2 laps. But up front, it's Nicolo Bulliga with this race at his mercy. Nicola Cuona there in 2nd position. Jari Montella, best part of 10 seconds behind. That has often been the margin between the Aruba bikes over full feature-length race distances. So it's not getting any easier for the rest of the teams, and it is an Aruba party once again.
Yeah, and I think that Iker will be a little bit disappointed with how this weekend played out, but it all comes down to that Super Bowl performance as well. Started on the 2nd row of the grid for the Super Bowl race, started on the 3rd row after the penalty as well. And that's where they need to look at what the strategy is, because he went into the final 5 minutes of that session without having a lap time on the board.
In the end, though, the Super Bowl session can't be an excuse for race 2 because he's lined up side by side with Nicolo Bulliga. Certainly, possibly the reason he didn't get a better chance in the Super Bowl race earlier on today. But as you saw there from Bulliga, he's had the pace throughout this afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's just the little bit of sloppiness at times in the weekend for Iker, and ultimately, whenever you're up against Bulliga, you need to be perfect. And Iker's a little bit unlucky as well, because the way the red flag fell in the Super Bowl race, he would have been a real contender to win that race, and instead he's to look at his teammate with 3 races this weekend.
Alvaro Bautista lost 3.5 seconds last lap around, serving that penalty, so he's 2 seconds behind Remy Gardner, who's now been dropped to 10th position, as you can see on your screens there, by Stefano Manzi coming through for 9th place. So well done to Stefano Manzi. This is going to be his best performance yet in WorldSBK.
Yeah, he's just been passed by his teammate Remy Gardner. It shows on the time and tower on the left, but top 10 for Manzi is a really good effort, and he's right there with his GRT teammate. He's ahead of Xavi Vierque. Obviously, we lost Andrea Locatelli at the start of this race.
Baldassarri still a second behind Montella, 0.3 faster last time around, but he's not quite close enough. He's just run out of time.
He's run out of time, but he didn't have the speed at this last quarter of the race. There was one moment whenever he was really closing up, but Montella's been able to up his pace, and last time around 39.6 for Jari, so he's still running a decent clip.
Yes, as we watch Montella here in 3rd position, Baldassarri less than a second now behind in 4th position. He's giving it everything to the finish when a lesser mortal might just bring home the 4th place. Now you've got 11.5 seconds behind you. But fair play to Baldassarri, who has put in a storming Sunday here at the Hungarian round, with 3rd in the Super Pole race and 4th now in race 2 this afternoon. It's going to be his best performing weekend, certainly since Philip Island back in February.
Yeah, really important for him to be able to do that as well, because after the big crash yesterday, it would have been easy just to have a very tough day, but he's come away with decent points across both races. The podium obviously gives Go 11 a massive boost as well.
Quick check on the other battles further back. Gerloff still 1.5 seconds ahead of Sam Lowe. Sura really riding very well, still 1.5 seconds ahead of Mackenzie, and Bautista making no progress on the top 10 spots as Nicolo Bulliga rounds the final turn. It is officially the best ever start to a WorldSBK season as Nicolo Bulliga opens 2026 with 4 consecutive hat-tricks. 2.5 seconds his winning margin in race 2 over teammate Iker Lecuona. It is yet another second place for him. 3rd goes to Jari Montella. Lorenzo Baldassarri only half. 6th place for Sam Lowe. You saw him coming across the line there. Sura, fantastic weekend, never out of the top 8 in the 3 races. Mackenzie will be P8, better than he went in the Super Pole race earlier on today. And then nothing to choose between Gardner and Manzi across the line, a 10th in it. Gardner just holding on as top Yamaha. Alvaro Bautista down in 11th place, losing a couple of spots as a result of that late penalty, but miserable afternoon for him. Vierque will take 12th place. Then Sofoglu beats Rato by 0.2 of a second, but Rato had 2 World Championship points on the board in WorldSBK. I think that's a fair reward, you know, for battling with his teammate throughout this weekend. Songat Chantra picks up his first point in P15. Bit of a race of attrition, obviously, with 2 withdrawals before we started and then 4 retirements, but well done to some of those lesser lights for getting points on the board. Meanwhile, up front, Nicolo Bulliga victorious ahead of his teammate Iker Lecuona. And that is 3 consecutive rounds where Lecuona has finished in second place, 9 races in a row. He's doing much as other riders have done before him. When someone's on a winning streak, like Alvaro Bautista in 2019, finish second to him. Lecuona's doing all he can at the moment.
Yeah, for Iker, it's been a really good run to have those 3 1-2s or 3 rounds of 1-2s in a row for the WSBK team. Means that he's been perfect for what he has to do in his job. You're up against Nicola Bulega. Bulega is just riding so well and has so much confidence that it's very difficult for Lecuona to be able to put himself in the mix against him. And for Bulega, he's going to go to Mugello on Tuesday. He's going to have his MotoGP test. How can you not want to see him in MotoGP next year whenever he's in a form like this? And you should be rewarded for this kind of dominance with a seat at the big table as well.
And it is now 32 victories in WorldSBK for Nicolo Bulega, putting him in the top 10 all-time WorldSBK race winners as he takes race 2 here at the Balaton Park circuit. 68th career podium as well. But best ever start to a season in WorldSBK, beating Bautista's 11 in 2019. And what a handover of the baton with Bautista down in 11th position. There'll be big questions asked after this race, not least by us, but particularly if there wasn't anything wrong with the bike. Because if there wasn't, that's a real concern.
Yeah, I think that for Alvaro, it's going to be interesting to see what's said in his debrief and if he comes up to talk to the media, because this is one of those situations where we'll have to wait and see what happened with the contact with Balda, if there was any damage done to his bike. If there wasn't damage done to his bike, this is very worrying for Alvaro.
That said, though, in the circumstances of the 2 previous races, a 5th and a 4th, so this is the outlier rather than the rule. Maybe he's no longer a regular podium finisher, but he is certainly a regular top 5 finisher, let's say.
Yeah, and for Bautista, he'll have to ask himself if at 41 that's enough for him. And he's a double world champion, he's a rider that's had so much success, and then it's a question of whether or not he's able to decide what to do as well, because for the Barney team, ultimately we've been able to see for them that Jari Montella is more than just their future as well. He's their friend. He's been able to come away with all those front row starts and being strong whenever he's been able to finish races. He's had good point scoring finishes. He's 5th in the championship now as well.
Yes, young Montella with a big haul of points, 16 points for 3rd place in race 2 this afternoon. That is Montella's first podium since the season opener, and it's been a hard run to get here, hasn't it? With the retirements in race 2 of the Australia round, 2 retirements in Portimao, tough weekend in Assen where he came on strong by race 2, and then this weekend never out of the top 5, and a 3rd place in race 2. It's been a really strong performance at the Hungarian round from Montella.
Yeah, it has, and it's great to see it from Jari as well, because after Phillip Island we all asked the question of, okay, this is just his best track of the year. Portimao we knew he was going to be good at as well. Assen became a big question mark as to what he was going to be able to do. He had all the problems in qualifying, so we didn't get to see his true pace. Super Pole here this weekend, he's able to put it on the front row of the grid for the 3rd time this season, and now he's just grinding out results, finishes all 3 races in Assen, all 3 races here, and that was the big question mark for him coming into this season. That we're ultimately a third of the way through the season now, so he's done enough to show that he's going to be legit through the whole season.
Yes, and it also gives Alvaro Bautista a real challenge, doesn't it? Because you look at, okay, previously it was, can he be on terms with Bulega? He can't. Now this season, Lecuona has got the 2nd factory bike. That team's really good, and obviously nobody can live with Lecuona either. You know, the independent Ducatis, as good as they are not good enough to fight the factory bikes. And so now the fight is, can I beat my teammate? Can I beat Oliveira? Can I beat Alex Lowe's? And that's the only way for Bautista to get up onto the podium, is to beat all of those. And Baldassari now adding himself to the mix, as well as Sam Lowe's.
Yeah, and Balda's had a really good day as well. Obviously, we spoke about it during the race, about those opening laps for him, where he was very aggressive. But for Balda, he's been able to have a podium today. He's been able to have a top 5 finish now in 4th spot. He qualified on the front row of the grid. So it's hard to say that he's done too much wrong in this regard.
21 points covering 3rd position Sam Lowe's, all the way down to Baldassari in P8 now in the championship as he moves past Axel Bassari. owners. Scoreless this weekend. Niccolo Bulliger leads by 82 points over Iker Lekwona. Sam Rose with 10 points in that one, so he opens his margin now to 14 over Miguel Oliveira, so he's actually 1 point further ahead of the BMW man than he was at the start of the round, and that's good damage limitation in the end for Sam, because practically everything that could have gone wrong has gone wrong here at the Balaton Park circuit.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that for him, he'll obviously look at this as a missed opportunity this weekend. The Super Pole session didn't go his way, and then that ended up putting him in the wrong place during the course race. Makes a jump start yesterday, and then the incident in the Super Bowl race this morning. So I think that the speed was there to be able to back up what he did in Assen, but the luck wasn't there, and that's where for next time out in Most he needs to bounce back from it. Would he have been able to fight with Montella and Balda through the course of both races today? You'd have to say, you'd imagine he would have been, but they were the riders that got the results, and for the Mark VDS team, they'll go back to the drawing board as well.
Fourth in the standings, Oliveira, 85 points. We do send our best wishes for a speedy recovery there and hope for good news in advance of the visit to Moss next time out, because the rounds really do come thick and fast now every 2 weeks. And right up to Misano in mid-June, where the calendar takes a bit more of a breath. Only one round in July and then the summer break in August. But Oliveira 3 points ahead of Montella and Alex Lowe's, and Alvaro Bautista only 1 point further back. So although race 2 was a disaster, Bautista's not out of the battle for third overall by any stretch of the imagination. 18 points the margin there, and then Baldassari another 3 points further back than Bautista.
Yeah, and obviously for all those riders, it's about trying to find that consistency and being able to grind out the results. We saw the crash for Alex Lowe's, how hard he was having to ride. Those points lost proved a bit costly for him in the battle for third in the standings. You can't really afford to leave anything at the table, and ultimately you're having to ride so hard that sometimes you just fall off that tightrope. But he'll obviously think that after this weekend, he's ridden well throughout the course this weekend, but it is tough for the Bermuda, and their riders and the team know that it's a difficult time for them.
And here then from your top 3, starting with Jari Montella, 3 top 5 finishes this weekend, but the icing on the cake is his first bottom finish in race 1 of the season at the Australian round.
Jari, a super result back on the podium to cap off what's been a really wonderful weekend for you.
Yeah, after Philip on the podium, I didn't expect a podium in marathon because it's not one of my favorite track for my riding style. Anyway, I'm here, I fight all the race, I try to manage the gap that I opened at the beginning of the race with the cows. At the end I managed the gap, but during the race, well, at the end of the race I start to struggle a little bit with the rear tire. For that reason, Baldassari, I think, he started to close the gap. Anyway, he had a really good pace. But fortunately I had the gap beginning to try to manage, and I'm here on the podium, so it's something special for me, for my family. I'm here with my mom, with my brother, so a podium in front of them is something special. I want to say thank you to the team for the work that we done, and nothing. It's also a special day for someone, for my girlfriend, so feliz cumpleaños y nada. Happy for that. We need just to enjoy.
It is 3 races out of 3 with an Aruba IT Ducati 1-2, with Niccolo Bulliger beating his teammate Iker Lekwona. Another 3. Second places this weekend.
Iker, P2 yet again. You've been really, really quick all weekend, but it just seems Niccolo had a little bit more than you today.
Yeah, I'm really happy with my performance. I'm really happy because in the short race we can finish less than 1 second, even if I exit in P5. Even here, more than a half race under the second, but the last 7 laps, my energy was done, honestly. Thursday I'm very sick, so I cannot recover well between the Super Bowl race and the race 2, so I know I can start at the end, no? And I started with lot of mistakes. I almost crashed a few times, I almost go wide straight in a few chicanes, a few laps, so I say, okay, today is not the day, we need to save that points. But in any case, I'm really happy about the performance, so yeah. Thanks to the team for the support, thanks to everyone. Y bueno, esta carrera, aunque no sea lo esperado, para mi madre, que es el Día de las Madres, y para la futura madre, que es mi mujer.
Congratulations.
lovely message from Ika Lecuona, as he said to his mother and for the future mother, his wife. So, Nicolo Bulliga, your race winner ahead of Ika Lecuona and Jari Montella, and in the end we've had a little bit of variety on the third step of the podium, which is a change compared to the two previous rounds where we saw three identical rostrum finishes.
Yeah, and for Lecuona, for Bulliga, they've been able to have their decent scrap through the course this weekend. For Montella up there on the podium as well, nice to be able to see him up there for the second time this year, and obviously going to Moss next time around. That's a circuit that will suit Jari's style a lot more, and it's obviously going to be a track that's going to suit Bulliga's style as well, so that's what's going to make it quite interesting going into that one.
But your race winner here this afternoon, still unbeaten in 2026, it's Nicolo Bulliga.
Nicolo, you just seem to go from strength to strength. It's officially the best ever start to a Superbike season. Just tell us how you're feeling.
Yeah, it's fantastic because this weekend was a very hard weekend for me. I don't like very much this track, and Iker was very strong all the weekend, so I knew before the race that I had to put something more on the table. So I'm really happy to win 3 races here. Thanks to my team for working so hard and all the people supporting me.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, and it was a little bit harder work, wasn't it, for Nicolo Bulliga? It's not his favourite track, but if he can win here 3 races out of 3 like that, how can he be stopped?
That's the big challenge for everyone now, because we'll go to Moss next time out, and it is a circuit that's going to suit him really well. The one thing about it is, we saw the drizzle in Assen last time around. We saw the red flag that saved his bacon in the Super Pole race this morning. Circumstances have helped maintain the record today for Bulliga, but he hasn't put a foot wrong in any of the races that have mattered, and that's where he would have learned a lot even from that incident in the Super Pole race. He's just very hard to beat.
Yeah, and the records will continue to fall bar an incident, and that's why you feel we're almost waiting for someone to get a little bit of luck, can't we, to unseat him from top spot, because he has been so difficult to beat. It's also, you know, in the context of the sport, wider sport, let's say, 4 Ducatis in the top 4 places today, then Sam Lowe, Sora, Mackenzie, 6th, 7th, 8th. Bautista would have been 9th, but for the late penalty, comes home in 11th. We've had quite a lot of weekends, the entire first third. The season where, from a neutral perspective, too many Ducatis up at the head of the field.
Yeah, and obviously enough that can be an issue, but they're the manufacturer that has the newest bike on the grid. They put the resources into it. They've got a lot of good independent teams. That's why it was quite good to be able to see Garrett Gerloff come away as the best of the rest today on his Kawasaki. Obviously, Kawasaki is an old bike as well, and the resources are mostly being put into the motor project, but Kawasaki have brought some upgrades for this year, and personnel changes have helped Garrett Gerloff as well. It's nice to be able to see him get a result like that.
Yeah, best result with Kawasaki, previous best 6th place, and of course he was 6th in the Super Pole race at the Australian rounds. And you think about the big step-up upgrade that Richetti have made, because they only scored 22 points in the whole of the 2024 season. Gerloff scored 88 points last year, and great result there. He's already on 40 in the first third of this 2026 campaign. Now there's your podium trio: Nicolo Bulliga, Ika Lecuona, and Jari Montella. For Montella, it's his 2nd podium of the campaign. But I think even more important than the podium, the fact that he's come away with 3 finishes and 3 top 5 finishes at that.
Yeah, and that's the important thing as well, just to show that growth and the potential of what you're able to do. And I think that for Jari, he's going to be really happy with that. Barney's really pleased with that, and they put a lot of resources into Jari in the Super Sport class and then in the Superbike class last year, and they're getting the rewards for it now.
2nd place goes to Ika Lecuona. 9 races in a row where he has finished 2nd to his teammates. That will put him on 11 podium finishes. The rider with the most podiums without a win has 14, so if he doesn't get the job done at the next round or so, he's going to have that unenviable accolade. But it was close, wasn't it, in the Super Pole race? There was a possibility there that Lecuona finally could have claimed that first win.
Yeah, I think that there were opportunities this weekend for Ika, and that's going to give him some encouragement, but he's going to start getting a little bit frustrated and fed up of being that second place rider as well. That's the reality of being a World Championship rider. You know that you have the chances to win races.
Yeah, and it's the blessing and the curse of being an Aruba IC Ducati rider, which is the bar and the expectation is suddenly so dramatically raised. He is only 2.5 seconds away from Nicolo Bulliga, and we are talking about a rider who has won every race of this 2026 season so far. So you'll be able to sing along by now, won't you, to the Italian national anthem? For the Prosecco then, with another all Ducati podium. Earlier on it was Lorenzo Baldassarri in third place. This afternoon it's Jari Montella in third place, but no change to the top two for the last 3 rounds. When will Nicolo Bulliga's winning run finally end? 4 victories at the end of last season, 12 in a row at the start of 2026, the best ever start to a WorldSBK campaign, and that puts him on 16 wins in succession. So not only taking the record, but obliterating it this weekend.
Yeah, and for Bulliga, obviously, Most, Aragon coming up, then a home round in Misano. He wants to maintain that form. There's no real reason to expect anything otherwise, but for Bulliga, all runs do come to an end, and we'll just see where that pressure starts to go.
Well, just a short time until we are back in action. Remember, 3 rounds in the month of May in 2026. Less than 3 rounds take place in the month of May, so we have just 1 weekend off before we get back up and running with a 600-kilometre trek northwest for the 17th staging of the Czech round. WorldSBK's 6th visit to Most, an industrial town in the shadow of the Ural Mountains, just over an hour's drive from capital Prague. And in the meanwhile, we'll take you through the race 2 results and confirm the championship standings at the 1/3 mark in the 2026 campaign. Lekwona, the 1-2 in all 3 races yet again this weekend. 3 rounds in a row with no change in the top 2 spots. Jari Montella takes 3rd position, so 3 different riders 3rd over the course of this weekend. Miguel Oliveira at 3rd in race 1. We do send our best wishes to him after his injury today. Lorenzo Baldassarri 3rd in the Superpole race, and Jari Montella takes the final step on the rostrum in race 2 this afternoon. Lorenzo Baldassarri only half a second from him here after finishing 3rd in the Superpole race earlier on today. A third of the way through the championship, Nicolo Bulliga's lead continues to extend, but Nicola Lekwona's run of 9 consecutive second places keeps it relatively close. It is very close from 4th place down. Miguel Oliveira 14 points now back from Sam Lowe's after 2 non-scores today. And he's got, when he does return, Jari Montella and Alex Lowe 3 points behind him. Alvaro Bautista 4 points behind him. And Lorenzo Baldassarri only 7 points behind him. Salvassani slipping down to 9th in the championship. Scoreless race for him and Andrea Locatelli. Manufacturers Championship. I wonder who might win this one. Ducati 140 points now ahead of Binmotor. Obviously a scoreless race for them for Alex Lowe's and Axel Bassani. third of this 2026 season completes, as we've said. 8 rounds still to go from 6 different countries, starting with Czechia in a fortnight's time. Join us then